The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. This is Matt from the past, welcoming you to the February 21st, 2024 edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Let's get on with this day in history. In 1173, Pope Alexander III canonizes Thomas Becket, Archbishop of Canterbury. And no, this does not mean he fired him out of a cannon. In 1613, Michael Romanov, son of Patriarch of Moscow, elected first Russian Tsar of the House of Romanov. And that ended so well for their family. In 1804, first locomotive Richard Trevix runs for the first time along the tramway of the Parendinian Ironworks in Mifril, Tideville, Wales. Never ask for directions in Wales, Baldric. In 1916, World War I, Battle of Verdun begins with a German offensive, leads to an estimated 1 million casualty, and becomes the longest battle of the entire war, lasting 9 months. In 1922, Britain declares Egypt a sovereign state. In 1972, Richard Nixon becomes first U.S. president to visit China, normalizing relations between the countries in a meeting with Chinese leader Mao Zedong in Beijing. In 1990, The Batman, theme by Danny Elfman, wins Grammy Award for Best Instrumental Compilation at the 32nd Annual Grammy Awards. And I can't really argue with that. It deserved it. I love that thing. In 2003, Bill Myers' political talk show, Real Time with Bill Meyer, debuts on HBO. In 1931, Chicago White Sox and New York Giants play first exhibition night game. And no, this does not mean they were playing in the Buff. That was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
The Abbott and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel the first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the great rhythms of Will Osborne and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes. And that wide, wild, and woolly little wolf who, when asked to select the guest stars for our show tonight, telephoned the Andrews sisters and said, All right, Costello.
Calm yourself. from yourself. What's making you so nervous?
Oh, I just heard some terrific news, Abbott.
You did?
Hitler has a new secret weapon that can end the war in 5 minutes.
Secret weapon that can end the war in 5 minutes? What is it?
A long pole with a white flag on the end of it.
That's fine. Now tell me, where were you all afternoon?
Oh, where was I?
Yes.
I went out and got my Uncle Artie Stebbins. Stebbins! I go already. It's so soon in the script, too. Please!
All right, now just take it easy, please.
I just got my Uncle Artie Stebbins a job. It's a swell job, Abbott. He's a bookmaker.
Well, you dummy, he'll wind up in jail. Bookmaking is against the law. That's gambling.
Yeah, but he don't gamble, Abbott. He's a bookmaker in a bakery.
A bookmaker in a bakery?
Yeah, he takes orders for cakes. He's a cookie bookie.
Oh. Costello, I don't know which one is dumber, you or your Uncle Artie.
Well, I don't like to brag, Abbott, but I am. Of course, Artie is lazier than me.
No, you mean lazier than I.
Yes, sir. He's lazier than the both of us. My Uncle Artie only says his prayers one night a year.
No, he must be lazy.
Yeah, the rest of the night he just hops in bed and says ditto.
Well, let's figure it's your Uncle Artie. Now, there's something I want you to do for me, Costello.
Abbott, you know there's nothing I wouldn't do for you.
And there's nothing I wouldn't do for you, Costello.
And there's nothing I wouldn't do for you.
I know.
That's the way it is, folks. We just go through life doing nothing for each other.
Yeah, I know. Talk sense, Costello. I just wanted you to be sure to behave yourself tonight because the Andrews sisters are coming over and you've got to be careful how you handle those girls.
Yeah.
They have scruples.
I don't care. I've been vaccinated. I can't catch scruples.
No, you dummy. Scruples are not catching. Scruples are principles. Scruples make a girl sweet.
They do?
Sure.
Oh, I bought my girl some of them last night.
You bought your girl some scruples?
Yeah, I got a banana split with 3 scruples of ice cream.
You idiot.
Banana!
No. Look, ice cream doesn't come in scruples. Ice cream comes in scoops.
I thought chickens come in scoops. Chicken scoops.
No.
Have them later, Nate.
Oh, God. Costello, scruples have nothing to do with chicken.
Then how did the Andrews sisters get them?
They didn't get them. A person doesn't get scruples. Scruples are a good trait. Now, do you know what scruples are?
Yes, sir. When I turned in my Chevy for a Plymouth, they was scruples.
No, what has exchanging your Chevy for a Plymouth got to do with scruples?
Well, everybody said it was a good trait.
Oh, let's forget about the scruples.
I don't want to forget them. Abbott, you said the Andrews sisters had scruples.
That's right.
Did you ever see them?
No, certainly not.
Then how do you know they got them?
Look, Costello, when I say the girls have scruples, I don't mean they have anything wrong with them. Scruples are a trait, and a trait is part of one's character. And you can't see a person's character. Yet you know it's there.
Oh, when you say they have scruples, you don't mean there's anything wrong with them. Scruples are a trait, and a trait is a part of a character, and you can't see the character, yet you know it's there.
Now you've got it.
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
All right, that's enough. Now, what do you intend to do with the girls here?
Well, I am going to sing for them.
You're going to sing to them?
Yep.
Costello, you know nothing about songs. I'll bet you don't even know Dixie.
I do, too.
All right, what is Dixie?
That's the place where they make all those paper cups.
No. I can see you know nothing at all. Look, Lou, if you insist on things, I'll help you. First, I'll improve your libretto. Soften your crescendo, sharpen your staccato, and smooth your pizzicato.
Oh, well, you're right. Abbott, will you check my oil and give me 5 gallons of gas?
No, look, please. Now, listen, never mind that. Listen to this. Look. Now, listen.
Are you going to sing or jump?
Now, wait a minute.
What are you doing?
I'm just loosening up. That's all. I just take it.
I thought you were falling apart.
No. Costello, you're just jealous. I've been told that my voice is out of the world.
And I'll bet a lot of people are waiting for you to join it.
No. Would you like to hear me sing in my sweet little Alice blue gown?
Could I have that again?
I said, would you like to hear me sing in my sweet little Alice blue gown?
I'd rather hear you whistle in your pink new nightie.
No. Costello, you're a doubting fool. Why, in my day, as a singer, women threw flowers at my feet. They threw jewelry at my feet. Why, they even threw themselves at my feet.
What if your feet got that you haven't got?
Look, just for that last crack, I won't help you.
Oh, you won't, huh?
No.
Well, I don't need your help, Abbott. My Uncle Clarence Porter of Big Springs, Texas, he can yodel. He'll teach me to sing because he's a good yodeler.
Wait a minute. Did your Uncle Porter study yodeling?
No, he taught himself. He just drinks a lot of beer and lets his stomach take it from there.
Costello, that's ridiculous. Look, what kind of voice does your Uncle Porter have?
Oh, he's a chiropractic tenor.
Chiropractic tenor?
Yeah, he sings in all the joints.
No, Costello, I'm not interested in your Uncle Porter singing. I lean toward the classical music.
What classical music?
Well, for instance, Beethoven's first, Mozart's second, Brahms' third.
Just a minute, Abbott.
Now,
you ain't gonna pull that stuff on me trying to ring in a whole new team, huh?
No. What
Yes,
team?
you are, brother.
Nah, what team?
Mozart's second, Beethoven's first.
All I said was Beethoven's first, Mozart's second.
You're nuts, Abbott. Everybody knows who's on first and what's on second, and I don't know who's on third.
Get him out of here! Costello, you must be on your good behavior tonight. Now, do you know what to do when the Andrews sisters get here?
Oh, yeah. I'll try and make a date with them.
Oh, no. You'll do nothing of the kind. Besides, I know those girls, and you wouldn't get to first base.
No, just give me 5 minutes and I'll be sliding into second. Come in.
Ah, good evening, gentlemen. My name is Melonhead. Better known as Cassava J. Melonhead.
You know, you look familiar. Didn't I see your head on a pushcart? Hey, Abbott.
Hey. Ooh, please don't ever say hey. I have hay fever, and every time I hear any word with hay in it, I sneeze. Hey. Oops, I said it myself.
That's enough.
Look, remember, Costello, a certain word makes this man sneeze. Have you got that?
I got it all over me.
Now, Mr. Melonhead. Mr. Melonhead, what's your business?
Sir, I'm an attorney at law representing the Andrews sisters. Now, 3 weeks ago, April the 5th, 1945, on this program, you had the Andrews brothers.
Oh, listen, don't talk to me about those guys. I hate them.
You what?
I hate them.
Hey, you said it again.
I said it again.
I'm awfully sorry.
Hey, Abbott, the dam is right for the hill! Too late. Hey, Abbott, run down to the bank.
Oh, but you have no money in the bank.
Who needs money? Get me some blotters.
Quiet, Costello. What were you saying, Mr. Melonhead?
Sir, I said that 3 weeks ago you had the Andrews brothers on this program, and in so doing, you did deliberately and with malice aforethought cause, create, and effect a libel against my clients, the Andrews sisters, hereinafter known as the plaintiffs.
You mean they changed their name to the Plaintiff Sisters?
No. You dummy, he means that the Andrews sisters are suing us for slander. We need a lawyer.
Permit me to present myself, gentlemen. I am a lawyer. Now, what seems to be your trouble?
You just told us what the trouble was.
Yes, but that was when I was representing the Andrews sisters. Now, as your lawyer, I see things differently. The first thing I'll do is keep you out of jail with a writ of habeas corpus.
Just in the doorway of it! Here it comes!
I stopped it.
Thank you. Double-crossed me again, brother.
I'm sorry, Mr. Costello. I just can't help it.
Well, you don't have to chew licorice.
Oh, I'm sorry. Gentlemen, where can we talk this matter over?
Well, we can get together tonight at my new colonial home.
Costello, your new home isn't colonial, it's Spanish.
Well, I'm no dope. I'm not going to say hacienda. Will you get out of here, Melonhead? You can't be our lawyer. How can you handle both sides of the case?
My dear boy, I have a split personality, understand? A split personality. Now, here, take this right here, and I'll start work on your case at once.
Mr. Melonhead, I think you dropped your pen.
Whoops, so I did. Well, I'll just pick it up.
Now, whoa! Don't look now, Melonhead, but I think you split your personality.
Well, I'll be suing you, gentlemen. Good day.
It was you who brought those Andrews brothers over here. Now the Andrews sisters are suing us.
Oh, don't worry, Abbott. When they get here, I'll make love to them and square the whole thing.
No, you're going to make love to 3 girls? You know what will happen to you?
Sure, it's the same as when you make love to 1 girl. Only I'll get slapped 3 times.
Oh, come in.
The Andrews sisters.
Costello, it's the Andrews sisters.
You are, you 5-gallon jughead.
Abbott, I think she means me.
Quiet, Costello. I'll handle this. Ladies, you must forgive Costello for his mistakes. After all, it's not his fault that he's a dumb jerk.
Well, whose fault is it?
Oh, this dame is dopier than me.
Listen, Listen, Costello, we're suing you for $10,000.
Miss Patty, I'm sure we can make some kind of a deal. Suppose Costello and I appear in your next picture. What about that?
Well, I don't know. What can Costello do? He doesn't look like an actor to me.
Is that so? Well, I was born in a theater, and it cost my father 15 cents extra.
What for? What for, Costello? What for?
Huh?
I say, what for?
Well, the store dropped me in a load sheet. You're getting him too fast.
Girls, Costello's a pretty good dancer.
Oh, yes, I can kick way over my head.
Well, stick it over here and we'll get you a new one.
You know I can sing, too? I sang with Frank Sinatra a few weeks ago.
Sure, I remember. We were home listening to that show. Yeah, that's right. And when you sang Costello, why, my canary climbed down out of her cage and threw herself at the cat. Mr. Costello, I think your voice is just too Andy Devine.
This kid is right up my alley, brother.
Listen, kids, if you want to, we'll call off the lawsuit and let Costello be in our picture.
That's wonderful. Costello, now we...
Just a minute, Al.
Now what?
Just a minute.
What's
Miss
the matter?
Patty, I'm a fair man. I want this to be a square deal. I must insist on one condition.
Well, what's that?
I'll appear in one of your pictures if you'll promise not to appear in any of mine.
Well, that sounds fair to me.
Oh, this kid's a Lulu.
While our heroes, Abbott and Costello, were on their way to the studio to appear in the Andrews Sisters picture, our lovely guest stars sing for our Camel audience, I'm beginning to see the light.
I never cared much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I never went in for afterglow or candlelight on the mistletoe. But now when you turn the lamp down low, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused the spark that's a boil on fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused a spark that's a alarm fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see, I'm beginning to see, I'm beginning to see the light.
Well, Costello, here we are at the studio. Hey, look over there. That's that great Russian producer, Kartuny Technikolovich.
Aha! New extras, eh? You, fat boy, stand where you are. Don't move. Now turn slowly around. Now move. Get out of here!
But, Mr. Technikolovich, we're Abbott and Costello, and we're here to appear in the Andrews Sisters picture.
Yes, sir, Mr. Technikolovich. I'm a pretty good actor.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
What pictures was you in?
I don't like to brag, but did you see the picture of Dorian Gray?
I certainly did.
Don't you think it was hung a little crooked? Must have made Oscar wild.
Well, there you are, boys. Come with me. We're just about to start the picture, and you boys will be co-stars.
Yeah, but I think we're making a mistake. When this picture is over, they'll have to accentuate the positive and eliminate negative.
No, never mind that, Costello. When do we start, Miss Andrews?
They're going to shoot a scene now.
Well, that's seen a shot. Let's have another one. Andrew sisters, we're already on the set.
Oh, this is our director, Mr. Cliff Nazaro. Cliff, could you use these two boys in our picture?
Yes, I think so. I need a lover and a stunt man.
Well, I'm a lover.
And I'm stunted.
Now, wait a minute, Abbott. You're no lover.
No. What do you mean? When I come on the screen, women sit up and notice me.
Oh, yeah? The women who notice you are too old to sit up.
Oh, Cliff, we're wasting time. Why don't you explain the scene to the boys?
All right. Now, boys, this is a very simple scene. Yes, sir. The camera catches Patty and Abbott in an embrace. Costello, you come into the room, and Abbott, you walk over to the centerpiece, bring out the faucets, put your saddle browsers in, and decapitate the sauce together with the Murphy Stellar.
Now, how can Abbott do that to me? So why let him get away with that, brother?
Look, you don't stand for it. You grab Patty in your arms, and as you grab her lightly to the faucet, don't reach up too high to bubble set. Just pull down the castle with the mess of a celebrate and bring in the faucet and Stellar to eat it. Does that paint a picture for you?
Yeah, but you smeared it down the middle a little.
Why don't you pay attention? He's directing you.
Costello, I want you to know that you can insult our director.
Absolutely not. After all, I just told you to decapitate the folks, not Delphine or Princess Castle hit with Stability. I just want you to decapitate the girl, pull her to the sassafras, all the bits of it, and every horse. Then I know what I'm saying.
You and nobody else.
Costello, there you go again insulting him. I can't understand you.
You can't understand me. Can you understand him?
Oh, what's the matter with you, Costello? Can't you take direction? Mr. Nazaro is a famous director.
Yes. You mean to tell me you never saw Gone with a Twist of Sliver Murder? And for whom the bells hold the castle of every horse of men?
I never saw them, but I saw Guadalcanal did it.
You mean Guadalcanal did?
No, did it. I seen it twice.
Yeah, all right, will you stop that, please?
Well, let's get back to the scene, Cliff. Mr. Costello was just about to make love to me.
All right, Patty. Now, Costello, look. Listen once more. You fall in love with Patty and propose to her. So it isn't just a question of grabbing a horse and giving her that little cap to the rest of it. You grab her in the castle, lift up the Solomon, and go to the scenery, please. Don't you agree with me?
Yeah, but what about the children?
Oh, no. He didn't mention any children. Come on.
I know, he could have. I don't know what the guy's talking about.
Now, listen, Patty, I've got a reputation. I've got a reputation. Now, listen, Patty, I've got a reputation, and I don't have to stand for this because 7 years ago when I first became a director, I serious Foster the Mallory, the Hell Belgrade, pulled Foster a picture that was the greatest style of feed, and I'll do it, too.
That's right, and he means every word of it.
Look, folks, I realize I lost my head, and there's just one thing I'd like to say. Phyllis.
Gee, I'm glad he said that. He's a nice fellow.
Yes, he certainly is, Costello. Just think, after the way you treated him, why, he was big enough to walk back and say, Curtis.
And that means a lot, too.
Yes, Lou. But what have you got to say?
Oh, what can you say after Fridas?
British is a word.
Listen, Lou, if you hadn't been so frantic when he came into Thraldon and Clissipate, he wouldn't be so Palestine.
Palestine? What does he want from me?
What does he want from you? Why, you've hurt his feelings. Why, at this very minute, he may be outside still fending.
No, not guilt fending. No! Abbott, come on, quick. We haven't got a minute to lose.
Where are we going?
Come on, we're going outside and still fend with him.
In just a moment, we will have a special treat for our Camel listeners. Lou Costello will sing a special song with the Andrews Sisters. So stay tuned for the musical event of the season.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Private James C. Patterson, Jr. of Ridgewood, New York, who won the Silver Star not once but twice, and within a single month for gallantry in the Philippines. His first decoration was won for a foray behind the Jap lines, gathering information which led to the march on Manila. The second was for another infiltration behind enemy lines, culminating in the fleeing of more than 2,000 Americans in a Jap prison camp. In your honor, Private Patterson, the makers of Camels are sending to our fighters overseas 500,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the two Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week by sending free 500,000 Camel cigarettes, a total of 1 million Camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are fighting, and in cooperation with the Good Neighbor policy, also to Central and South America. Listen Monday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello. And now we bring you Lou Costello and the Andrews Sisters in a special disarrangement of Sonny Boy.
When there are gray skies.
What, don't you mind in the least?
I don't mind the gray skies.
What will I do to them?
You'll make them blue.
What's my name?
Sonny Boy.
What will friends do to you?
Friends may forsake me.
And what will you let them do?
Let them all forsake me.
And who will you still have in the end?
I'll still have you.
What's my name?
Sonny Boy.
Where am I sent from?
You're sent from heaven.
Have I any special valuation?
And I know your worth.
What will I make?
You make a heaven.
For who right here on what?
For me right here on earth.
God bless me!
When I'm old and gray, dear.
Do you want me to promise something?
Promise you won't stray, dear.
Give me a good reason.
I need you so.
What's my name?
Sonny Boy.
Yes, folks, be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, Camels are worth asking for every time. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you. Sisters appeared by arrangement with the Nash Kelvinator Company. The Abbott and Costello Show for Camel Cigarettes will be back at this very same time next week. Don't miss it. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood, wishing you all a pleasant visit.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Again this week, Pepsodent is proud to entertain the men and women in our armed forces. Tonight, Pepsodent brings to the personnel stationed at Camp Anza at Arlington, California, the Pepsodent Show starring Bob Hope.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from Camp Anza at Riverside, California, Hope, near Arlington, saying, use Pepsodent when you think about your teeth. You can be calm and sure, and not like Adolf getting too much patent on his roar. Well, here we are at Camp Anza. Camp Anza, that's an Army term, meaning the shots were okay, your arm was probably going to fall off anyway. The boys get their shots here, and it's really nothing. Before you cross the Pacific, they just pump half of it into your arm to see if you like the trip. I don't know how many shots these guys get, but I asked one of them his rating, and he said porcupine, first class. But I must explain this Camp Anza. When the guys leave their training camps, they accentuate the positive. When they get overseas, they minimize the negative. And this is the mess in between. Being here at Camp Anza is like a 7-day furlough. Try to go very far and you get laid low. But these boys are new arrivals in California, and they're highly trained. One guy saw an orange tree for the first time, and he yelled, "Stand back, men. Look at the hand grenades on that booby trap." And these fellas here practice landing maneuvers with a full pack. A full pack. That's a hardware store with straps. These boys have to practice climbing and landing that over a high wall. I won't say it's very high up, but the other day one guy paused at the top and an eagle came over and tried to hatch his helmet. But they caught one of the engineers cheating. When he climbed the net, he left all his cooking utensils out just to make room for his bulldozer. And the Army has special sensors here that tap the wires and listen in on all the calls the fellas make. What a sneaky way to get phone numbers. And those... and those sensors are working all the time. One sergeant was having a Coke in the PX, and the sensor was sitting next to him tapping the straws. And you ought to see the lines outside of the telephone booth. One fellow wanted to call his bride. He just married in New York City. And by the time he got to the phone, his son was standing in line behind him.
Poor Miriam, neglected using Arium. Past the corner she'd walk, not a guy would gawk.
Hello.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Let's go. So folks don't be like Miriam. Use Arium.
No matter how many toothpaste you've tried, no matter how good a job you think your present brand is doing, change now to Pepsodent toothpaste. And in just 1 week, see if you don't find new brightness in your teeth, new sparkle in your smile. You see, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient. And Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely. Because it removes film, Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium brings new brightness to your teeth. No wonder more people than ever before use Pepsodent toothpaste today. No wonder it's number one with the armed forces. So forget other brands you've tried. Change to Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium. And in just 1 week, see the difference. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See how it uncovers the natural brilliance of your smile. Ask for refreshing Pepsodent toothpaste, because Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Irium. Up and down the street, all the boys repeat, "Some smile,
Thank you.
some smile."
Thank you.
So folks just be like Miriam, use Irium.
Good night, sweet dreams.
night, sweet dreams. Tomorrow's another day. Good night, sweet dreams, sweetheart. May angels up above watch over you and keep you safe, my love, until the dawn breaks through. Good night, sweet dreams. Tomorrow's another day. Good night, sweet dreams,
Thank you, Francis Anthony. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce a young lady who retired at the age of 12 with enough career behind her to last a lifetime, and now has made a comeback which promises to make her name shine brighter than ever before. One of the attractions of David Selznick's I'll Be Seeing You, one of Hollywood's youngest stars, Miss Shirley Temple. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for...
There's
What was
Section
that?
8 back there.
Thank you, fellas. Gee, Mr. Hope, what a wonderful reception. I'm bowled over.
You're bowled over it?
Yes.
Volunteer pin boys will form on the right. Down, Bosco. Say, those are pretty curls you have there, Shirley. I've never noticed them before.
Why, you must have noticed them, Bob. My appointment at the hairdresser's comes right after yours.
Well, when you come in, I'm usually under the dryer. Say, Shirley, now that you've grown up, tell me, do you have any hobbies?
Well, I collect dolls.
You collect dolls.
Yes, it's lots of fun.
She's telling us.
No, Mr. Hope, you don't understand. The dolls I collect yell, Mama, when you squeeze them.
Is there any other kind? Well, do you go to school, Shirley?
Yes, I go to Westlake. It's a girls' school, Mr. Hope. No boys.
Just girls and no boys.
That's right.
Westlake. That's Anza spelled backwards. You know, Shirley, gee, I remember when I was going back to high school back in Ohio, good old Fairmont. I lived a mile from school and I had to walk all the way by myself.
Oh, goodness, Mr. Hope. You must have been brave. Weren't you afraid of the Indians?
Who's afraid of the Cleveland Indians?
Oh, I'm very sorry I said that, Mr. Hope. You don't know what it means to be on your program with you. This may surprise you, but I've had a secret crush on you for years.
A crush on me? Well, why do you like me so much?
Well, gee, Mr. Hope, I guess it's because you're so sophisticated.
Me sophisticated? I'm just
Yes.
copying your reading, you know. Me sophisticated?
Yes, you're the only man I know who uses Tutti Frutti Sen Sen.
Look, does your mother know how you feel about me, Shirley?
Yes, I told her yesterday.
Well, how did she react? Did she like the idea?
Well, I guess not, Mr. Hope. I can still taste the soap. But my grandmother, she understood how I felt.
Either way, it's all right. Your grandmother understood how you felt?
You don't type well.
I'll learn to type if you learn to read. You say your grandmother understood how I felt?
Yes. After all, when she was my age, she had a crush on you, too.
What do you think you're kidding with, Burl? Say, well, Shirley, this is ridiculous. What you feel for me is just puppy love.
Well, gee, what's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with puppy love.
Fellas, please, stop polishing your dog tags. But, Shirley, let's pretend that we're the same age, and just to make it really fantastic, I'll be your age. You be my girl around the corner, and I'll be the kid in the hopped-up jalopy. Twin carbureting me a little overdrive music, Skin. Come on, boy. Well, here I am at Shirley's house. I guess her mom was expecting me. She's got the landmines in the porch swing again.
Hello, Robert. Gonna take me for a ride?
Yeah, and look, Shirley, I have brought you gardenia. It's a pretty expensive one, too.
Gee, was it really expensive?
It must have been. The guy chased me for 3 blocks. Hey, how do you like my hat, Shirley? Pretty zoot, huh? Ain't that wide brim a honey?
Well, yes, Robert, but wouldn't it be better if you got a regular top for the car?
Oh, well, hop in my Thunderbolt, Shirley, and we'll cruise.
Now, wait a minute, Robert. If I'm going to ride with you, you've got to use both arms.
Okay, but what'll I steer the car with? Okay, Shirley, get in.
Oh.
Now watch this thing go. I got it souped up.
You've got it souped up. What are you using the tank?
Soup. Think I should have strained the carrots out?
Oh, gee. Oh, really, this car runs pretty bumpy.
That's funny. I just had the rims retreaded. But, gee, you talk like this was a free car, Shirley. It's just like the ones all the other kids in school have. See, it's got 4 wheels, 3 on the right side and 1 on the left. Say, we better stop at this gas station. I need some oil. Hey, attendant, give me 2 quarts of Pennzoil, a thick kind.
Oh, Robert, don't stop for that now. Your hair's slicked down enough.
Hey, gee, babe, I'm thirsty. Let's go in the drugstore and have a Coke.
Oh, I'd rather not.
What's the matter? You broke?
Don't you ever have any money?
I never spend money on girls. It gives them ideas.
Well, what ideas?
But I got money. Well, here's the drugstore. I'll slow down.
Oh, be careful, Robert. Put your brakes on. Remember, that's not a drive-in.
What'd you say?
That's not a drive-in.
It is now. Thank you, Shirley Temple. We'll all be seeing you soon as Corliss Archer in that new Columbia picture, Kiss and Tell. I know you'll be great. Take it, Skin. Here comes Tony Romano, Jerry Colon, and yours truly in that Ovaltine song, My Dreams Are Getting Better All the Time.
Dreams, a dreams, a dreams, a dreams. I had a dream last night. Wait, well, what do you know? She smiled at me in my dreams last night. My dreams are getting better all the time. Poor Miriam. And what do you know? She looked at me in a different light. My dreams are getting better all the time. With Miriam. To think that we were strangers a couple of nights ago. And though it's a dream, I never dreamed she'd ever say hello. Maybe tonight I'll hold her tight and the moonbeam shine. My dreams are getting better all the time. Well, what do you know?
Yes, sir. My dreams are getting better all the time. Dreams, man, I can't even keep warm here at Camp Answer. I'm 6'2" and my blankets are 5'8". But you got to dream in this here army, brother. It's the only bit of private life you get. Last night I dreamed I shipped out. Man, I thought I was sailing across the Pacific. And I woke up and found out it was just a leak in my hot water bottle. But my dreams are getting better. The other night I dreamed I was wearing 15 stripes on each sleeve, 7 gold stars on each shoulder, 5 eagles on my hat, and a platoon of generals is marching back and forth in front of me while I casually ignores the saluting. And then I walks up to the general and I says, "Son, take down an order. From here on and whereas the full pack, instead of weighing 90 pounds, is inflated up to 200 pounds, and on top of each one is going to be a big easy chair where the privates can ride while the sergeants is carrying them."
My dreams are getting better all the
Despite years of faithful brushing, despite any other toothpaste you've tried, see if your teeth aren't noticeably brighter in just 1 week after you change to Pepsodent toothpaste. You see, Pepsodent toothpaste contains Irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient. Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely, brings new brilliance to your teeth. So forget other brands you've tried. Change to Pepsodent toothpaste, and in just 1 week, see the difference in the brightness of your teeth, the sparkle of your smile. Ask for refreshing Pepsodent toothpaste, because Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Irium. Up and down the street, all the boys repeat, "Some smile,
Thank you.
some smile."
Thank you.
So folks, just be like Miriam, use Irium.
Here at Camp Anza, our boys are told how to act in emergencies, what to say and what not to say when captured, and in special lectures, they're instructed how to withhold information from the enemy. To see what it's like, let's accompany 2 GIs attending such a lecture.
Say, Skin, what branch you with here at Camp Anza?
Man, I'm in the cavalry.
You're in the cavalry? How'd they ever let you in the cavalry?
Well, I guess they just didn't have enough real whips to go around. Gee, Bob, I wish I was a paratrooper like you.
I'm not a paratrooper, Skin. I just got on loose suspenders, that's all.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah?
There's the guy that's giving us that security lecture.
Men, first I want to warn you about talking to strange women in Riverside. Don't talk to any of them. Especially don't talk to any strange women in the Mission Inn. That's my territory. Remember, fellas, don't weaken, even if you're approached by a striptease queen from the Bellis show. Don't weaken. Hold out for the popcorn.
Now, wait a minute, Colonna. Why are you always in the gutter?
Cigarette butts are longer there.
Professor, I don't see how you can be a security lecturer. You're the biggest blabbermouth in town. You even told the cops who stole the pennies off the PX newspaper stand this morning.
So what, Hope? We're out on bail, ain't we? And now, if anybody wishes to use the phone, he will leave it quietly by the front entrance. Dismissed. Well, we can always buy a new building.
Well, I'll call up my girl. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Hello, Mabel. Say, I just called to say hello. I'm back from overseas.
You're back?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait to see
Oh,
you.
please.
I'm dying to see you.
Really?
I've missed you so terribly.
Have you?
By the way, who is this talking?
Well, you know who this is, Mabel. Guess.
Fred? Roger? Ted, Tom, Jimmy, George, Jerry, Harold, Frank, Pete?
This is a bigger camp than I thought.
I know. It's either George or Tom. Oh, I'm glad you called, sweetheart.
George or Tom? Now I'm getting sore. I'm getting mad.
Listen to Mr. In-Between.
Cologne, are you the telephone censor here, too?
Yes, and you guys make me sick. Always calling girls, girls. You should be calling your poor old mothers. What do you call them? No, you waste your time with girls. Honey, stop moving around. You fall off my lap. Now, say, Hope, 1 minute. Here's another call coming in.
Hello, operator. Los Angeles 7068.
This is going to be fun. What am I saying? That's my girl's number. Hey, get off the phone, you bum. This is Lieutenant Colonna, see? And nobody goes out with my girl.
Well, this is Colonel Sorrows.
Well, have a good time.
Come on, Skin. We got to go over to the hospital and get our shot.
Let's go in. What if they've got that modern equipment here?
Well, hello, boys.
They've got it. Well, so you're a nurse.
Yes, my specialty is treating burns.
You got a match?
So you're a replacement?
Yeah, when I get overseas, I'll replace the soldier, and the soldier will get to come home.
Gee, I bet she'll be glad to get back.
Never mind the cracks, and Skinny Ennis is here, too.
Oh, is that Skinny Ennis? I thought you brought along your own hypodermic needle. Well, here's the doctor, boys. Hello, Mr. Hope.
Well, it's Miss Vera Vey. Miss Vera Vey.
Yeah.
I expected a man.
Oh, then we're both surprised. So did I.
So you're a woman doctor, Miss Vey?
Yes, I am, Mr. Hope. You know, I'm trying to get up in the world.
Well, keep digging.
Oh, you dear boy, you. You be careful, Mr. Hope, for someday you'll lose your head.
I'll lose my head.
Yes, my dog has been begging me to bring him a bone.
Gee, so you're a doctor and Frances is your nurse.
Yes, that's right. I hold their hands and Francis gives them the shot.
But, Miss Vague, you're the doctor. Why don't you let Frances hold her hands and you give them the shot?
Silly boy.
I suppose you do minor surgery, Miss Vague.
Minor surgery, yes. When the older boys come along, I really begin to operate. Oh, these boys are so romantic, Mr. Hope. You know, one soldier kissed me 50 times this morning.
He kissed you 50 times, Miss Vague?
Yes, then he came out of the ether.
I wonder where... Say, Skinny, stop wrestling with that skeleton, will you, please?
Well, he started it. Say, Miss Vague. Miss Vague, I'm with the paratroopers. How about giving me my shot?
Oh, you're with the paratroopers.
Sure I am. I'll show you. I'll take off my shirt and show you the hair on my chest. There. What do you think of that?
Goodness, I've seen more fuzz on a blotter.
Well, come on, Miss Vague. Give me that shot.
All right.
What's the matter? Can't you find the vein?
Don't be silly. I'm still trying to find the arm.
It's right there behind his wristwatch.
Now, you come here. I'll examine you, Mr. Hope.
All right.
I'll just look in your eyes with this light. Mm-hmm. Now I'll look in your right ear.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Vague, what do you see?
Your left ear. You know, Mr. Hope, I'm really a great success as an Army doctor. General Mark Clark even sent a special request to have me transferred to Italy.
Yes, I guess those mountains are pretty steep for the regular pack mules.
Bless your heart. Remind me to use one of the larger bayonets when I vaccinate you.
All right, men. All right, on the boat. Convoy is ready to shove off. Everybody up the gangplank.
Well, goodbye, Miss Vague. Goodbye, Francis.
Goodbye. Oh, Lieutenant Colonna, let me kiss you goodbye.
Egad, before the voyage starts, I run into a booby trap. Let's go, Hope. The boat is waiting.
Well, Professor, wait a minute. This can't be 60 miles from the ocean. How could you get a convoy of boats so far inland?
It was just luck, Hope. I just happened to hit all the stoplights. All right. All right, everybody up the gangplank. Come on, men. March up the gangplank. Everybody up the gangplank. Ennis, up the gangplank.
Okay.
Hope, up the
Okay,
gangplank.
all right.
Silly bee should have had a boat at the end of it.
Thank you very much. Say, thanks for that. Thank you. Thanks to that sweet Selznick star, Shirley Temple, for being with us tonight. Thanks to Colonel J.K. Herbert, Colonel E.R. Sarles, and all you men for the wonderful reception given us tonight. You know, folks, 1 minute before we hit the air last week, I figured somebody was talking about us because my ears got red. Lucky I'm not Crosby, or I'd have come out looking like red sails in the sunset. You see, Fibber McGee and Molly signed off last Tuesday with some mighty friendly words about a little hobby of ours that's 4 years old tonight, doing our show for the armed services wherever they are. And I want to thank Fibber McGee and Molly for that orchid. Coming from real people like those two makes it all the nicer.
Say, Bob, may I read the telegram that was just received before you went on the air this evening? It's addressed to Bob Hope, care of the commanding officer, Camp Anza, California. War Department extends congratulations on beginning a 4th year of your entertaining troops. The applause of soldiers on all fighting fronts joins with that of Camp Anza tonight for the cheer that you have brought them. Signed, Major General A.D. Sturls, Director, Bureau of Public Relations, War Department, Washington, D.C.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Major General Searles. Thank you, fellas. I can't say that in 4 years we've helped morale any, but we've sure toughened up a lot of men. In fact, after we played Camp Pendleton, the Marines went out and took Iwo Jima. Yes, sir, after they sit through our show, they can take anything. Seriously, though, it was from a neighboring camp, March Field, right here in Riverside, that we started playing exclusively to service audiences. And I want to thank the War Department and everybody who's helped give us the swell feeling you get from hitting the 4 straight year of playing camps at home and overseas. Here's the way all of us look at it. Each week, thousands of American boys are finishing their training at stations in the United States. And it's so long American, the next thing you know, they're out there digging foxholes, feeling out Japanese patrol, bulldozing a captured airstrip, or calling signals on a team of tanks. And as long as fellas like these have their jobs cut out for them, we like to feel that ours is cut out for us, too. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
Orson Welles and his supporting cast of Academy Award-winning actors present yet another classic tale in The Campbell's Playhouse, coming up next.
Evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight we broadcast a Pulitzer Prize play by a great American dramatist. Simple enough story, more point than plot, more truth than glamour. Tonight, dear listener, we won't try to take you out of yourself, but if we can, we'll take you back. Back to 1910, remember? If you were our hero's age at the time, maybe you won't want to. When Richard Miller is the protagonist tonight, I guess the easiest way to take him is to try to pretend he isn't us. Dredging bravely down into the carefully forgotten depths of his awkwardness, your obedient son will tonight attempt to perform Richard Miller. The lifelike coloring, as far as possible, will be maintained. But our wilderness is best remembered for another character. To play Richard's father, the only actor I could think of who could follow George M. Cohan, Will Rogers, and Lionel Barrymore is Ray Collins.
Just set it right here. Okay. Now look out for the fuse. Keep it straight. Here's the match. All right, now the minute I light this, put the can on top of it. There it goes. Quick! Run! Run! Yeah! It's going off yet. Oh, it will. The biggest cracker there ever was.
Sonny, what are you doing?
Oh, nothing, Mother. Just 4th of July.
Every
4th of July, I got it.
How do you do? Hello, Mr. McCarthy.
do.
Hey, look out, you kids. You want to blow yourselves to bits? Go down to the park and do it. Okay, fine. Oh, Dave. Hey, Dave McCumber.
Hello?
Well, how are you, Dave, on this glorious 4th? Hey, where's your girl, Muriel? Dick's been looking for her all over.
Yes? Well, he won't find
Oh, he won't, huh? Well, how come you're here, Dave? I haven't seen you at a picnic for years.
And you won't see me at this for long. I'm here to talk to you, Matt.
Well, go ahead.
I'll come to the point at once. It's something disagreeable. Disgraceful would be nearer the truth. And it concerns your son, Richard.
Oh, come now, Dave. I'm sure Richard hasn't done anything.
And I'm positive he has. I brought the proofs with me. I've got a lot more of them at home. These are good samples of the rest.
Let's see.
My wife discovered them in one of Muriel's bureau drawers, hidden under the underwear. They're all in handwriting, and you can't deny it.
Uh-huh.
Now, go on. Read them.
All night against my heart I felt your warm heart beat. Night long within mine arms in love and sleep you lay. Well, thy breath was shed betwixt the kisses and the wine. Well, if a little good poetry... Anyway, what do you want me to do?
Do what it's your plain duty to do as a citizen to protect other people's children. Take and give him a hiding he'd remember to the rest of his life. You'd ought to do it for his sake if you had sense. Unless you want him to end up in jail.
Dave, I've stood all I can stand from you. You get along quick. You don't want to kick in the rear, help you.
Now, you need to lay hands on me, Nat Miller. I'm going. But there's one thing more. Here's a letter from Muriel to your son. I hope he heeds what's inside for his own good and for yours. Because if I ever catch him hanging around my place again, I'll have him arrested.
You will, huh?
Yes, I will. And don't think I'm not going to make you regret the insult you've done me. I'm taking the advertisement for my store out of your newspaper.
All right, go on. Take it out. You may be the biggest advertiser in town, but you can take it out and go to the devil.
Do you mean that
Yes, I would.
That's all bluff. You wouldn't dare.
Yes, I would.
Oh, no, you wouldn't.
I would, too.
Well, good day.
Old fool. Richard!
Remind you that the regular Independence Day baseball game between the Light Company Hornets and the Whipple Dairy Nines will take place promptly at 2 o'clock at the Bears Lounge.
Richard!
Yes, you want me, Pa?
Well, I thought I'd made that plain.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pa. I didn't hear you. I was off in another world.
Listen, son. I'm going to ask you a question. I want an honest answer. I warn you beforehand that if the answer is yes, I'm going to punish you and punish you hard. Because you will have done something no boy of mine ought to do. You've never lied to me before, I know, and I believe even to save yourself punishment, you'd lie me now, would you?
Oh, I won't lie, Father.
Richard, is there anything between you and Muriel, anything you shouldn't, you know what I mean?
What do you think I am? What? Father, I love Muriel. I'm going to marry her after I get out of college. She said she would. We're engaged.
That's all I wanted to know. We won't talk about it anymore. Oh, here's a letter from her he said to give you. Her father. You better be prepared for a bit of a blow, son. Never mind. There's lots of other fish in the sea. Here you are. Here's her letter.
Well, thanks, Pa.
Say, what's happened to your ma and Aunt Lily? They're so darn busy keeping an eye on Sid today, the pair of them. I think I'll go down to the beach a ways to see if they're there and maybe say hello to some of the folks. If they show up, tell them I'll be right back.
Yes, Pa. Dear Richard, please don't try and answer this. It's no use. After what you've done, I never want to see you again. Never. If that's all you think of me, goodbye forever, Muriel. The little coward. I hate her. She can't treat me like that. I'll show her.
Oh, Richard!
I'll show her.
Richard!
What is this?
Here's Wink looking for you. See, Wink, here he is. You owe me a nickel. I told him you'd be here.
Hello, Win.
Oh, hello, Dick. Hey, Tommy, skid up. I want to talk to Dick.
What? Me? After I told you where he was and come all the way over out of the water to show you?
Go on, Tommy. Here's a dime. Now get up. There's a good kid.
Okay, I don't want to listen anyway. I'm going into the water.
Say, Richard, I'm in trouble.
What is it, Win? Can I help?
Can you keep your face shut?
I can't.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. I ran into a couple of swift babes from New Haven this noon. I did them up for tonight. You know, the 4th, you know. Now I can't find anyone to go with me. I guess I'll have to pass it up. I'm broke. I can't afford to blow them both to drink.
I got $11 saved up. I could loan you some.
Say, you're a good sport. Oh, nix, kid. I don't want to borrow your money.
Say, have you got anything on for tonight?
No.
Want to come along with me?
You mean...
I'm trying to lead you astray, understand? You don't have to do anything. Not even take a glass of beer, unless you want to.
Oh, what do you think I am, a rube?
You mean you're game for anything that's doing?
Sure I am.
Well, ever drink anything besides sodas?
Sure, lots of times. Beer and slow gin fizz and Manhattans.
Hey, you know more than I thought. Can you fix it up so your folks won't get wise? Ought to be easy on the 4th.
Sure. Don't worry about that.
Okay. Then you be at the Pleasant Beach Hotel at 9 o'clock.
Sure.
In the back room.
That's easy.
Watch your step, kid. So long.
So long. I'll show her.
Lily, if that's what you got to hold the barbecue, I'm sorry for her. That's all I can say. Oh, hello, Richard.
Hello.
What did old man McCumber want? Saw him way down the beach talking to your pa.
Something foolish, I'll bet. The old blue nose.
I did. Well, Richard, what did he want?
Well, ask Pa.
Why, whatever's the matter with you, Richard?
Oh, boy.
Lily, don't you spoil
Oh, Ma.
moping around that way, and on the
Oh,
4th
Ma.
of July, too.
Oh, darn 4th of July anyway. I wish we still belonged to England.
Richard, you come back here.
Oh, Richard.
No, he's a queer boy. Sometimes I can't make head or tail of him. Hey, Sid, where do you think you're going?
I wondered where Nat was. I thought I'd go down the beach a ways and look for him.
Are you sure that's all you're looking for, Sid?
Why, Essie, are you by any chance insinuating?
You know what I mean.
Now, you see how it is, Lily, when my own sister thinks the worst of
I'm
me?
not thinking a thing. I'm just remembering what happened last year at the picnic.
Last year? Why, what happened last year?
Oh, it won't happen again, Ed. The reformed character since he's been on the paper in Waterbury. At least that's what he swore to me last night, didn't you, Sid?
Pure as the driven snow. That's me.
Oh, Sid, you're a caution. Well, go on down the beach. And when you find that, you bring him back here. Do you hear me? Don't you two start talking around with everybody. It's getting late. We'll have to be starting home. Somebody got to get supper ready.
Yes, Essie.
And Sid, remember your promise.
I swear to you, Lily, that if any man offers me a drink, I'll kill him. That is, if he changes his mind. So long.
And you tell Nat if you aren't back in 15 minutes. We're starting home, do you hear? With Tommy and Richard, we're taking the car, and you two come home any way you please. Do you Sid? Sid! Them.
Oh, dear. Ma, they're coming. Pa and Uncle Sid. I heard him way down the street.
All right, dear, all right. We'll sit right down to supper. Tommy, you go wash your hands.
Oh, I did, Ma. Gee, I'm hungry,
I know,
Ma.
you always are. Richard?
Oh, gee, I love lobster, Ma.
Supper's ready, Richard. You put that book away and come right in and sit down.
Yes, Ma.
You too, Lily. We'll get them right in here and get some food in them. They'll be all right then.
Gee, Ma, it sounds like Uncle Sid soused again.
Tommy, you be quiet. You're getting too smart.
Well, I
You
just-
sit right down and not another word out of you.
Oh, Ma.
Now then, everybody keep quiet now. Quiet.
Here we are, Eddie. Here we are.
You come right in here, Nat. Don't stop to wash up or anything. Supper's on the table. All right, Lily, you start passing the soup.
Well, I see. Here we are. Right on the dot. Here we are.
So I see you're here, and if I didn't, you've told me 4 times already.
Now, Essie, don't be critical. Don't be carpingly critical. Good news can stand repeat, can't it? Of course it can.
Nora, bring that soup here this minute. Yes,
Well, well, well. Well, well, well. It's good to be home again.
Now, start eating, everybody. For good sakes, where's Sid?
Essie, I think Sid's sort of embarrassed about coming in. Down on the beach there, he met such a lot of friends, and, well, you know, 4th of July's like Christmas, comes but once a year. Don't pretend to notice, huh? And don't you kid, you hear? And don't you, Lily.
Very well, Nat.
Sid! Sid! Right, Sid, come on in.
Good evening. Beautiful evening. I never remember seeing a more beautiful sunset. What do you say, Lily?
It's all right.
Well, sure, it's all right. My friends, I give you a toast. Soup, the staff of life, the old man's comfort, the young man's joy, the maiden...
Do shut up for a minute and eat your soup. Everybody else is finished. Pass me your soup plates, everybody, or we'll be here all night.
Here, Ma.
There you are, then. After this, there's lobster, and that's all. Tommy, you pass the lobster. Start with your father.
Oh, gee, I love lobster. Lobster, Pa?
Thanks. Have a good time at the beach, Tommy?
Oh, fine, Pa, thanks. The water was wonderful and warm.
Swim far?
Yes, for me, but that isn't so awful far. Lobster, Aunt Lily?
You know, speaking of swimming, I never go down to that beach but what it calls to mind the day I and Red Sisk went swimming there, and I saved his life.
Red Sisk, huh? I thought we'd have him.
Have what?
Oh, nothing. You go on with your swing now. Don't you mind me.
Uncle Sid, lobster?
Oh, thanks.
Red
Tommy.
Sisk, yes, sir. We kids called him Red because he had the darndest red crop of hair.
Dear.
What?
The curious imagination of little children.
Sid, eat your lobster and shut up. Go on now.
Well, as I was saying, Red and I went swimming that day. Must have been,
Aren't you eating your lobster?
let me see. Red was 14. I was only 12. 41 years ago. There was a stake out where the Whistling Boy is now, about a mile out.
Oh, a steak, huh?
Gee, Ma, I love lobster.
One more sound out of you, young man, you leave the table.
Do eat your lobster now. That's all there is.
Well, if I'm going to be interrupted every second anyway,
How's Albert's mother's rheumatism, Tommy?
Much better, Ma. She was wading today. She says salt water is the only thing that really helps her bunion.
Tommy, where are your manners? The table's no place to
Well, as
speak
I
of.
was saying, there was I and Red, and he dared me to race him out to the stake and back. Well, I didn't let anyone dare me those days. A spunky kid I was.
Tommy.
So I said, all right. We started out. All of a sudden, I heard a sort of a gasp from behind me, like this. Help! I turned, and there was Red, his face all pinched and white, and he said weakly, help now. I got a cramp in my leg. Well, I don't mind telling you, I got mighty scared. I didn't know what to do. Then suddenly I thought of the stake. And that stake was, well, I calculate it must have been 200 feet away.
250.
What's that?
250. I've taken down the distance every time you've saved Red's life for 30 years. And the mean average distance to that stake is 250 feet.
Sid.
I get it, Sid. Sorry, folks. I guess I've told that one too many times and bored everyone. I'm getting old, I guess, Mother. Getting to repeat myself.
No such thing. You're as young as you ever were. Sid, you eat your lobster. Maybe it'll keep your mouth shut.
Oh, sure. I'll eat my lobster. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you lobster. Lobster, the staff of life.
Mercy sakes. Can't you shut up?
Ma, look at Uncle Sid. He's eating that claw shells and all.
See, do you want to kill yourself? Take it away from him, Lily.
Well, I prefer the shells. All famous lobster lovers prefer the shells.
Sid, he'd better go right up to bed for a while. That's what he'd better do.
Oh, bed? Yeah, maybe you're right. Immediately, if not sooner. Oh, but wait. Ladies and gentlemen, there is still one duty I must perform. No day is complete without Lily, answer once and for all. Will you marry me?
No, I won't. Never.
Right. Perhaps it's all for the best. Right. Good night, ladies. And that's with me. Bye-bye. Down by the old
Stop it, all of you. What is there to laugh at? That's been his downfall. Everyone always laughing. Everyone always saying what a card he is, what a case, what a caution. So funny. And he's gone on. We're all responsible, making it easy for him. And all we do is laugh.
Oh, now, Lily, you mustn't take on so. It isn't as serious as all that.
Maybe it is to me. Oh, well, once. I'm sorry, Ned. I'm sorry. You see, I didn't mean to. I'm not feeling myself tonight. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll just go up to my room for a while.
Well, of course.
I suppose she's right. Never knew Lily to come out with things that way before. Anything special happen, Essie?
Nothing I know.
Thought she'd got completely over her foolishness about Sid long ago.
Oh, she never will.
She better. He's got fired out of that new Waterbury job of his.
What?
Told me at the picnic.
Oh, dear. Isn't he the fool?
I knew something was wrong when he came home. Well, I'll find a place for him on my paper again, of course.
Oh, dear.
Do you know what I think? I think it's Aunt Lily's fault Uncle Sid's going to ruin. It's all because he loves her and she keeps him dangling after her and eggs him on and ruins his life like all women love to ruin men's lives. I don't blame him for drinking himself to death. What does he care if he dies after the way she treated him? I'll do the same thing myself. And I would if I were in his boots.
Richard, you stop that talk.
Drink, for you know not whence you came, nor why. Drink, for you know not why you go, nor where. Drink!
Richard, I'm ashamed of you. That's what I am.
Oh, Ma.
Come on, Nat. Let's go into the parlor and give Nora a chance to clear away. Really? Where that boy talk?
From now on, Richard, you keep that darn fool talk to yourself, or you're going to regret it. You hear me?
Yes, Father.
That's about all I can stand of your nonsense for one day.
Oh, what do I care? I'll show her. The little coward. I'll show them all.
Haven't you ever been to a place like this before?
Oh, sure I have. Lots of times. Where do you think I am anyway?
I don't know, kid. Honest, you got me kidding. What did you say your name was?
Richard.
Well, drink your beer, Richard. Come on, it's getting flat.
Oh, I let it get that way on purpose. I like it better when it's flat.
Say honestly, kid, does your mother know you're out?
Oh, cut it out. Why don't you try to kid me?
All right, I didn't mean to, dearie. Please, don't get sore at me.
I'm not sore.
You see, it's this way with me, Richard. I think you're one of the sweetest kids I've ever met. I could like you a lot if you'd give me half a chance. Instead of acting so cold and indifferent.
I'm not cold and indifferent. It's only that I got a weight on my mind.
Here's your drink, kiddo. This'll warm him up. 40 cents with a cigar.
Here's $1. Keep the change.
Oh, thanks, sir.
Don't mention it.
Hey, anybody here? How about a little slip?
I'm coming.
Bottoms up now.
All right. Bottoms up.
Ah, well, that's something like it. Feel better?
You bet.
You'll still feel better in a minute. And then maybe you won't be so distant and unfriendly, huh?
Oh, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are. I think you just don't like me.
Oh, I do, too, like you.
How much? A lot?
Yes, a lot.
Show me how much. Want me to come sit on your lap?
Yes.
Well, now you're talking. There. How's that?
Swell.
Why don't you put your arm around me? Oh, no, not that dead way. Hold me tight. You needn't be afraid of hurting me. I like to be held tight, don't you?
Sure I do.
Then why don't you kiss me?
All right.
You call that kidding? Here. What's the matter, honey boy? Haven't you ever been kissed before?
Sure, lots of times.
Then why'd you jump as if I bit you? Gee, I'm getting crazy about you. Come on, kiss me again.
I can't. I just remembered. I sworn off.
Sworn off kissing? What do you mean you've sworn off?
I took an oath I'd be faithful.
Till death do us part. Who's the girl?
Never mind.
I'm not good enough to talk about her, I suppose.
I didn't mean that. You're all right, only you wanted to do this kind of thing. And right for a nice girl.
What's the trouble, sister? Young hopeful here getting annoyed? Maybe you'd like a change of atmosphere.
No, he's all right, I guess. A little soused.
Mind if I join your party?
Or with me. I got no party on. So.
I forgot much, Cinera. Gone with the wind. Flung roses. Roses riotously with a throng. Yea, hungry for the lips of my desire.
Hey, what's he talking about?
Let's have another drink.
You've had enough.
What is it, a child poet or a child actor?
Don't know. Got me guessing.
Well, sister, if you could check that cradle robbing act, maybe you and I could have a little fun.
That's easy. I just pull my freight. Listen, kid.
Yeah?
Here's an old friend of mine, Mr. Smith of New Haven, just come in. I'm going to go over and sit at his tape for a while, see? And
You better go on home.
I'm never going home. I'll show them. Yet each man kills the thing he loves. By each, let this be heard.
Hey, this is rich. That's swell dope, young fella. Give us something more.
Some do it with a bitter look. Some with a flattering word. The coward does it with a kiss. The brave man with a sword. I did it with a kiss. I'm a coward.
That's the old stuff, kid. All right, all right. Give us another right over the old pan.
And then at 10 o'clock, Eilert Loveberg will come with vine leaves in his hair.
And bats in his belfry if he's you.
Oh, don't mind her, kid. She's just ignorant. Come on now. Come on, kid.
Listen, you.
Who, me?
I don't believe you ever knew her in New Haven at all. You just picked her up now. See, you leave her alone, you hear? You won't do anything for her, not while I'm around to protect her.
Oh, listen to her.
Now, wait. Curse you, Jack Dalton. If I won't unhand her, what then?
I'll give you a punch in the snoot, that's what.
Hey, you cut out the noise. What's the matter here? It's not my business, brother, but if I were in your booth, I'd let this young South the gate. He's underage.
He told me he was over 18. I guess you're right. Come on now, young fella. On your way. You'll start no trouble. Beat it now.
I will not beat it.
Oh, won't you?
Let go of me.
Now, quiet now. Pin a Mary in your joint. Quiet.
Let me go. Let me go.
Oh, try and suck me, will you? We'll see about that. Oh, and now, out you go.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Our Wilderness, starring Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Our Wilderness, starring Orson Welles.
Who's that?
It's Tommy. Can I come in?
Hello.
Are you allowed up?
Of course I'm allowed up.
How did Pa punish you?
He didn't. He went back to the office without seeing me.
Gee, after last night, I thought to hear that you'd died.
Oh, forget it, can't you? Go on, Tommy. Get out of here. I'm sick.
If I get out of here, can't give you something I've got for you.
Oh, don't try to kid me. You haven't got anything.
Two.
What?
Now, wouldn't you like to know? I'll give you 3 guesses.
Oh, don't bother me, Tommy. I'm in no mood to play riddles with kids. What is it?
Well, what would you like best in the world?
I don't know. What?
It's from Muriel.
You mean
Yeah, just now when I went by, I saw her waving from their parlor window, and so I went up, and she gave this note to Dick. So I took it. Here it is. Now, aren't you glad I came?
Oh, thanks, Tommy. Thanks. Gee. Do you know what it says? She loves me and only me, always will, and she's going to try and sneak out and meet me tonight.
Hey, you can't do that, Dick. You're not allowed.
Can't I, though? You wait and see if I can. I'll go right through the window. I'll see her tonight if it's the last thing I ever do. I don't care what they do to me after that. I don't care if they kill me.
Hey, Dick, you sure got nerve.
The trouble with most folks is they don't understand what love means.
Oh, Dick. Dick.
Oh. Hello, Muriel. Is it now already? Gosh, time passes when you're thinking.
I thought you'd be waiting right here at the end of the path. I'll bet you'd forgotten I was even coming.
Oh, no, I hadn't forgotten, Muriel, honest, but I got to thinking about life.
You might think of me for a change after all the risk I've run to see.
Oh, gosh, you're pretty tonight, Muriel. Seems age since we've been together. If you knew what I've suffered.
I did, too.
Gosh, Muriel. Well, gosh, it sure is wonderful to be with you again.
I'm glad it makes you happy, Dick. I'm happy, too.
Muriel, can't I... Won't you let me kiss you now? Please.
No, you mustn't. Don't.
Oh, why can't I?
Because I'm afraid.
Oh, that's what you always say. You're always so afraid. Aren't you ever going to let me?
I will sometime.
When?
Soon, maybe.
Tonight, will you?
I'll see.
Promise?
I promise maybe.
All right. Remember, you promised. Now, don't let's stand here. Come on out. We can sit on the bench in the moonlight.
Oh, it's so bright out there.
No, don't see you. There's no run around the park at night.
I know there isn't. That's why I thought it would be the best place.
but there might be some.
There isn't a soul. What's the use of a moon if you can't see it?
It's only a new moon. That's not much to look at.
But I want to see you. I can't here in the shadow. I want to drink in all your beauty.
I bet I look a sight, don't I?
Oh, you do not. You look wonderful. Muriel, you don't realize what I've been through, what that letter of yours made me do.
What did my letter make you do?
Oh, it's too long a story. Let the dead past bury its dead.
No, tell me, Dick. I want to know. Begin at the beginning and tell me.
Well, after your father gave me a letter, Muriel, I figured your love for me was dead, and I thought you'd never love me. You'd only been cruelly mocking me, torturing me.
Oh, Dick, I'd never. You know I'd never.
I wanted to die, and I sat and brooded about death, and finally I made up my mind I'd kill myself.
Dick, you didn't.
I did, too, and I thought when I'm dead, she'll be sorry she ruined my life.
Oh, if you ever had, I'd have died too. Honest, I would.
But suicide's the act of a coward, and that's what stopped me. And anyway, I thought to myself, she isn't worth it.
And that's a nice thing to say.
If you meant what was in that letter, you wouldn't have been worth it, would you?
But I've told you.
So I said to myself, I'm through with women. They're all alike.
I'm not.
And I thought, what difference does it make what I do now? I might as well forget her and drown all my sorrows and lead the pace that kills. So after it was dark, I sneaked out and went to a low dock I know about.
Oh, Dick Miller, I don't believe you ever.
You ask him down at the Pleasant Beach House if I didn't. They won't forget me in a hurry.
You went there? Oh, that's a terrible place. Pa says it ought to be closed by the police.
Well, I said it was a dive, didn't I? They let me into a secret room behind the bar room. Wasn't anyone there but a Princeton senior, and he had 2 chorus girls from New York with him, and they were all drinking champagne.
Oh, Dick Miller, I hope you didn't. Oh, you ought to have known Pa made me write that old letter.
One of them was called Belle. Yellow hair, Belle. Had a kind that burns and stings you,
I'll bet it was dive. And then what happened?
Oh, we just kept drinking champagne, all of us, and she said she'd fallen in love with me at first. And, came and sat on my lap, kissed me.
Oh.
It's all in fun, and then we just kept on drinking champagne, and...
And did you kiss her?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you did, too. You're lying, and you know it. Oh, I hate you. I wish you were dead. I'm going home this minute. I never want to lay eyes on you again, and this time
Now, Muriel, wait, listen.
I don't want to listen. Let me go.
Muriel.
If you don't, I'll bite your hand.
I won't let you. You've got to let me explain. Ouch. You did bite me. Well, all right. Go if you want. If you haven't the decency to let me explain, I hate you, too. I'll go and see Belle.
Well, go and see her if that's the kind of girl you like. What do I care? You can't explain. What can you explain? You owned up. You kissed her.
I did. I said she kissed me.
And I suppose you just sat and let yourself be kissed. Tell that to the Marines.
All right, if you're going to call me a liar every word I say.
I didn't call you a liar. I only meant it. It sounds fishy. Don't you know it does?
I don't know anything. I only know I wish I was dead.
You ought to say that. It's wicked. I suppose you'll tell me you didn't fall in love with her.
Oh, I should say not. Fall in love with that kind of a girl? What do you take me for?
How do you know what you did if you drank so much champagne?
Well, I kept my head. I'm not a sucker, no matter what you think.
Then you don't love her.
I hate her. She wasn't even pretty. And anyway, how could I love her? I love you.
Well, then, I still love you.
Then come back here, why don't you?
It's getting late.
It's not 1:30 yet.
All right. Only I'll have to go soon. Gosh, I'm sorry I hurt your hand.
Well, that was nothing. It felt wonderful even to have you bite.
There, I'll kiss it. That'll cure it.
You shouldn't waste that on my hand. You said you'd let me.
I said maybe.
Muriel, you know, I want it so.
Will it wash off her kisses and make you forget you for always?
Oh, I should say so. I never remember anything but it. Never want anything but it ever again.
Then, all right. The moon is beautiful, isn't it?
Not as beautiful as you. Nothing is. Won't it be wonderful when we're married?
Yes. But it's so long to wait.
Oh, perhaps I needn't go to college. Perhaps Pa give me a job. Then we're making enough.
You better do what your pa thinks best. And I'd like you to be at Yale. Oh, poor you. Do you think he'll punish you awful?
I don't know. I don't care either. Gosh, but I love you. Oh, gosh, I love you. Darling.
I love you, too. Sweetheart. Where are we going, our honeymoon, Dick? To Niagara Falls?
That dump where all the silly fools go? I should say not. Oh, no, we'll go some far-off, wonderful place, somewhere out on the long trail. The trail that is always new. On the road to Mandalay.
But I'm glad Tommy told us where Richard went off to tonight. I'd have worried my heart out if he hadn't. But no, it's all right.
All right, is it?
As for his being in love with Muriel, I don't see but what it might work out real well. Richard could do worse.
I thought you had no use for Muriel. Thought she was stupid.
Well, so I did, but if she's good for Richard and he wants her, Ma used to say you weren't over bright.
Well, I've been bright enough to...
No, hush up. Where'd you say Sid and Lily had gone off to?
To the beach to listen to the band.
Oh, I'm glad. What's that?
What?
Did you hear something?
Yes, I did. That's Richard now coming round the house. Nobody else would come that way. I'll go out on the porch and meet him. You better leave him and me alone for a while, I see.
Well, all right, I'll stay in here. Call me if you want me. But you'll remember all I've said now, won't you?
Sure, Essie. Hello, Richard.
Oh. Hello, Pa.
Sit down, Richard.
Yep.
No, right here, next to me. That's better. Well, how are the vine leaves in your hair this evening?
I don't know, Pa.
Turned out to be poison ivy, didn't they?
Huh.
You needn't look so alarmed. I'm not going to read you any Terence lecture. That'd bore me more than it would you. Still giving you credit for having brains. So I'm pretty sure anything I can say to you, you've already said to yourself.
Oh, I know I was a darn fool.
You sure were. Not only a fool, but a downright stupid, disgusting fool.
I know, Pa.
All right, then. That's settled. Now, one more thing. This girl at the Pleasant Beach house.
Oh, Pa, if they've told you about her down there, they must have told you there wasn't anything in it. Honest, Pa, there wasn't. I wouldn't do a thing like that to Muriel, no matter how bad I thought she treated me. Honest.
How'd you happen to meet this lady, anyway?
I can't tell that, Pa. I have to snitch on someone. You wouldn't want me to do that.
No, I suppose I wouldn't. Well, I believe you. And I guess that settles that. There's nothing more to say, and we'll forget it, huh?
How are you going to punish me, Pa?
I was sort of forgetting that, wasn't I? Well, I'd thought of telling you you couldn't go to college.
Don't I have to go, honest? Oh, gee, that's great. Muriel thought you'd want me to. I was telling her I'd rather you give me a job on the paper because she and I get married sooner. Oh, gee, Pa, you picked a lemon. That isn't any punishment. You have to do something besides that.
Then you'll go to college and stay there till you graduate. That's the answer to that. Muriel's got good sense, and you haven't. Now, we're finished. We'll call your Ma. Yes, Here she comes.
Hello, Ma.
Hello, Richard. My, it's a beautiful night. Moon's way down low, almost setting.
Yes, I don't believe I've hardly ever seen such a beautiful night. Such a wonderful moon. Have you, Richie?
No, it was wonderful down at the beach.
I can only remember a few nights that were as beautiful as this. They were long ago when your mother and I were young and planning to get married.
Yeah. I bet those must have been wonderful nights, too. Sort of forget the moon was the same back then and everything.
You're all right, Richard.
You're a good boy, Richard.
Better get to bed early tonight, son, hadn't you?
Oh, sleep. I couldn't sleep. Can't I stay out here on the porch and sit for a while until the moon sets, please?
All right. Then you better say good night now. I don't know about your mother, but I'm going to bed right away. I'm dead tired.
Oh, so am I.
Good night, Ma.
Good night, dear.
Good night, Pa.
Good night. First time he's done that in years. I don't believe kissing between fathers and sons after a certain age. It seems mushy and silly. But that meant something. I don't think we'll ever have to worry about his being safe from himself again. I guess no matter what life will do to him, he can take care of it now. My darn feet are giving me fits.
Why do you bother unlacing your shoes now, Big Goose, when we're going right up to bed?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Mind if I don't say my prayers tonight, Essie? I'm certain heaven knows I'm too darn tired.
Don't talk that way. It's real sinful. Oh, that isn't you all over. Always looking for an excuse to... Oh, you're worse than Tommy. Well, all right. I suppose you needn't. You've had a hard day. I'm going to turn out the lights. You all ready?
Yep, let her go, Gallagher. Look at Richard out there on that porch. Like a statue of love's young dream.
Mm.
What's it that Rubaiyat says? Yet that spring should vanish with the rose, that youth's sweet-scented manuscript should close. Well, spring isn't everything, is it, Essie? There's a lot to be said for autumn. That's got beauty, too. And winter, if you're together.
Yes, Matt.
Well, speaking as producer, the worst I can say for our guest tonight is that he doesn't always approve of my productions. Speaking as a citizen with the vote, the least I can say for George G. Nathan is that I always approve of what he writes. I didn't say agree, mind you. Heaven and the entire personnel of Actors Equity forbid that I should recite for you a catalog of Mr. Nathan's unmentionably numerous virtues. I needn't remind you of the magazine which he founded with Mr. H.L. Mencken, a magazine from which my theater took its name, and both which should be nameless, nor of the list of his books, which don't need what I'd like to say about them. It's not for me to celebrate the celebrated Nathan prose, that blend richness and astringency against whose infinite variety time and custom seem to be getting nowhere. But let me say this much. Eugene O'Neill's dedication on the first page of Our Wilderness reads as follows. To George G. Nathan, who also, once upon a time, wore peg-top trousers and went the pace that kills along the road to ruin. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the Campbell Playhouse rededicates Our Wilderness to George G. Nathan. And we have our own good reasons. They are, among other things, his love of theater, as much as the gift and intelligence with which he served it. Mr. Nathan.
O'Neill affectionately dedicated Our Wilderness to me, and it's only in the present tradition of close friendship that I should now return the compliment by saying uncomplimentary things about him. I've known the scoundrel intimately for more than 20 years, and I should like to take advantage of this occasion to tell you confidentially that the popular idea of himself, which he has so cleverly built up through his plays, books which he has had written about him, and the expensive photographs of himself which he has spread around the world, is a whopping fraud. What picture have you got, O'Neill? He is, you believe, a fellow persistently gloomy and morbid, that if a funeral passes his house, his wife joyfully mistakes it for a Mardi Gras carnival. But if O'Neill is gloomy and morbid, all I can say is that someone has got the Scandinavian weather report mixed up with the dictionary. He is so gloomy and morbid in point of fact. Once, while I was staying with him on Sea Island, I had to bribe him with one of my best new Hawes and Curtis neckties to quit singing Rosie, You Are My Posy at top of his lungs after midnight so I'd get a little decent sleep. He roars with delight over Damon Runyon's stories of mugs who go around shaking hands with pieces of Limburger cheese concealed in their palms. He thinks Jack Benny is a scream and worth all the Ibsen actors this side of Stockholm. He wrote, don't forget, this Our Wilderness, which is not only approximately as gloomy and morbid as Charlie's Aunt or the Beer Barrel Polka, but which, I may tell you, had to have 21 consecutive minutes of howling low comedy cut out of the dinner table scenes so following sentimental scenes might stand a chance of getting over. O'Neill, you further believe, given to a large, steady, and copious indignation. In other words, a combination of ingrowing toenail, boil, and second act of the Valkyria. Well, as I say, I've been pretty close to the fellow for almost a quarter of a century. And the one and only time I've ever seen him indignant about anything, it was 3 years ago, was when I argued with him that he was a jackass in not believing Joe Louis a top-notch fighter. Prize fighting, incidentally, interests him more than almost anything else, except for sauerkraut. He loves sauerkraut. I've seen him down 6 big dishes of it in half an hour. You've read as being a painfully slow and laborious worker. You've heard that it takes him 2 years even to get to the profound point of putting down the line, Act 1, the curtain rises. It's true he's a laborious worker, but so far as the painfully slow stuff goes, it's often a lot of bunkum. This Our Wilderness, for example, he wrote in exactly 26 days. So you also think that O'Neill, from what you've heard, must be a quick-tempered and nasty rooster in his dealings with the stage directors of the play. I'll give you an illustration out of many. During the rehearsals of Our Wilderness, Philip Muller, the director, came down to the footlights and suggested to O'Neill, sitting huddled in the third row, that he thought it would be a grand idea if O'Neill permitted him to alter one line in the serious scene then being tried. Why, O'Neill wanted to know. It would, answered Muller, telling how he changed the line, be a beautiful, relieving laugh. Well, quietly mumbled O'Neill, it's funny, all right. In fact, it's pretty darn funny. In fact, it's fine, but, and here our friend gently squinted at Muller, it would be a whole heap funnier if you yourself played the role facing the audience, and then, very, very slowly, while speaking the line, turned around and showed him a large chromo of William Jennings Bryan fastened to the seat of your pants. Muller had no more to say. The scene proceeded as O'Neill had written it, and that's the scene and that's the play that you have heard tonight.
The makers of Campbell's Soups join Orson Welles, inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
My sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us on this program remain, as always, obediently yours.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent. Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A confessed murderess is paroled from the state prison for women. After 7 months, the parole office loses contact with her. Your job, find her.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke king-size Fatima. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. And that's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. So, enjoy Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, March 9th. It was foggy in Los Angeles. We were working a day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. We were on our way back from the state building, and it was 2:45 p.m. when we got to the city hall, room 29. Handwriting analysis. Want to have a seat, Fred?
Okay, thanks.
I'll see if Don's around. Maybe in the back room. All right.
Don Myers. Don, you here?
Yeah, come in just a minute. Oh, hi, Ben.
Got a quick job for you, Don. Can you spare a few minutes?
Think so? Hi, Joe. Didn't see you.
I'd like to have you meet Fred Galloway, state parole. Fred, this is Don Myers, our handwriting man.
How are you?
Got a couple of signatures here. I'd like to have you check them now if you can.
No, I can try. Let's see what you got.
You want to show them, Fred?
Yeah. These 3 sheets here, Don, marked November, December, January. I'd like to know if the signatures on them compare with the signatures on these 2 here. They're marked February and March.
Let me see. Thanks. Mm-hmm. Well, it shouldn't take long. Why don't you fellas have a seat? Huh?
Yeah, okay. How's this thing shape up, Fred? You figure that the Johnson woman's jumped her parole?
Got me. I don't know what to think.
How long's it been since you got out of prison?
Well, let me check you out on the details. I got the dope right here.
All right, fine.
Annie Marie Johnson. She sent up for a life term, 1933, murdered her husband, John, shot him to death. Started appealing for parole 1940, finally won it May 14th last year, paroled into the custody of Mrs. Laura Jean Muller.
Mm-hmm. Where does this Mrs. Muller live?
On Wilmington. Old friend of the Johnson woman. She fought for 10 years to get her released from Tehachapi.
Have you been in touch with Mrs. Muller lately, Fred?
Only by mail. We've been sending her monthly report forms all along. She's the person that Annie Johnson was paroled to, so the form has to be filled out, then signed by Mrs. Muller and mailed back to me.
Yeah, I know. And that's where you figured that something was wrong.
Well, we got the February and March reports back from her on time, all the usual questions answered properly. It was the signature. Writing didn't look like Mrs. Muller's at all.
You think the Johnson woman is faking the signature?
Maybe. Tried to contact the Muller house half a dozen times the past couple of days. Nobody home.
There you go, man.
You got it?
Yeah. Let me see. These 3 here, November, December, January, they were signed by the same person.
Yeah.
Signatures on the February and March reports. They're pretty bad imitations. One person signed these 2. Another person signed these. No match at all.
Well, then the signatures on the last 2 reports were forged.
I'd say so.
She went up for murder. That's your department. You want to run it down?
Sure. What's it add up to?
Could be a lot of things. Could be nothing.
Annie Johnson ought to know. Ben and I checked out of the office and drove down to Wilmington. We located the home of Mr. and Mrs. Joseph Muller on Seaboard Drive, just off Anaheim Street. It was an old-fashioned 2-story house set back on a big corner lot along with plenty of shrubbery. It was a faded gray with lots of Victorian gingerbread hung all over it. Fancy carved gables, carriage driveway with hitching posts, and pieces of thick colored glass set in some kind of a design in the window of the front door. Out in the harbor beyond Terminal Islands, you could hear the foghorns. They sure get the fog out here, don't they? It's pretty thick today. My aunt used to live just above here, Grant Avenue.
Oh, uh-huh.
Couldn't take the fog, so she moved out the valley.
Garden could stand some taking care of.
Yeah, weeds are doing fine. Want to try it again?
What do you think?
Let's try the neighbors, huh?
Yeah, that house across the street must be somebody there. I saw a woman shaking a dust mop out the window when we drove up.
All right. Kind of a bleak-looking spot up here on the hill, isn't it? Not many houses around.
Yeah, and this fog's doing nothing for me. Chills you right down to the bone.
What's the name on the mailbox there?
Let's see. Miss Flora Carpenter.
Well, maybe she can tell us something.
Are you the sewing machine man?
No, ma'am. We're police officers. Like to ask you a few questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you came about my finger.
No, ma'am.
I can't do any more work on my pleasant skirt until the machine's fixed. And it has to be done by Saturday. Our folk dancing group's having a big jamboree Saturday night. We step inside?
Thank you. This is Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday.
Oh, how do you do? Fog's so refreshing, isn't it? Very vitalizing.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you acquainted with Mr. and Mrs. Muller across the street, Miss Carpenter?
The Muellers? Yes, I've known them for years.
And they have an Annie Johnson living with them?
Yes, one of my very good friends.
She's employed as a housemaid for the Mullers, is that right?
Well, I guess you could call it that. Actually, she's more of a companion to Mrs. Mueller since poor Mr. Mueller got sick.
What's his trouble?
His mind. poor man just lost his senses. He's at the state hospital at Norwalk.
Mm-hmm. When did they send him there?
Let me see. This is March. Must have been last November. Yes, became violent.
Do you know where Mrs. Muller is now?
In the sanitarium out near Pasadena. Not well at all.
And Annie Johnson, is she still living at the Muller's house across the street?
Oh, yes. She went downtown to do some shopping today.
Did she say when she'd be back?
Well, no, she didn't, but we have a meeting of our book appreciation club at 8:30 tonight here at my house, and I certainly don't think she'd miss the meeting.
I see.
Miss Carpenter, do you happen to know the name of the sanitarium where Miss Muller's staying?
Garraway's. That's what Annie told me. Garraway's Rest Home out by Pasadena.
Mm-hmm. Have any of the neighbors been out to visit her?
Well, no, we haven't. Annie said the doctors there thought it'd be better if Mrs. Mueller didn't have visitors.
I see. I wonder if you'd tell us where we could find a public telephone in the neighborhood.
Oh, you can use my phone, Sergeant. It's right back there in the hall.
Fine, thank you.
I'll call him, Joe.
All right.
I'll have the operator charge it to our office.
You sure you can find your way back there, Sergeant? It's right under General Pershing's picture.
Yes, ma'am. No trouble.
I was just thinking, Sergeant Friday.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you know anything about repairing sewing machines?
No, I'm afraid not.
Oh. Well, Fluffy, there you are. This is Anna Johnson's cat, Sergeant. Isn't he simply gorgeous? Look at that fur.
Yes, ma'am. Nice
Genuine Persian. Annie brought him with her when she came to live with the Muellers.
Did Mrs. Johnson and Mrs. Muller always seem to get along fairly well together to you? I mean, no arguments?
Oh, my, no. Annie's the easiest person in the world to get along with. All us girls in the neighborhood just adore her.
Joe.
Did you talk to sanitarium?
Yeah, I double-checked the name.
Yeah?
Mrs. Muller's not there. They never heard of her.
Ben and I left and interviewed some of the other people in the neighborhood. They all had the same high opinion of Annie Johnson as Miss Carpenter did. They all had the impression that Mrs. Muller was under doctor's care at the Garraway Rest Home in Pasadena. Annie Johnson told them so. We found out that Mrs. Muller had one other living relative besides her husband, a niece, Lorraine Muller. She lived out on Norwich Drive in Beverly Hills. 5:30 p.m., Ben and I drove back to the office and made a spot check of every private rest home and sanitarium listed in the Los Angeles area. Mrs. Muller wasn't at any of them. We called the state hospital at Norwalk, and they informed us that Joseph Muller was there, having been committed the 2nd of November the previous year. He was critically ill. We put in another call to the Muller home. Still no answer. 6:15 p.m., we drove out to Beverly Hills to the home of Mrs. Muller's niece, Lorraine. She was a tall, good-looking girl with blonde hair and a bad cough.
I don't think I can help you, Sergeant. I moved out of my aunt's house 3 months ago. I haven't seen her since.
Oh, were you staying at the house when Annie Johnson came to live there?
I was raised in that house. Mother and Dad died when I was a baby, and Uncle Joe and Aunt Laura took care of me. They're wonderful people.
Would you mind telling us why you moved?
I don't mind. Everything was fine until Annie Johnson came. I didn't get along with her. We fought all the time.
Oh, is that so?
I don't know why. I just didn't like her. When Annie moved in, she took over the whole house.
Oh, what's the connection between your aunt and Mrs. Johnson? Any blood relationship there?
No. Annie was a school chum of Aunt Laura's. When they sent her to prison for killing her husband, she wrote for help.
And your aunt helped her?
She worked for 11 years at it. I don't know how much money she spent. Lawyers, you know.
Yeah.
She finally got Annie parole.
And then she took Mrs. Johnson on as a housekeeper, is that right?
Yeah, but she never did any work. She acted like she owned the house. Like my aunt and uncle owed her everything they'd done for her.
When's the last time you heard from your aunt?
It was a few months ago, around Christmas time. I called her up to wish her a Merry Christmas.
You have no idea where Mrs. Muller might be now? Some friends that she could be staying with, maybe?
No. Aunt Laura only has a few friends. They all live in the neighborhood.
She's not in the habit of going off without telling anyone, is she?
No, never anything like that. I don't understand her. Something must be wrong. Annie, do you think she's done something?
Do you?
No, she couldn't have.
She owes everything to Aunt Laura. Her freedom, good home, nice clothes, money. Everything my aunt could give her.
Some people are like that. If it's free, they never get too much. Before we left Lorraine Muller's house, we got the name of her aunt's lawyer. We had dinner at a lunch counter on La Cienega, and then we drove back to Wilmington to the Muller house. Lights were burning in the front windows. The fog was thick now.
Guess that's her singing.
Yeah. You want to ring the bell?
Mm-hmm. Can you see in through the curtains, Joe?
Yeah, she didn't hear it. Let's ring it again. There, here she comes.
Yes?
Are you Mrs. Johnson?
Yes, that's right. What is it?
Police officers, our identification.
Oh. Yes, won't you come in?
Thank you, ma'am.
You?
We'll go in the parlor, shall we?
All right.
No. What is it you gentlemen want to know?
Well, it's about your monthly parole reports, Ms. Johnson, the ones for February and March.
Yes?
We think the signatures on those two reports are forged.
Oh, those.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. I don't know what to say. I really didn't think it was that serious. I knew the reports had to be sent in.
Did you sign Mrs. Muller's name on them?
Well, yes, I did. You see, Laura Muller's at a sanitarium now, resting up.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to bother her with all this business, so I signed them and put them in the mail. But forgery, I didn't think it was that serious.
Mm-hmm. Which sanitarium is Mrs. Muller staying at?
Garraway's. A very nice place. It's near Pasadena. She's been there about 2 months now.
Have you been out to visit her yet?
No, I haven't. I'm a little ashamed of myself. I've just been too busy keeping up the house here. It's lots of work.
Yes, I understand. I suppose you drove Mrs. Muller to the sanitarium.
As a matter of fact, I didn't. You see, we don't have a car, so she took a taxi cab.
Have you telephoned Mrs. Muller at the sanitarium?
Just once the day she went in. She's there for a good rest. I don't feel that anyone should bother her. Not even myself.
Does she have any other relatives? Besides her husband, that is.
None at all. Poor Mr. Muller. We had to send him away, to Warwick State Hospital.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Got out of hand. Just terrible. He almost murdered poor Laura once, and those were awful days. He's much better off where he is.
Yeah, it's too bad. Well, that's about all, Miss Johnson.
Oh, here. Let me show you to the door.
Thanks. You'd better contact your parole officer the first thing in the morning and clear up this matter of the reports.
I'll do that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Good night, Miss Johnson. Thanks again.
All right. Good night.
What time you got?
20 minutes after 8. The light just went on in the attic.
Yeah.
What do you think?
We better go take a look around.
What do you think we'll find?
I don't know. Maybe a reason for some of those lies she told us. 8:35 p.m. Annie Johnson left the house and crossed the street to Miss Carpenter's place. In the Muller house, in a small desk in one of the rear bedrooms on the first floor, we found a file for Mrs. Muller's business papers. In the file, we located 3 of her insurance policies. There was one for $5,000 and 2 for $3,500. Each policy had a rider attached, changing the beneficiary from Joseph Muller, the husband, to Annie Johnson.
$12,000 worth of insurance.
Yeah, let's get them back in this folder. Did you get the policy numbers?
Yeah. What's this?
Let's see. Phone bill. Light bill. Here's one.
Labor bill. $1 an hour paid to Tom McCrae, charged to Annie Johnson.
Uh-huh. Let's go.
Yeah, I want to get this address here. Tom McCrae, East Jefferson. Huh. There's a cat.
Yeah, let's go see what we can find upstairs, huh?
It's a pretty cat.
We went upstairs to the second floor of the house and searched the rooms. We went up another flight of stairs to the attic. For a full half hour, we searched through dozens of corrugated cartons crammed with souvenirs and picture postcards.
Joe, come here.
Yeah.
Take a look. Wrapped in newspaper.
.32-20 Colt.
3 empty cartridges.
We got a gun and we got a suspect.
Those insurance policies could be the motive.
Let's pray to God there's no victim.
You are listening to Dragnet for the step-by-step solution to an actual police case. Here, step by step, are the reasons why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers from coast to coast.
Step 1. The name Fatima has always stood for the best in cigarette quality. Step 2. Long cigarette smokers discover Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma. Step 3. Long cigarette smokers find Fatima extra mild. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild.
And that's why more and more smokers every day agree
it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Yes, the name Fatima on that golden yellow package is your insurance of an extra mild smoke.
So enjoy king-size Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
10 p.m. An immediate stakeout was placed on the Muller residence in case Annie Johnson made an attempt to leave during the night. Ben and I took the gun that we'd found to the crime lab for analysis. The next morning, we checked with the Muller's family attorney. He had no idea as to the whereabouts of Mrs. Muller, but he told us that about 3 months ago, she'd ordered him to draw up a new will for her. Under the new provisions, Annie Johnson was to be the sole heir of the Muller house and property, plus an additional $1,500 in bonds. Friday, March 10th, 11 a.m. While Ben checked with the insurance company, I met with Captain Elliott of Homicide.
You got everything but a victim, huh? Where are you looking?
We'd like to shake down the Muller house again before we look anyplace else. Didn't have a chance to give it a thorough going over last night.
You're sold on the idea it's a Johnson woman?
Looks like it.
Sure it couldn't be a freak disappearance.
No, sir, not in my book. Annie Johnson's got some big reasons for lying to us. I'd like to find them.
How do you figure on doing that?
Well, if we could pull her in and question her, just to get her away from the Muller place, I'd like to take a detail of men out there and shake the house from top to bottom.
Just checked with the insurance company that issued Miss Muller's policy.
Yeah.
And we got it right. Annie Johnson gets the door if Mrs. Muller dies.
Oh.
Something else. The changes in the policies were made during the last 2 months at her home. It doesn't jibe. Why not?
Well, Annie Johnson told us that Mrs. Muller's been in the sanitarium for more than 2 months.
Here's a gaffer, Joe.
What's that?
Gil and Zenas went out to State Hospital at Norwalk to talk to Mr. Muller.
Yeah?
Joseph Muller died at 8 o'clock last night. Death from natural causes.
What's that prove?
Wait a minute. When Joseph Muller was committed to the institution, Annie Johnson figured prominently in that commitment. She had a lot to do with sending him away.
Didn't take any chances, did she?
Annie Johnson is left with the house, the bonds, and the insurance money. She had all the answers.
Yeah, all but the right one. While Captain Elliott called in Annie Johnson and questioned her, Ben and I, together with a detail of men from Homicide and Lieutenant Lee Jones from the crime lab, drove out to Wilmington and started a thorough search of the Muller house. We took it floor by floor, starting with the attic. By 4 o'clock that afternoon, we had searched the attic and the second floor completely without finding any additional physical evidence. 5:30 p.m., still nothing. The fog was coming in thick now. Captain Elliott called and said the Johnson woman was on her way home. The search went on.
Anyone check the cellar yet?
Let's give it a look, huh?
Okay. Joe, come on down. Lee's with me. We're checking some things.
What do you got, Lee?
Picked up this line of stains here, Joe. They run down from the top of the stairs. Pretty faint.
Let me see. Mm-hmm.
Try a few drops of benzodine, see what happens.
Okay. Let's have a look around, Gil, see what we can find.
There's no lights down here. You'll have to use your flash.
I go on.
Well, not much of anything, is it?
I guess they use the attic for their storage place.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Put the light over this way, will you, Gil? No, in the corner. That's it.
See something?
I don't know. Yeah, have a look here.
New patch of cement. Looks pretty new alongside the rest.
Yeah.
There's a sledge and a couple of shovels back in the garage.
Get them, will you?
Yeah.
Joe,
Yeah.
they just turned blue. Blood.
Lee Jones took some sample scrapings and went back to the crime lab to give them a precipitant test to determine if the stains were made by human or animal blood. We broke away the patch of new cement work in the cellar and we began digging. 6:30 p.m. Annie Johnson came home. We met her in the living room.
Sergeant, I wonder if you'd mind explaining this intrusion.
No, not at all. Will you sit down?
I believe I'm the one to offer hospitality here. It's my house.
Is it, Miss Johnson?
Well, it's in my charge. It's my responsibility.
Yes, ma'am, it is. We'd just like to clear up a few things, that's all.
I think the police department's taken up enough of my time. I spent half the day at the city hall answering silly questions. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an appointment at the beauty shop at 7 o'clock.
Maybe you better cancel it.
I don't see any reason why I should. What is that noise? Coming from the cellar. Someone's down there.
We're police officers, Miss Johnson. We're searching the house.
Searching this house? With whose permission?
Maybe they didn't make it clear to you downtown. We've got a good reason to believe that a crime's been committed.
Why?
Ms. Muller. She's missing.
I told your Captain Elliott this afternoon. Laura could have left the sanitarium. She might have gone east to visit some friends in Cincinnati, I think. She has some friends in Cincinnati.
How could Mrs. Muller leave the sanitarium? She was never there.
Maybe she didn't stay at Garraway's. Could have been another rest home.
But she said you phoned her at Garraway's. You said you talked to her there.
Those men downstairs, they're going to dig up the whole house?
I try. This bill, Mrs. Johnson, would you mind telling us what it was for?
Under the section of the cellar floor. It had never been cemented. I decided to have it done while Laura was away.
The men are digging it up, Miss Johnson.
Well, why are they digging it up? What right have they?
Investigation. We'll see that the cement work is redone when we're finished.
Well, this is impossible. I forbid it. This house is my responsibility.
No need to worry. Everything will be left exactly the way it was. We'll leave the house just as soon as the men are finished.
Oh. Well, then perhaps I can keep my appointment with the hairdresser. I won't be long. Should be back around 9.
I'm sorry. I think you better stay.
But I've told you everything I know.
Did you kill Laura Muller?
Did I kill... I can't take any more of this. Why would I want to kill Laura? She's done everything for me. She's given me new life.
Did you kill her?
Why, no, of course I didn't kill her.
No, and there's no need to be upset.
Oh, my nerves. I got to have something. Glass of sherry. Yes. Digging. How long is it going to take them?
That all depends, ma'am.
There's no reason for this. You don't know that anything's happened to Laura.
That's right.
Laura's the best friend I have in the world. 11 years. That's how long she fought to make them let me out of prison. She's the only one who believed in me.
Yes, ma'am.
She is. She's given me everything. She wants me to have everything. Everything I want. I wouldn't have a reason for killing her. Why, my clothes, my home here, money. They're all Laura. She's given them to me. Would you like a glass of sherry, Sergeant Friday?
No, thanks.
You know, Laura was much older than I, Sergeant. She could have taken her own life. She didn't have much to live for. Old and sick. But I got everything to live for. Laura used to tell me that. So she gave me everything. Laura was much older than I. Would you care for a glass of sherry, Sergeant Romero?
No, thank you.
This whole thing's so silly. Laura's away on a trip. She's much older than I am, you know. I'm 38. You wouldn't take me for a woman 38 years old, would you, Sergeant?
No, ma'am.
I know I'm not really young anymore, but I'm still attractive, don't you think? A lot of men prefer mature women. Women with experience, background. I'd know how to take care of a man.
Joe. Yeah.
Joe, come here a minute, will you?
Yeah.
We found her.
No, I didn't mean it. I didn't
before she was a dot.
Call the coroner, Gil. Let's go, Miss Johnson.
Laura wouldn't want this. She knows I didn't mean it. She's the only one who knows what I went through. Years in prison. Laura understood me. She gave me everything.
Yes, she did.
Ask anybody. They all know how Laura felt about me. Ask anybody.
We can't ask her.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On July 14th, trial was held in Superior Court, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, king-size Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Long cigarette smokers find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima. Best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Annie Marie Johnson was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. She was executed in the lethal gas chamber at the state penitentiary, San Quentin, California. You have just heard Dragnet, authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Dragnet wishes to thank the editors of Radio Television Life magazine. They have judged Dragnet the outstanding new program of the past radio season.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles.
Tomorrow, hear the Ronald Coleman charming series, The Halls of Ivy, on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
A special rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Huh? The crowd here? It's a pretty horrible-looking ensemble. Huh? Yeah, I think Eddie must have stood out in the gutter and swept in. Well, you know who's coming here tonight, Duffy? Dinah Shore. Yeah, the female chanteuse. Huh? What? Well, all I can say is if Crosby had a shape like that, he wouldn't have to worry about Sinatra. Huh? No, she ain't a soprano. She's a sort of a mezzo barracuda. Yeah, down in Nashville, down in the South, you know, where she comes from, they call her the mezzo belle. No, Duffy, not matzo ball. Oh, Metzabel. Yeah, she's gonna sing a song that I'm writing. I call it, Leave Us Face It, We're in Love. Hello? He hung up. Eddie,
Yes, Mr.
I gotta finish this song of mine. Now, what's the word for when two people's in love, you know, and then they die? And
then they're in love again in another life, and then they die, and then they're in love again.
Same two people?
Yeah.
Monotony.
Oh, Eddie, wait a minute. It's on the tip of my tongue. Reincarcerated. Yeah, that's it. Now, Eddie, what rhymes with eyes?
Eyes? You mean like eyes of blue or eyes regusted?
No, regular eyes. You know, the optional ones.
Oh, eyes. Eyes. Flies, spies, dies, prize, guys, sighs, skies, buys.
Eddie, if it was as easy as that, you'd be a songwriter, too.
You a songwriter.
Oh, yeah? Well, wait till you hear Dinah Shore sing me song. Then I'll get Bing Crosby to plug it, and Kate Smith, Fred Allen. No, not him. No. Frank Sinatra, Ginny Sims, Dennis Day.
Eddie Green.
Eddie Green. You'll plug it?
Sure. By that time, I'll be singing at the Metropolitan Opera House. And them big shots ain't gonna ruin their program singing your song.
They ain't, huh? What do you bet?
I bet you a week's tips.
Okay, it's a bet.
Okay. Here's my dime. Where's yours?
All right, here's mine. They'll all plug this song, and I'll start with Dinah Shore.
Maybe your start, it'll be her finish. How you gonna be able to get her to do it?
Very simply, Eddie. Personal magnetism. I just say, Dinah, lift your lovely voice in song while I put my arms around you and kiss you and caress you.
Oh, well, if you're going to threaten her.
Look, Eddie, stop trying to re-welch on me. Now, let's finish the song. Let's see. What rhymes with pork?
Horse.
Oh, hiya, Finnegan.
Yeah, what you doing?
I'm writing a song.
Writing a song? Anything I know?
No, Finnegan, this is an original song. It has never been wrote before.
That's pretty dumb. Writing a song that nobody knows. As long as you're writing a song, why don't you write an old favorite? Like Chloe.
But, Finnegan, if it's an old favorite, it means that somebody has already wrote it.
Then write an old favorite that nobody wrote yet. So what's the name of your song?
I call it Leave Us Face It, We're in Love.
Oh, who's in love?
Me and Dinah Shore.
That's your bum title. I got a better one. The Dinah, is there anyone finer in the state of Carolina?
But, Finnegan, that's owned by another songwriter.
Then change Carolina to Oklahoma.
But Oklahoma don't rhyme with Dinah.
Then make it Margie.
Archie.
Oh, yes, Miss Duffy.
Do you think that Dinah Shore sings better than me?
Miss Duffy, she sings better than you with both vocal cords tied behind her back.
If you think Dinah sings better than me, why don't you go to work for her father?
Her father ain't got a Dinah. Now, please, Miss Duffy, leave me alone, will you?
Mr. Archie.
What's the matter, Eddie?
No, something terrible has happened.
What?
Somebody won on the pinball machine.
Holy cat, who was it?
Mr. Moriarty.
What was the score?
4,003,750,000.
Did the blue lights go on?
Yeah.
The red lights?
Yeah.
The bell ring?
Yeah.
American flag come out?
Yeah.
Looks like he made it, all right.
Well, look here. What do we do?
Well, what else can we do? I'll go over and pay him his nickel. Yeah, better go and check up on that machine. You know, it's the second time it's been hit this year. I'll be right back, Eddie.
Yeah.
Eddie, what do you think of Dinah Shore singing?
Mighty fine.
What do you think of my singing?
Mighty fine.
Well, who do you think is better?
Mighty fine.
face it. Where in... I should have wrote it in a lower octave. Leave... No, the first one was right. Leave us face it.
Hey, Miss Archie, there's a lady over there looking for a package.
Where? Eddie, that ain't no lady. That's Joan Davis. Miss Davis, I understand you're looking for a package?
Oh, well, yes, I am. Say, you're pretty cute. Blue eyes, curly hair, and where'd you get them muscles?
Where did you get yours?
I asked you first.
About this package.
Oh, yes, it's very important.
What's in it?
I don't know.
Who gave it to you?
I'm not sure.
Well, what does it look like?
I don't know.
Now we're really getting somewhere. You are sure that it is a package?
Oh, yes, it's a very important package.
Well, why is it important?
I don't know.
I bet you I know what's in a package.
What?
A straitjacket.
Oh, no, I got one of those.
Oh, well, wear it in good health.
Well, thank you. Say, by the way, what are you doing later? How would you like to take me home?
I thought you came here looking for a package.
Well, I haven't found it yet, and why should I go home empty-handed?
Well, Miss Davis, exclude me out. I ain't no package.
Well, you could be if you were tied together better.
Hi, Archie. Who's your cute face? Hey, lady, you're pretty.
Brother, you're crazy.
Yeah, could be.
Okay, Miss Davis, we'll look for your package. Now, in the meantime, why don't you go in that booth over there and sit down, huh?
Well, I don't want to sit all alone.
What do you mean all alone? There's 7 sailors in that booth.
For me, that's alone.
Why don't you come back tomorrow and look for this package, huh?
Oh, I can't tomorrow. I'm looking for it on Eddie Cantor's program.
Oh, well, then there's only one other way out.
What's that?
The back door. Come on, Davis. Right back, Eddie.
Boy, this place is so full of radio stars. The joint is really jumping tonight.
What do you mean, Eddie?
Well, there goes Davis through the old back door, and in through the front comes Dinah Shore.
Dinah Shore. Welcome to Duffy's, Miss Shore.
Thank you, but it's Mrs. Montgomery, if you please.
Oh, yeah, you just got married.
Uh-huh.
Likewise, I hope. Archie will be back in a minute, Dinah. And guess what? He don't know you're married.
Well, that's funny. It was in most of the papers.
Was it printed in the racing results?
Who do you think I married, Bing Crosby?
Anyways, tell me, Dinah, does it bother you being married to a movie actor?
What do you mean?
Well, being a movie actor, your husband has kissed so many other women before you.
Miss Duffy, maneuvers have never spoiled a battle. Miss Duffy, have you ever thought about getting married?
Ever since the age of 9. Not that I haven't had chances. Oh, goodness. The brilliant, talented men I could have had. Battleship painters. Vacuum cleaner salesmen. Wealthy sandhogs. But I just couldn't give up my career.
What is your career?
I sing.
Oh. Well, it was very courageous of you to give up all those men for your singing.
They insisted on it. You see, my singing teacher...
Oh, who is your singing teacher?
Yasha Panyaslavnik.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Hello, Dinah.
Oh, hello, Archie.
Well, Dinah, glad to see you again. What's new?
New? Well, I've got myself a new roommate.
Oh, that's fine. Nice?
Lovely.
Oh, fine. Nice. A girl has a nice roommate, you know. Wearing each other's clothes. Taking turns making the bed. Going Dutch on the rent.
Smoking each other's pipes.
Must be very good tobacco. You ain't looked lovelier in a long time. Well, Dinah, enough of this shop talk. How's about rendering us with a number?
Okay, Arch, I'll render you with No Love, No Nothing. It's one of the big current hits.
Oh, yeah? Well, there may be another one out soon that's even current hit.
Oh?
I'll talk to you about it later. Paul, wake up the Philharmonica for Dinah, huh?
No love, no nothing, till my baby comes home. No, sir, no nothing, long as baby must roam. I promised him I'd wait for him till even Hades grows. I'm lonesome, heaven knows, but what I said still goes. No love, no nothing, that's a promise I'll keep. No fun with no one, getting plenty of sleep. My heart's on strike, and though it's like an empty honeycomb, no love, no sun, no nothing till my baby comes home. No love, no nothing, that's a promise I'll keep. No fun with no one, getting plenty of sleep. My heart's on strike, and though it's like an empty honeycomb, no love, no sun, no nothing till my baby comes home.
Really wonderful, you know?
Thank you.
You was on key all the way. You sang that in B clef octave, didn't you? B clef octave. You know, 2 quarter notes with the umlaut. You see, my song, on the other hand, is written in...
Your song?
You seem astounded. Of course, my song.
Well, I had no idea you were so musical, Archie.
Musical? Mercy me. I played the piano when I was 3 years old.
3 years old?
It was a little piano. What they call a pianissimo.
So you were a child progeny, huh?
Yeah. And it was a curse, you know. Day after day, my father used to say to me, Archie, why don't you go out and play baseball with the other boys, you know? And I'd say, no, Dad, I have to go upstairs and practice my chamber music. Yep. Day and night I practiced until finally they sent me to the observatory.
Archie, which keeper did you study under?
They call them maestros up there. Yeah. Very conservatory observatory. Anyways, that's where I studied the old masters, you know. I loved them. Tchaikovsky, and Debussy, Puccini, Bach, Tchaikovsky.
Archie, that's Tchaikovsky.
So I mispronounced one of them. Yeah, and that, Dinah, is the background that produced this.
Oh, is this the song? Let's see. Leave us, face it, we're in love.
Lyrics, words, and melody by Archie. You wrote the words, too.
Well, the words is easy. All you got to do is make 'em rhyme, you know. It's a knack. Say something, anything.
Radiator.
Hot tomato.
You're fantastic.
Gastric. Go ahead, hit me again.
Sweet Lalani.
Hot pastrami.
Georgia peaches.
Donna Meaches. You see? Well, Eddie, I got Dinah over there in the corner looking over me song.
Yeah, well, suppose she don't like it.
If she don't like it, then, like I said before, I'll call on me personal magnetism.
This Miss Shaw, maybe she's married or something.
Don't be silly. How can she be married? I ain't even asked her yet. You leave me handle it, Eddie. Oh, Dinah.
Oh, yes, Archie.
Dinah, did you look over the song?
Yes.
You're carried away with emotion, huh?
Yes, the kind of emotion I feel on the ocean.
Well, okay. Dinah, dear, look at me.
Personal magnetism coming up on the outside.
Look, Dinah, don't sing this song for just plain Archie, but for the Archie whose feet you have swept off. Look, Dinah, here you are living alone with your roommate. An empty life. Well, with me...
Just a second, Archie. Is this a proposal?
It could be construed.
My roommate would pin back your ears.
Listen, the same don't live that I can't lick. Come on, Dinah, sing it, huh?
Archie, I'm afraid I don't know it. Archie, I can't sing it. You see, it's not in the...
Don't sing it then. We'll just have the band play it, and you just accompany the band. Paul, trumpets, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Dinah Shaw will now sing me own original composition, Leave Us Face It, We're in Love.
I stand in good old Duffy's where the elite meet to eat. Me red corpuscles racing, I await for you, my sweet. In my hand is a diamond unfurled. We should holler it out to the world. Leave us no longer pretend that you are merely a friend, for it is rose in the stars above. Though we have tried to act cold, suddenly, lo, and get home. Leave us faces. We're in love. Leave us not blush with no shame if people bandage our name. Shoes and old rights are worth dreaming of. Stories like In Our Two Eyes could win the Pooh-Stiller Prize. Leave us faces. We're in love. Somehow I know many ages ago in an old French chateau we was mated. Now thine love is mine, just as mine love for thine has been reincarcerated. So I plight my troth at your feet. Don't leave me life incomplete. I'm like a turtle without a dove. Love light ain't made to be hid. No, 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 perish, forbid. Leave us faces.
Well, Dinah, what do you think? Well, look, why don't you think it over? You know, take it home and show it to your roommate.
He won't like it.
He. You mean,
Archie, I am Mrs. George Montgomery.
How do you do, Mrs. Montgomery? Excuse me. Hello? The package? Oh, hello, Joan. Listen, Joan, how would you like to sing a song of mine? What? What am I doing Wednesday night? Nothing. Brother, what you got to do to get a song plugged? How does it go? Well, it's... leave us no longer pretend. I better whistle it.
Before we leave Duffy's, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. The plat is spinning, the needle comes down. It's music.
Paducah. If you want to, you can rhyme it with bazooka. But you can't poo Paducah. That's another name for paradise. Paducah, Paducah. Just a funny little city in Kentucky. But to me it rhymes with lucky when I'm looking into two blue eyes. Tulip time. They get excited over tulip time. And I'm delighted over tulip time. Because I happen to love a resident of Paducah. If you wanna, you could rhyme it with bazooka. But you can't fool Paducah. That's another name for paradise.
This rebroadcast is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
If you really want to know what happened, Inspector, ask Toby. Yes, Toby, who is only a ventriloquist dummy, but who knows more than you think. If you want to hang me, let him be a witness.
Out of this world. Columbia's parade of outstanding stories of those moments when reality turns to illusion, when fancy becomes fact, sharp, shocking fact. Tonight, a remarkable adventure from the successful English motion picture Dead of Night. A story which for the next half hour will take you out of this world.
Here now, Tompkins, here now. Enough of that noise. You're disturbing all the other prisoners.
God, tell me where, Toby. What have they done with me, Toby?
Ah, so it's Toby again, is it? Now stop all that fuss about the dummy. I warned you before any more noise in that solitary confinement for you.
But I must see Toby. Oh, God, I'll pay you anything if you bring Toby to me.
Ah, you ventriloquist, a queer one. All this fuss about a talking doll.
He's not a talking doll. Don't you understand? He's Toby. Where is he? What's happened to him?
How should I know? Probably safe enough. The inspector will take care of him.
Well, you tell the inspector to send Toby back to me. Back to me, do you hear? Tell him I want Toby and I want him right now.
Sure. Inspector Dodds will be happy to do anything you say.
You're an impertinent fellow. If I could get my
Oh,
hands on
yeah,
you.
you're a rough one, all right. You're just lucky you ain't in here for murder. Lucky that fella Laswell you shot is coming along, all right.
Laswell, whatever happens to him makes no difference to me. I wish he was dead. He tried to steal Toby from me.
No, ain't that a pretty thing to say? Ain't you a
charge? I'm sorry I caused you any trouble. All I want is one favor, please. Go to the inspector, go to somebody, go to anybody and tell them that I've got to see Toby. I've got to see Toby.
Tompkins, Inspector. He's raising a devil of a row down in the cells. Keeps yelling he wants his dummy brought back to him.
I see. Well, if letting Tompkins have the dummy will keep him quiet, perhaps we can arrange it.
Oh, good heavens, sir. Was that him there, in the chair?
Huh? Oh, yes, that's Toby.
How cool. Sits up in the chair real lifelike, don't he, Inspector? Amazing, ain't it?
It's fantastic that a man could be attached to such a thing.
Queer how Tompkins keeps saying, if you want to know why he shot Laswell, ask the dummy. He's an odd one, all right. Imagine asking anything from the likes of this. Such a blank, idiotic little face he's got. So you're Toby, are you? So it's you that's responsible for all the trouble I'm having with your master today. Poor Mr. Tompkins. If I wasn't a mild man, I'd change that smelly smirk on your face. I'd give you a real sad look, I would. With
All right, now hold on there. Do you think that stick of wood will answer you?
Eh? Oh.
You know very well only a ventriloquist can make a dummy talk.
No, sorry, sir. I guess I did look a bit foolish.
Yes, so before we all do, we'd better get to the bottom of this. Guard, bring Tompkins up here. Time we had a little talk. Tompkins, if I promise that Toby will soon be returned to you, will you cooperate with me?
Toby? Is he here? Is he near me here?
Yes, but you can't see him
Oh,
yet.
but I must see him, Inspector.
You will, but not before I have certain facts.
Certain facts?
About your quarrel with Mel Laswell. Now, if you tell me the whole story, I may be able to help you.
Help me? Why? Why should the police help me?
Because it's part of my job.
Yes, but you've done your job. I've admitted I shot Laswell. I did it. What else matters?
Your motive.
He tried to steal Toby from me. Isn't that motive enough?
Tompkins, I really can't understand you.
Understand? Of course you can't understand. I wouldn't expect you to. You've never spent years, endless years, playing shoddy, cheap music halls. Starving out at the elbow because you couldn't find a partner who understood you. You never toiled day and night for weeks on end, creating somebody like Toby who could go to the big time with you. Oh, Toby could tell you what it's been like, all right.
Unfortunately, Tompkins, Toby has shown no inclination to speak to me as yet.
Toby would appreciate that, Inspector. Yes, indeed he would. So where is he? What have you done with him?
You'll see him soon enough, I promise you. But first, I want to know what makes you think Mel Laswell tried to steal Toby.
Oh, I was aware of Laswell's intentions right from the start, Inspector. Even before I met him. I had a premonition that somebody might separate me from Toby. I couldn't stand that. I'm as much to him as he to me.
I see, yes.
When I met Laswell at the club that night, I realized almost at once that he might be the one to cause the trouble. I suppose you've seen Laswell. You know the sort he is. Regular troublemaker.
Yes, Tompkins, I've seen him. Now come to the point.
Well, as I intimated before, Toby and I have been playing all the better music halls in the last few years. top billing, you know. And then we got our engagement at the Kit Kat, West End nightclub. That's about as high as Toby and I, or any act for that matter, can go. We were standing backstage, waiting for the dance act to finish their turn. It was only a standard act, not particularly hard for us to follow. And then Bigelow, the master of ceremonies, came along.
Glad to see you ready to go, Tompkins. You're on as soon as they finish the waltz.
We know our act, Mr. Bigelow.
Well, just so you know yours as well.
Not Toby.
Well, I don't want him to forget to take the chair out tonight.
I have the chair right here. Now, don't worry. It won't happen like it did last night.
And do us the favor of getting off the floor when you've introduced us. You messed up the whole first part of our act standing behind us.
Here, now, don't say that. After all, it was your opening night, and how was I to know your act?
You did it deliberately. You were trying to cut in on our laughs.
Now, look here. I don't have to take this kind of stuff. What?
Toby, that was not at all professional. Mr. Bigelow, I apologize, since Toby doesn't seem to have the grace to do it.
Very well, I accept it. Huh? Well, well, now, what do you think of that? I was thinking you take me in, Tompkins. Just if I don't get to thinking that dummy is a living thing.
Bigelow is a terrible ass, isn't he, Tompkins?
By Jove, it's remarkable. Tremendously real, you know, the illusion.
Oh, rot.
Oh, by the way, you'll want to be particularly good this evening. You have a rival out there.
Mm-hmm. Who?
Laswell. Mel Laswell, the American. The ventriloquist from the States.
Laswell?
Oh, don't tell me you haven't heard him on the wireless. Here, look. Have a look. He's at the front table over to the left.
Oh, yes. Yes, I see him.
And who's the gorgeous young lady?
His wife. He's awfully good. World's greatest ventriloquist, I've heard say.
I like her.
Don't you recognize presidency, Bigelow? He may be the best, and again, he may not be the best.
And you're pretty jealous, aren't you, Tompkins?
I'm nothing of the sort.
In fact, you'll feel more uncomfortable than ever tonight working in front of a real artist.
Now, see here, Toby.
But as usual, I'll carry you along.
You'll carry me. I'll have you know I carry this act.
Now, please, both of you.
Stay out of this, fat mouth.
Now, see here, joke's a joke, but when you used to... By George, you took me up the road again, Tompkins. I thought you and this wooden imp were rowing. As though he were human. Imagine me thinking he's actually human.
Stop blabbering, rubber lips. Get out there and bring us on.
Yes, of course.
And don't forget the chair.
Oh, wait. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Look, I'm going to introduce Laswell before I bring you off.
Must you?
That's right. Give the boy and girl a great big hand. The finest dance team in all the United Kingdom. And now, ladies and gentlemen, and visiting royalty, before I present to you our next little feature, I'd like to call on a distinguished variety artist who is here tonight. You've all heard him on the American wireless and seen him in the American cinema. Mel Laswell. I ask Mel Laswell to stand up and enjoy that well-known Kit Kat hospitality. I'm sure that beautiful woman he's with is a much happier burden on his knee than Mickey O'Toole, whom you've seen so many times. Stand up, Melvin Laswell. And now I want to bring on an act the like of which Mr. Laswell has never seen. Our own British ventriloquist, Eric Thompson, and his talking timber, Toby.
Good morning.
Hey, Tompkins, go easy on that morning stuff.
Now, come, Toby.
Well, that man over there looks like the truant officer.
Why, that shouldn't bother you, Toby. You've been a very good boy, haven't you?
Why, yes, but I'm out of school.
Out of school? Why?
Appendicitis.
Out of school because you have appendicitis?
No, not because I have it, but because I couldn't spell it.
Now, Toby, my lad, you'd better watch that appendix of yours. After all, people die of appendicitis, you know. And then you'd be a skeleton. I bet you don't even know what a skeleton is.
Get a good grip on your nose, darling. That guy's got the worst material in the British Isles.
Please, now, act as though you're enjoying this. People are watching
Well,
you.
then, what is a skeleton?
A skeleton is a lot of bones with all the people scraped off.
You know, Toby, I saw a very strange thing the other day. Toby, are you listening to me? I said I saw a very strange thing the other day.
All right, you saw a very strange thing the other day.
I don't blame the dummy
Go
for being
on,
embarrassed.
my master.
Now, here, Toby, that's not the proper attitude for a bright man like you. I said I saw a strange thing the other day. 12 men standing under one umbrella, and not one of them got wet.
And not one of them got wet. Now, I know the payoff to this gag, but I won't say. And Mr. Laswell knows, too, don't you, Mr. Laswell?
What goes on here now?
Come now, Mr. Laswell. I know you do. You give the answer.
Toby, please.
Darling, this is embarrassing.
Well,
Say
Mr.
something.
Laswell,
If this guy keeps writing me, I will get into
this
his act.
dummy's dummy says that he saw 12 men under one umbrella and not one of them got wet. Why not, Mr. Laswell?
Because it wasn't raining.
Correct, because it wasn't raining. Now, you see, Tompkins, everybody knows your joke. I'm humiliated, actually humiliated to be up here with a third-rate ventriloquist like you.
Well, if you don't like your material, why don't you try rewriting it?
Rewrite it? Did you ever hear of anybody going into St. Paul's and offering to rewrite the Bible?
Then just what do you propose to do about it?
I'd go to work for Mr. Laswell in a minute if he'd have me. Melvin, may I work for you?
No, let's go.
Wait, Claudia.
May I, Mr. Laswell?
Well, I pay Mickey O'Toole 75 cents a week. He'll wind up in my fireplace if you'll work for 50.
I work for nothing. Just to be near that beautiful woman beside you.
Laswell, why?
I don't care. I need it. Ladies and gentlemen, you think this is part of the act, but it isn't. I think that Mr. Laswell is the greatest ventriloquist in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't blame me for this. It's Laswell. He's speaking all this through Toby. He's trying to steal Toby away from me.
Mel, is that true? Do you have something to do with it?
Relax, honey. Get the rest of this routine.
I'm being quite sincere, Mr. Laswell. I'll work for you, and you won't have to pay me a tuppence.
Mel, are you speaking through Toby?
Well, Mr. Laswell, will you take me on?
Watch him try to get out of this one, Claudia. I'm thinking about it, Toby.
Oh, Mel.
Toby, either you behave yourself or I'll take you off the floor.
That's right. Just when I'm about to get a good job, call the MC back, tell him you want to run away and hide. Come on out, Bigelow. Tompkins needs your help.
All right. Just as you say, Tompkins. That's all, and thank you for this little impromptu surprise.
Oh, brother, it's about time the MC took
It's
over.
all part of the show, friends. All part of the show.
Go me, Bigelow.
I give him a nice hand here. You the man for here. That's just a real Toby Friday.
That's how I knew, Inspector, that Laswell had taken more than casual notice of Toby. Oh, I could have forgiven him for his interference on the floor of the club. That might have been mere professional discourtesy. But there was something else in Laswell's attitude that made me fear the man. It was his personal interest in Toby. Now, he wanted to separate us. I became certain of this later when he came back to my dressing room pretending friendliness.
Anyone in there?
Who is it?
No, Laswell, Tompkins.
Mr. Laswell. Well?
Oh, how do you do? You mind if we come in for a moment?
All right. Please do.
This is my wife, Mr. Tompkins.
Mrs. Laswell.
Mr. Tompkins?
Won't you sit down? Throw those dressing gowns on the floor.
Thank you.
Well, so this is your boy. Nice carving job.
I'm very handsome. Don't you think so, Mrs. Laswell?
Well, you certainly are, Toby.
Tompkins, I've been curious to know who made him for you.
Don't put your hands on him.
Oh, well,
I prefer that you left Toby alone.
Well, certainly you needn't worry. I'm quite handy with dummies myself. You certainly surprised me with that little act out front.
Your own part in it surprised me, Mr. Laswell.
Oh, believe me, Tompkins, I never
You needn't
intended
explain
to.
anything.
You see, Mr. Laswell, Tompkins' attitude requires some sympathy. He's quite aware he's not our equal.
Keep quiet, Toby.
Tompkins, how far does this gag go?
That depends on you, Mr. Laswell, and on just why you came to my dressing room.
Oh, only professional courtesy.
If you've come to make some sort of a bargain for Toby, I am not going to permit it.
Now, wait, Mr. Tompkins.
I will not have
Yes,
it.
wait, Tompkins.
I will not permit it.
Whatever the Laswells have to say to me is my affair. You might even pretend you're a gentleman and make a graceful exit.
Toby, if you're trying to make me look ridiculous...
I'm succeeding. Yes, I know. Now go on over behind the screen and get your makeup off.
Very well, Toby, but I warn you...
Beat it. Pay no attention to him, Mrs. Laswell. I don't.
Well, I don't understand.
This fellow's amazing.
Not at all. He's stupid, really. Constantly interfering in my affairs. Mrs. Laswell, now that we're alone, may I tell you something? Something I'm sure you've heard before.
What is it, Toby?
That you're very beautiful. That I'm very fond of you, Mrs. Laswell.
Oh, now look here.
And whatever Tompkins thinks, Mrs. Laswell, you're really a very nice woman.
Well, I'll be...
No, I don't like this.
Tompkins.
Yes?
Come out here.
Well, what is it?
How far do you want to carry a joke?
A joke?
Either you apologize to Mrs. Laswell right
Apologize?
now...
For what?
For the last crack you just made through Toby.
Did I?
Listen, you...
Really, Mr. Laswell, I don't know what you're talking about.
Mel, darling, let's get out of here.
You're not going to leave me, are you, Mr. Laswell? Please don't.
You're an awfully funny fellow, Tompkins.
Don't blame me for all this.
Take me with you, Mr. Laswell. I just want to be near her. If you're afraid I'll make love to her, you needn't worry. I wouldn't.
Tompkins, this is the most disgraceful demonstration I've ever heard.
What can I do about him?
Mel, please, come on.
I love her. I'll do anything if you'll just let me go with you, Mr. Laswell. Anything.
All right, Tompkins, you ask for it.
Oh, no, Mel, don't hit him. Don't hit him. Oh, Mel. Why did you do it? The man's not natural.
Here now, what's going on?
I don't know what's eating that fellow. A rib's a rib, but he doesn't know where to stop. I guess he got the last laugh on me, making me lose my temper.
Yes, well, he doesn't seem to be doing much laughing.
He's all right?
He's a bit done in. Can't say he didn't have it coming, though.
Oh, darling, I'm glad he didn't break the dummy when he fell.
And you do care what happens to me. I love you, Mrs. Laswell.
So you see, Inspector, I should have known then that I couldn't prevent Laswell getting Toby. I knew they'd be plotting, the two of them.
I see. One question, Mr. Tompkins. Yes. Would you say that Mrs. Laswell is an exceptionally attractive woman?
To some men, perhaps.
And since we know that you think and speak through the dummy, isn't it just possible that you may yourself find Mrs. Laswell, appealing?
Oh, what is this rubbish you're talking? Are you interested in learning the truth of what happened, or are you trying to muddle me up?
I'd like to hear the matter out, Mr. Tompkins.
Sorry. As you well know, I was sacked by the Kit Kat on the spot. I hardly spoke to Toby all the way home. I wanted to impress upon him the misfortune he'd caused us. And at first I hoped that Toby's attentions to Mrs. Laswell had embarrassed them both so much that Laswell would no longer feel any interest in him. But in my heart I knew the Laswells hadn't finished, but at that very moment they must have been plotting. Plotting their next move to get Toby away from me. I'll tell you what that next move was. In our hotel, I carefully turned the key in the lock. Toby and I were secured for the night. I put him in his own little bed and then made ready for bed myself. As I moved around the room, his eyes followed me scornfully. Then I thought of the revolver in my bag and took it out. With the revolver in my right hand and the key in my left, I lay down on the bed and waited. I dozed off. I don't know for how long. Then suddenly I was awake, my eyes staring. Toby was gone.
What is it?
Laswell, I want to talk to you.
Mel, be careful. It's Tompkins. The door isn't locked.
Where is Toby?
Get out, Tompkins.
I'll come for Toby. Where is he? You've stolen Toby from me, and I want him back.
I don't know what you're talking about, but if you're referring to your dummy, I haven't seen him. Now, get out. Oh.
Mel.
What's wrong, dear?
On the floor. On the floor at the foot of my bed.
Toby. Toby, there you are. I found you. Oh, my poor little Toby, you've been kidnapped.
Look, Tompkins, I don't know how your dummy got here.
Toby. Toby, speak to me. Wake up, Toby.
Look, Mel. Look how he's shaking that awful thing as though he's trying to waken me.
Oh, you're not deceiving me, Toby. You know very well I'm here.
Go away and leave me alone. I'm through with you, Tompkins.
Oh,
Gasping.
Take it easy, Claudia. We've had all we can take of this, Tompkins.
Are you going to deny you stole Toby from me?
I certainly am. Look here, man. You're mad. You're ill.
Ill, am I? You took Toby from me and you say I'm ill?
I didn't take Toby. You brought the dummy here. You must have brought it here. Well, maybe while you were walking in your sleep, but you brought it here. I'm going to prove it.
Stay away from the phone.
Millie has a gun.
You can shoot if you like, but I'm going to prove to you that... Hello. Hello, give me the desk clerk, please.
Tompkins, I won't go with you. I'm going to stay with her forever. If Mr. Laswell will let me.
Clerk, this is Mr. Laswell in 722. I want to know if someone came to my room a few hours ago.
Is this some sort of trick?
A man came, you say, and he was carrying a ventriloquist dummy. You let him come up. Did you hear that, Tompkins?
I'm not deceived by this.
Will you describe the man for me, please?
No, you're a devil, Laswell. You stole Toby from me, now you're trying to drive me mad.
Well, here, take the phone.
No, I won't take it! You're tricking me again!
No, be careful!
Well, you won't succeed this time! No, I don't deny that I shot Laswell, Inspector, but I believe the provocation was ample. I dare say you would agree. After all, Laswell turned a friend against me. An old and a very valued friend. Whom I miss very much.
Tompkins, in due time, I may ask you to sign a formal confession on the basis of the story you've just told me.
No objection. I'll sign it. Oh, by the way, Inspector, I wonder if now you might let me see Toby again.
Well, I'd like to oblige you, but...
It's only for a short while, sir. See, I felt rather badly about not seeing him, especially after our trouble. And if we were given a little time together, perhaps Toby and I could straighten out our affairs.
Well, if you like, I think I can manage it. Perhaps have him brought down to your cell.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes. Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing Toby again. I am indeed.
And that's the story as Tompkins told it to me, Mr. Laswell.
It's incredible. I had some idea what was going on in the fellow's mind, but that is...
Mel, I'm so sorry for him.
Just one question, Mr. Laswell. You'll pardon my asking.
Yes?
Did you have anything to do with what's happened to the Kit Kat? I mean, you didn't project your voice through Toby.
Certainly not.
So I thought. This business has me baffled. If I thought Tompkins might be more dangerous than he's already proved...
Well, I'm afraid there is that possibility, Inspector.
Huh?
It may be that Tompkins has become so accustomed to thinking as two persons that the personalities have actually become divided.
Is that possible?
For one man to have two separate and distinct personalities? Yes, that's not rare. Well, I'll admit I've never heard of anything exactly like this business.
What will happen to him, Mel?
It's a battle that Tompkins will have to fight out within himself. As long as he's in that cell without the dummy, he may learn to think for himself as himself again.
Good heavens, man. Look here, I permitted that dummy to be taken to the Tompkins in his cell.
You what?
Tompkins was so keen on having the dummy with him that
Do you think that will harm him?
Well, I don't know, but...
Inspector
All right,
Dollar.
here I am.
It's that Tompkins, sir. Carrying on something awful in his cell.
What's happened?
We put the big doll in with him, like you said, sir, and right off he began arguing with it, carrying on a fight, real lifelike. It's just like two people what hate each other.
Laswell, you were right. Come on, we'd better get to them before it's too late.
Well, all I can say is I knew you'd wind up this way sometime. Put away for keeps, a jailbird.
Oh, Toby, I can't stand you having to talk to me that way. How can you be so ungrateful? I made you everything you are.
Ha! You made me, did you? You were the smallest of the small till I teamed with you.
Have you forgotten that once you were an empty, lifeless stick of wood?
Oh, come off it, Tompkins. You're a regular slush pot of sentimentality.
Please, be a little kind to me.
Get away from me. I can't stand the beggar. Why should I have anything to do with you? You've never done anything right. You couldn't even kill Laswell.
Shut up, Toby. Shut up. Don't torture me.
I wish you had killed him, and his wife would belong to me. I could be with her forever.
Oh, you fool. Don't you know that's impossible?
You're just saying that you're jealous because I love her.
Oh, no, I can't stand it. You're a monster. I've got to get rid of you. I've got to kill you, destroy you.
Tompkins, take your hands off me. I'm through with you. Take your hands off.
No. I'll kill you, you vulgar little swine. Little swine. You beast. Dirty beast, you die. Now talk back to me, you little monster. Now tell me I failed at everything. I've smashed your face.
You can't kill me, Tompkins. No matter how you try, you can't kill me.
Can't Toby, what have I done? Toby, I never meant.
Down this way. There we are.
Nell, he smashed the dummy.
Steady, Claudia.
Oh, it isn't real. It can't be.
We didn't reach him in time.
He seems to have fainted.
I guess we better see what we can do for the poor devil.
Certainly made a pile of kindling out of his dummy, didn't he?
Oh, Nell, what'll it do to him when he sees what he's done to Toby?
How is he, Inspector?
He's coming around all right. Tompkins, come out of it, fellow. Everything's going to be all right.
He's reviving. He's opening his eyes.
Come on now, I'll help you sit up. There's a fellow. Feeling a little better now, aren't we?
Mr. Stark. He's looking around for the dummy.
Here we are, Tompkins. I guess this is what you're looking for. His tummy's broken up a bit, but he'll be all right.
He said he'd kill me, but I told him he couldn't. I killed him. Isn't that wonderful, Mrs. Laswell? Tompkins is dead. Now we can be together forever, the three of us. You want me, don't you, Mrs. Laswell? You've got to want me because I think you're beautiful. And I love you, and I'll be your slave always and always.
For the past 30 minutes, CBS has presented Out of This World, bringing you Charles Gusman's adaptation of the motion picture Dead of Night. Barry Kroger was featured as Tompkins and Art Carney as Toby. Original music by Albert Berman. Out of This World is directed by John Mosman for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
It was over 100 miles back to Dodge, but I figured I could make it easy in a day and a half. I'd been in Hays City as a government witness in a murder trial, and I was anxious to get back. So I rode out of Hays one morning a couple of hours before light. The ground was clear as snow, but it was midwinter, and it was sharp cold. When the day came, there was no sun, only dark gray sky drilled by a high, cold, searching wind. The air was as thin as I could ever remember it being. And behind me in the north lay a great slab of blackness. When I saw that, I should have turned back, for the wind stood out of the north, too, and sooner or later it would drive that black slab right down on top of me. This was blizzard weather, the kind of weather that kills the land and everything on it. I don't know why I went on, maybe because of the wind. You know, a high wind will distemper a man, make him drunk like. Anyway, I didn't turn back. And about noon, the sky began to turn white with snow, and I could smell a touch of moisture in the air. And finally it came, the sleet, shrilling in on the wind like small buckshot as the blizzard howled down the prairie. I couldn't look right or left without being stung blind, but as long as I kept the wind on my back, I knew I was headed south. 2 hours of this, and I could feel my horse slowing down and weakening under me. My own body stiffened with the cold. Men died when they got caught in a thing like this. They died easy. Another hour passed, and my horse was carrying his head close to the ground. I figured he'd stumble soon, so I kicked my feet out of the stirrups and braced myself against the horn. By now, the wind had really gotten into me. And when I saw the blur of a ranch house up ahead, I thought maybe it was a trick. But a few minutes later, we rounded a corner of the place and stood at last in the lee of the storm. I slid down and got up to the door and pounded on it. And I waited. Then I pounded again. Then the door came open, and the figure stood in the light.
Who are you? Bring him in, Alvy. Any man out in that weather's been made harmless. Get inside.
Out of the way, Alvy, you fool. All right, stranger, hands in the air. High. That's better. Unload him, Alvy.
Nice gun, Hack. Real nice gun.
Shut up. Now, take him down, stranger. You can come up to the stove now, but don't try nothing. I'll cut you in half with buckshot.
He was a burly man with flushed cheeks and a wild red beard and a great shock of red hair. Even his hands and fingers bristled with it. He sat on a stool by the stove, a shotgun across his knees. And his eyes never left me. The other one, Alvy, had a body of an underfed boy, but he was completely bald, and his skin was tight and dry. He looked like a naked skull. And his eyes... well, something had touched Alvy.
You look half froze, stranger. You must have wanted something real bad to go out in weather like this.
I never saw him around here before, Hack.
He's a stranger, Alvy. He don't belong around here.
Of course, we don't know anybody, but I seen a few, and I never seen him before.
Maybe he's seen you, Alvy, somewhere.
Not me. He never saw me nowhere.
How do you know that?
Maybe he was just looking for some cows and got lost in a storm.
You're just a kid, Alvy. I always said you don't know much. Belle! Belle, get on out here.
She was a pretty girl, but with a dark, half-wild look that I'd never seen before in a woman. Her eyes jumped from man to man and then came to rest on me, fixed and curious. And then after a moment, she looked away and moved into a chair across the room.
Supper ready, Belle? It's awful cold out.
You recognize him, Belle? You ever see him before?
Nope.
You're sure now? Maybe Hayes City. Maybe you saw him up there sometime.
I don't know him.
You're sure?
Yes.
If you're lying to me, you know what I'll do to you.
I never saw him before.
He come in here half froze, right out of the blizzard. Must have been looking for some cows and got lost.
Shut up, Alvy. We don't know what he's doing here, Belle.
Why shouldn't a man get out of the storm? Even in here.
That's enough. All right, stranger, we never saw you before. We don't know who you are. And as soon as I think you're lying, I'm going to blow a big hole in you.
What about my horse? I'd like to put him in the barn if you've got one.
Alvy?
Oh, now, Hack, I ain't going out there. I'd freeze.
And the horse will freeze if you don't.
It's his horse.
We might need it. Go on, Alvy, before I get cross.
All right, I'll go. I don't know why that horse is so important.
Alvy's a good boy. He'll put your horse up.
Thank you.
Supper's about ready.
Leave it. I want to talk to our friend here first. Maybe we won't have to feed him.
Potatoes will get mealy.
They better not, that's all. I'm right curious about you, mister.
I've noticed that.
I'll blow your guts all over the wall. You make fun of me. Don't get me mad, mister. I got the shotgun.
The meat'll be boiled to shreds if we don't eat soon.
You just won't understand any other way, will you, Bell?
What is it you want to know about me?
I can tell, mister, I can handle you easy now.
What do you mean?
All I got to do is wallop the girl and you'll talk. I don't have to do nothing to you.
All right, if I take my jacket off? I've warmed up now.
I mind. You might have a gun hid out in there.
He can raise his hands. I'll unbutton it.
Well, now, that's right smart of you, Belle.
Oh, I'll hide it.
No, leave it be.
Belle. Come over here, Belle. Drop the jacket, Belle. Now hold out your other hand. Now open it, Belle. Open your hand. That's real bad what you did, Belle. Real bad. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put you outside for a spell out in the weather. After supper, after you've cleaned up supper, you can be thinking about it till then. United States Marshal. You're in bad company, Marshal. You shouldn't have come here.
Oh? It looks to me like I sort of struck gold coming here.
Now, why do you talk like that, Marshal? I still got the shotgun.
Let me get that stove. Seems like it's getting colder and colder.
You didn't see any sign of nobody outside, did you, Alvy?
What? Who?
Somebody might have come along to cover the marshal here, it's all.
Marshal? What marshal?
Me. I'm a marshal, Alvy.
Shoot him, Hack. Shoot him.
Shut up and answer me. Was there sign of another horse, footprints, anything like that?
Oh, I didn't see nothing.
Maybe you didn't look.
Would I have walked in here the way I did if I'd been after you people?
Maybe your head got muddled with the cold. Where'd you ride from, Marshal?
Hayes City. Left there this morning.
It was a fool thing to do with a blizzard coming up.
Maybe.
Did you think you could get the jump on us easier in a storm? Was that it, Marshal?
Yeah. You knew we'd be trying to keep cozy in here.
I'm curious, Hack. What are you and Alvy on the run for?
Don't you tell him, Hack. I don't trust him at all.
Alvy, it'd be mighty dull without you, boy.
Don't laugh at me, Hack. Now stop it. I don't like laughing. You know that, Hack. And don't you do it no more. I got ways.
Yeah, I seen you and your ways. But don't try 'em on me, Alvy.
Maybe I won't.
Look, Alvy, now you don't understand. It's all right to tell the marshal about us. He ain't going nowhere.
No?
No, of course not. We'll kill him, Alvy. We'll kill him and bury him somewhere.
Oh, sure. Now, why didn't I think of that?
Because I do the thinking for us, Alvy, that's why. Now, what was it you like to know, Marshal?
Stop playing games, Hack.
Me and Alvy are wanted for murder.
Up in Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Seems a mite unfair, though. We didn't aim to kill nobody. It just happened that way.
We was robbing a bank.
Yeah, and a couple of the people there wouldn't do what we told them, so Alvy used his knife on one, but it just made the man holler.
You could hear him all over town.
And we had to shoot our way out after that. Must have killed 3 or 4 people.
I know I killed 2.
Worst of it was, Marshal, all we wanted just then was some money. We didn't care about killing anybody. But you know how it is, Marshal, when you're robbing a bank and all.
Yeah, sure.
No, I don't suppose you do it that. Anyway, we're wanted for murder, and we didn't even get any money.
Nary a dollar.
So we rode out here and lighted for a spell.
I see. What about Belle? And whose place is this, anyway?
My place, now that Pa's gone.
You mean you were living here alone?
No.
They killed your pa, is that it?
Yes.
How long ago?
I don't know. Maybe a month.
Yeah, it's been about a month, hasn't it, Alvy?
35 days.
There, you see? Alfie always knows just how long everything's been.
No, that's fine. Tell me what you do with him.
Who?
The old man.
Oh, we buried him out back. Couldn't afford a funeral. Could we, Alvy?
Hack, we told him that. Now let's shoot him.
No, I've been thinking it over. People in Hayes City know he started for Dodge, and when he don't show up, they might come looking for him.
But you said we'd bury him, Hack. That's what you said.
Yeah, that's right, but we can't bury his horse, too. Not in this ground. It's froze solid. And if we turn the horse loose and they find it and can't find the marshal's body, then they'll suspect something.
You're pretty smart, Hack. Too bad you don't know enough to stop killing people.
Too bad for you, anyway.
Well, what are we going to do, Hack? I'm getting hungry.
That supper won't be fit to eat.
Shut up! One more word out of you, Bella, and I'll whoop you good.
Come on, Hack. I'm really hungry.
No, listen to me, Alvy. Now, my idea is to knock the marshal on the head and throw him outside to freeze. Now, he'll keep real good that way. And when the storm breaks, we can carry him off 20 miles or so and dump him on the ground. Look like he got throwed and hit his head and froze.
Oh, that's fine, Hack. That's just fine.
Then we'll break his horse's leg, make it easier for them to find him.
You just don't care about anything, do you, Hack?
Just me. Sometimes, Alvy.
Sure. Me and Hack are friends, ain't we, Hack?
Of course, if it don't go on snowing, we'll have to think of something else. Can't leave tracks for them to follow back there.
Oh, Hack, ain't we going to kill him now?
Well, sure we are, Alvy. I didn't mean that.
Let me hit him, huh? You keep the gun on him, and I'll get up behind and hit him. There was a branding iron around here somewhere. I'll hit him with that.
Hack, you've sunk pretty far, but I'm sort of wondering just how far.
What do you mean?
I'm wondering if you're low enough to kill a man before he's been fed.
Here it is, Hack. Here, see? I found it.
Leave it be, Alvy. We're going to eat first.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, this Sunday night, Lionel Barrymore is your host and Joseph Cotton the star on Sunday Night Playhouse's gripping historic drama based on the life of Peter Marshall. Hear how a Scottish immigrant lad rose to the position of chaplain of the United States Senate. A story you'll agree is far more fascinating than fiction. Remember, it's tomorrow night when Lionel Barrymore introduces another Sunday Night Playhouse on most of these same CBS radio stations. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
It was only 5 in the afternoon, but the blizzard had darkened the land, and its blackness showed in at the windows. Here and there along the walls of the ranch house, tricklets of snow blew in through the warped timber. In the kitchen, Hank sat directly behind me, while I ate. Later changed places with Alvy and fed himself heartily, as though he had nothing at all on his mind. Hack was just a nerveless brute, born with no conscience at all. His intelligence was the instinct of an animal that snapped at or killed whatever got in its way of survival. Every living thing was his enemy. And Alvy? Well, there was no way to figure Alvy. Too much of him was missing. My only chance lay in the girl, Belle, even though Hack had pretty well beaten all resistance out of her. Supper was over soon enough, but Hack seemed in no particular hurry to get on with his plans.
I've eaten better food on the trail than that.
Can't blame me for it.
Now, get it cleaned up, Belle. You can talk your head off when you're outside alone, and you're going outside. I'll learn you to heal if I have to break your neck.
No, don't do that, Hack. Not till we're ready to pull out, anyway.
Why?
Well, I ain't gonna do the cooking.
Well, I hope not. I've eaten your cooking.
My sister was a good cook.
Yeah, we should have brought her along, Alvy.
No. I don't like her.
Where are you from, anyway?
Which, me or Alvy?
Well, you to start with.
Wyoming, place called Crowheart. I didn't stay there long, though.
What about you, Alvy?
Now, where were you born, Alvy? I never did know.
Republican River.
That's not a place, you fool.
Well, that's what they told me. Republican River. They always lived in a wagon, my ma and pa. Had a lot of kids, too. Of course, most of them died. I'm about the only one that made out any good at all.
And you did fine, Alvy, fine. Give me the shotgun. All right, Marshal, let's get back by the stove while Belle cleans this mess up.
Shall we hit him and throw him out to freeze up now, Hack?
Not yet. I want to punish Belle first.
You know, someday you're going to get caught without that shotgun, Hack. Somebody's going to tear you apart.
That's fair enough, Marshal.
Give me a fair chance at you then, huh? Barehanded?
No.
Oh, you're bigger than I am, Hack. Might be fun for you.
I don't know nothing about fun. I ain't gonna kill you because it's fun.
Oh, come on, Hack. I want to go to bed.
Belle, come out here. Get outside like I told you. And don't open that door so wide you'll blow the lamp out.
Belle had walked through the room and out the door without a glance at any of us. I figured she'd go down to the barn where she'd be all right for a little while anyway. But I knew I'd have to make a move soon. I sure wasn't going to sit there like a fall hog and let Alvy knock me in the head whenever he got ready. But it didn't take much more sense to try to jump Hack in that shotgun and let him blow me all over the place. It was a beggar's choice, and the more I thought about it, the madder I got.
Hack, I'm sleepy. I'm going to hit him and go to bed. You can do what you want after, but I ain't staying up all night.
Alvy's got his mind made up, Marshal, I can tell.
Just what do you call his mind, Hack?
I got ways to fix you, Marshal.
Nah, never mind, Alvy. Wrap something around that iron, otherwise it won't look like he hit his head on a rock.
What difference it makes?
Do what I say, Alvy.
All right, Hack. Here, I'll use this curtain.
Now, keep your eyes on me, Marshal.
Alvy moved around behind me and was getting a good grip on his branding iron. I leaned slightly forward in the chair and was tensed and waiting for the split second when my instinct had told me to jump. And then suddenly the door was flung wide open and the wind roared in, almost lifting the room as it came. The lamp flared and then went out as I plunged sideways from the chair.
Did you hit him, Alvy? Did you hit him? You bloody fool. Don't you try nothing, Marshal. I got some more shells right here. Don't you move now.
I crawled across the room and was out the door before Hack could reload. In the snow outside, I stood up and turned to find Belle waiting by the side of the door, a pitchfork in her hand. I couldn't see her face very well in the dark, but I could tell she was shaking with cold. I reached out and took the fork from her and then flattened myself against the wall and waited.
I was afraid it was you he shot.
That was a smart trick, Belle, throwing the door open that way.
He shot Alvy, didn't he?
Yeah,
Good.
I think he's found out I'm not in there.
What are you going to do?
Wait.
Marshal! Marshal! I'm going to kill you and the girl both now.
I waited, praying he'd come through the door before my hands got too cold to hold the pitchfork. And finally, the barrel of the shotgun appeared, waist high, and began to poke its way around in our direction. It was stupid of him, but a man behind a gun often gets a false sense of power. I let him shove it out 3 or 4 inches, and then I slammed down on it. Then I jumped into the room. Hack tried to club me with a gun, but he missed. And I got in under him with a fork and lifted him off his feet. And he struggled for a moment like a speared fish and then went limp. And I let him fall. One of the prongs had reached his heart.
Did you get him, Marshal? Is he dead?
Yeah. Light the lamp.
I can't do it, Marshal. My fingers are too stiff.
Here, I'll do it. There. Quite a mess in here. Why don't you wait in the kitchen, Belle?
I'm all right, Marshal. But I can't help you much till I get warmed up some.
Well, then, you stay by the stove, huh? I'll lug these people outside.
Thank you, Marshal. Marshal? Marshal Dillon.
What? Oh. Morning, Belle.
Come on out in the kitchen, Marshal. It's warm there, and I got some hot coffee waiting.
That sounds good. Say, it looks like the storm's lifted.
It has. The wind's gone, but it's mighty cold out.
Well, I don't mind the cold. It's that wind that breaks a man down.
There. Get some of that in you.
Well, you make mighty good coffee, Belle.
Tell me something, Marshal.
Hmm?
Tell me the truth now.
Oh, sure, Belle. What is it?
Are you married?
I'd make a poor husband, Belle, for any woman.
Why?
Well, in my profession, it's too chancy.
Thank you, Marshal. Thanks for putting it that way.
Now, Belle, I didn't mean...
Forget it. I'm leaving this place, Marshal.
What?
As soon as you go, I've packed what I need and I'm clearing off.
Where'll you go?
I got 3 horses. I'll ride up to Hayes City and sell them.
Then what?
I'll buy some pretty clothes and I'll find a place. Won't be hard after this.
I wish I could help you, Belle.
You have.
Oh, but I mean...
I can take care of myself, Marshal. I just want to get away from here, that's all.
Sure. I'll stop at the nearest ranch and tell the men to come over here and take care of Hack and Alvy as soon as it warms up.
Whatever you like, Marshal.
Well, goodbye, Belle.
Goodbye, Marshal. Look me up in Hayes City next time you're there.
Sure. Sure I will. But, Belle, don't let all this make you bitter. There are a lot of good men in the world.
So they say. So long, Marshal.
So long, Belle. A few minutes later, I'd saddled up and was on the trail to Dodge. The sky was low and a slate gray all over, but there was no wind. The blizzard had gone, leaving the land still and white and bitter cold. There wasn't a sign of life anywhere. It was like riding through a vast tomb. I found myself feeling like a trespasser, as though something had gone wrong, and I wasn't supposed to be there at all.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner as Hack, Harry Bartell as Elvie, and Vivi Janis as Belle. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Starts this Monday, a new run for Road of Life, returning to CBS Radio to join the rest of your daytime listening favorites at the Star's address. Road of Life, telling the day-to-day story of surgeon-scientist Dr. Jim Brent, will keep your interest at a high point every Monday through Friday on most of these same stations. Remember, starting this coming Monday, Road of Life in its 16th year will be heard again on CBS Radio. Roy Rowan speaking. America now listens to 105 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
America's favorite miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny program.
The Jello program, starring Jack Benny with Don Bester and his orchestra. And the orchestra opens the program with "It's Fun to Be Fooled from Life Begins at 8:40. And now we bring you the only rival of Popeye the Sailor, Jack Benny.
Hello, everybody. This is Jack Benny with a good, snappy show full of pep, and we're all on our heels, raring to go.
Hey, Jack, what's the matter with you tonight? You look all worn out.
What do you mean, Don?
Well, you look tired. Your eyes are baggy.
It's all right. I'll have them pressed in the morning, you know? You see, Don,
I've been rehearsing day and night for the past 2 weeks with a show called Bring On the Girls, and we open in Washington tomorrow.
Oh, you're going with the show, eh?
Yeah, the drama finally got me.
But tell me, Jack, do you have a big part?
Don't be silly. I'm playing the most important part in the show.
Oh, then you're the leading man. I see.
No, not exactly. But in the first act, there's a scene where I open the door for the leading man to make his entrance. You see?
Well, that's not...
It's not, eh? If I'm not there, he doesn't get in. Where's your show?
Why, certainly, of course. And say, what about that picture of yours that opens next week, Transatlantic Merry-Go-Round?
Well, what about it?
Well, do you open doors in the picture, too?
No, I really have the star part from that. You see, it's a mystery, Don. You see, and right at the very opening of the picture, I'm found dead in a stateroom. See?
Well, what makes that part so important?
Well, I'm the fella they talk about for the rest of the picture.
Well, I'm surely going over and see it next week, Jack.
Get in early, Don. You know I die in the first scene.
Oh, Jack. Oh, Don.
It's a nice entrance, Mary, yawning. What makes you so tired?
I don't know. I slept all afternoon and I'm just all in.
Well, how'd you get tired sleeping all day?
I dreamt I was a 6-day bicycle rider, and 6 days on a bicycle is too much, believe me.
Mary, look at Mary. Why don't you dream you're a turtle and take it easy?
I did, and a rabbit chased me all over town.
Oh, hello, everybody. Good yawning, folks.
Good yawning? Oh, you too?
Gee,
Parker, what makes you so tired? Hey, Mary, that's my line. Wait a minute.
Well, who wouldn't be tired? Say, you know what I just saw?
What?
I just saw a horse pull a wagon up a steep hill.
Well, why should that make you tired?
Well, you try pulling a wagon up a steep hill.
Wait a minute, did you pull a wagon or did the horse do it?
What's the difference as long as they're both healthy?
Yeah. Hey, look, there's Don Bester over there. Say, Don, how is it you're not all in?
Well, I stay up nights and take care of myself.
Oh. You're different, I see. Don, you better get some sleep tonight and stop impersonating George Arliss, you know? Come on, everybody, get on your toes. Let's get this program started. Mary, have you any jokes for tonight?
No, Jack, but I wrote a poem all about fall.
Mary, will you stop with those silly poems already?
But, Jack, I haven't written one since Labor Day. Oh, Labor Day.
All right, listen. Go ahead, read your poem.
The title is Fall is Here.
Fall is here. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Fall is here. Oh, fall is here. Trees are bare most everywhere, 'cause fall is here. Oh, boy. Daylight saving time has ended, and it's dark at 5 o'clock. Acorns falling from the elm trees. Overcoats come out of hawks.
Hey, that gives me a thought, Mary. Go ahead.
Leaves are rooty in the valley. Dizzy deans have gone to roost. Birds are flying to the Southland for a drink of orange juice.
Orange juice, that rhymes. Yeah, go ahead.
Fall is here. Oh, fall is here. Then comes winter and the spring. Then comes June, July, and August. Then the fall.
June, July, and August.
Yes.
That couldn't be July, could it?
Yes, but delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, lemon, orange, and lime.
Then you know that fall is here and with us all the time.
Mary, did you really write that poem?
No, I stole it from Henry W. Longfellow.
Play, Don. June, July, and August. What kind of rock and roll from the motion picture Transatlantic Merry-Go-Round, played by Don Bester and the boys. And now tonight, folks, we are continuing our policy of giving you a guest star on each program. Last week, we gave you those priceless entertainers, the Three Chicken Sisters.
What do you mean priceless, Jack?
I don't want them again at any price. But this program did them no harm, as they were immediately engaged at the Waldorf Biltmore for the floor show, where they are doing a number with pail and mop and cleaning up. And now, I put that in myself. And now tonight, folks, after a fist fight with hundreds of other programs, we have secured for you a great violin virtuoso who comes direct from Boston via Lynn. Get it? Via Lynn. Lynn is near Boston, see? Get that joke, Mary?
Who wants it?
Oh, all right. I now take great pleasure in introducing to you that marvel of the violin, the great Senor Fett. Say something, Mr. Fett.
I am glad for to be here tonight because it's raining outside.
And we're glad to have you with us. Now tell me, Mr. Fett, what is your first name?
Oh, just call me Hi.
Call you what?
Hi.
Oh, Hi Fetz. I see. I thought that name sounded familiar. Are there any other musicians in your family?
Oh, yes, I have a little brother who plays very good fiddle, too.
Is that so? What's his name?
Lo.
Oh, Low Fetz and High Fetz, I see. Where are you boys from?
Philadelphia.
Well, no wonder. Comes natural, huh? Say, that's a pretty good violin you've got there. Is that a Stradivarius?
No, Sears Roebuck.
Oh, I think $5 down to you?
And $1 a week, yes.
Well, Fetzy, how about giving us a little tune?
A pleasure.
Starts out well. Wait, you're a little tired, too. Say, I notice you play with only 4 fingers, Mr. Fetz. Don't you use your thumb?
My thumb is sore from hitchhiking.
I see. You were... I can readily believe that. You were making a concert tour.
Yes.
Did you make this trip alone?
No, with a tin cup.
Oh.
You're a bum.
Wait a minute. Who called this artist a bum?
Who called this bum an artist?
Mary. Now tell me, Mr. Fetz, were you always a violin player?
No, I started with the cello.
Well, that's about the same as the violin, isn't it?
Yes, I played the cello for 5 years, and that gave me the Technic for the violin.
I see, and you owe it all to cello, huh?
Yeah.
And hundreds of other artists have said the same thing about Jell-O with its new, fresh, rich fruit flavor.
Wilson, he said cello, not jello.
Oh, pardon me, Jack. I'm a little over-anxious.
What does he want?
Don't worry about Wilson. You see, if it wasn't for him, you and I wouldn't be here tonight.
I see.
Go ahead, Mr. Fetz. Play something.
What would you like? After all, I'm here to please you.
Well, do you know, let's see, do you know Chopin's St. Louis Mama?
I am an artist, not a stool pigeon.
Well, play anything at all. I don't care. Let's see. Now, are you familiar with Mendelssohn's Wedding March?
Am I? 4 times.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. That was my line, I see. You have the next one. That's it. It's all right, Mr. Fetz, you know.
But, Mr. Benny, I forgot to tell you, I am also a trick violinist.
What trick violinist? Why didn't you say so?
Sure. Here's a list of my tricks. I have them all written out.
I see. You do all these tricks in the order in which they're written?
Yes, sir.
Let me see. Number 1. All right. His first trick, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be playing a violin and musical saw at the same time. That ought to be good. A violin and a saw. All right, go ahead, Betsy. Mary, save the sawdust. We can use it in the grocery store. Now, his next trick, ladies and gentlemen, will be playing a violin and saxophone simultaneously and riding home for money at the same time. Ready? Go. He's still riding home for money. And now, Mr. Fetz, I'd like to suggest a trick. Do you mind?
Not at all.
I'd like to hear you play the violin, cornet, Jew's harp, and bass drum while marching out of the studio in perfect rhythm. Is that clear?
Okay.
All right. Have you got all your instruments?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go. That's it. That's it. Now, right out of the studio. That's it. Right, Mary, quick, slam the door. And now, Frank Parker, our weekly guest star, will sing One Night of Love.
Do you want any tricks, Jack?
No, Frank, put down that saw. You'll cut yourself. Parker got more applause than I did. That was Frank Parker singing One Night of Love from the motion picture of the same name. And now, ladies and gentlemen, owing to a very good business last week, the J. Benny Grocery Store will continue for another week with a fresh supply of new groceries, new customers, but the same eggs. Wilson, tell the folks what happens next while I bring in the sack of potatoes.
The place is Old New Hampshire. The time is 7 a.m. The proprietor's just arriving and finds Mary, his chief clerk, getting ready for the day's work.
Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, Squire Benny.
What are you marking on those signs?
Well, I'm making up a special sale on soap today, 3 for quarters,
How much were they before?
5 cents case.
Well, you've certainly got a head on you.
So has a glass of beer.
That's darn good. Good morning, Mrs. Borsmeyer. I see you're here bright and early.
Why shouldn't I be? I bought some eggs here last week and my son left home.
Well, why didn't you bring the eggs back?
Not until my husband leaves, too.
What was the matter with those eggs?
The yolks were old.
Old yolks? Well, don't forget, this is a radio program. Is there, Didn't think that was going to go that good. Is there anything else, anything else you wanted today?
Yes. I'll take this piece of French pastry. That's my hat. Put it down.
I guess the cherries fooled you. Is there something else you'd like?
No, that'll be all. Thank you.
Good morning, Jay.
Morning, Zeb. Well, Zeb Parker, how be ya?
I be all right. How be you be?
Fine couple of
Rubes.
Fine couple of rubes.
Yeah, now, you'll have to repeat it. What can I do for you, Zeb?
Well, I want some pumpernickel.
Pumpernickel, eh? Well, we're all out of pumps.
Well, then give me the nickel. I want a telephone.
Oh, pumping me for a nickel, eh? Zeb, they tell me you've been down to the city. Been a-cutting up, eh?
Yes, sirree. I saw a burlicue show the other night.
You did? A burlicue show, huh?
Yeah.
How was it?
Yippee!
Oh, that's good, eh? Well, Zeb, I see you got your basket with you. What's it going to be today?
Well, give me some strong horseradish. We're going to have a wild time tonight.
Here you are, Zeb. Don't know what's going to become of you. First thing you know, you'll be using pepper on your victuals.
Well, you only live once, you know.
Anything else you want, Zeb?
Let me see. My wife is washing today, and she wants me to get some soap.
Here you are. How about some starch?
What?
Starch.
I don't get that.
Starch. What's in your shirt?
My brother, he borrowed it yesterday.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Goodbye, Jay.
Goodbye, Brother Crawford.
Shut up. It's my line. Hello, Mrs. Smalls. Good morning, Mary. What would you like today? I want to buy a duck. That's on another program. Oh, of course. Well, just give me some caviar. Gee, we have no caviar. Why don't you make it yourself, you dope? How do you make it? A pound of barley and some stove polish. All right. Anything else? Let me see. I want something, but I forget what it is. It starts with Q. Cucumbers? That's it. Here you are. Wait a minute. There are warts on those cucumbers. Oh, that's all right. They're not contagious.
Yeah, how do you do, Mrs. Schmaltz? How were those dog biscuits I sold you last week?
They gave me indigestion.
Good thing you didn't give it to the dog. Hey, here comes Zeke Bester. Hello, Zeke.
Hello, Jay.
Listen closely, folks. It's Don Bester doing a rube again. How you feeling, Zeke?
I'm Zeke and tired.
Is he wasting his time? I'll bet Chick Sales is worried. Well, Zeke, how's crop?
I made a 7-Eleven last night.
That's crap.
Oh, well, there's money in crops.
Who's that, Mary? Oh, Heifetz. Well. What are you doing here?
I am making another concert tour.
Mary, throw him a herring.
Thank you.
Mary, here comes Mrs. Van Twitter. You better wait on her.
How'd you do? Hello, Toots. What do you want? I want a dozen tomatoes. We have no tomatoes, but we have some lovely potatoes.
How about some bananas?
Never mind. I'll have a pound of nice, fresh peas.
Yes, ma'am. Will you take them with you?
No. Just roll them over to 315 Park Avenue.
Roll them over, Mary.
Roll over yourself, Jack.
Hello. ¿Cómo se va questa sera? Se va bene, that's good.
Well there, Squire Pasquale.
I wanna get some spaghetti.
Yes, sir. How much spaghetti you want?
No, I think about 2 miles.
2 miles of spaghetti?
Yes, how much is it gonna cost?
Well, it's 15 cents for the first quarter of a mile, 5 cents for each additional quarter. Anything else?
Well, now let me see. Oh, yes, I want some opera coats.
Opera coats? You'll have to go to a tailor.
No, opera coats. Disappointed peaches.
Oh, wait a minute. You mean apricots?
That's what I told you, opera coats. you don't speak good English, eh, boss?
Hey, who not speak English? Sure I speak. What else you wanna?
I want some chocolate eclipse.
Chocolate eclipse? You mean a chocolate eclair?
Likewise.
All right, what else do you wanna?
You got some Italian roses?
Italian roses are sure. Mary, push up some garlic.
Some joke, eh, boss? Coming right off.
Sure, Want to take him along?
No, send him to my house.
All right, Mr. Pasquale, what's your first name?
Angelo.
Angelo?
Angelo's the new extra rich flavor tastes twice as good as ever before.
Play, Don. What's the matter with you? Started the music there. Oh, sola mia. Oh, sola you.
That was Don Bester and his orchestra playing 10 yards to go. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you Mr. Curtis Mitchell, editor of Radio Stars magazine, who has a few words to say. Mr. Mitchell.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here tonight on behalf of the readers of Radio Stars magazine to thank Jack Benny for a decision he made 2 years ago. At that time, if you remember, although comedy was comparatively new to the air, many of the stage's funny men had already been lured to the microphones. Jack Benny in those days was reluctant to go on the air. If he failed to please, he stood to lose much of that prestige he had built for himself by years of painstaking performances before visible audiences. It was one of those perplexing crossroads to which many of us come. Jack Benny took the one marked radio, and that is the decision for which I want to thank him tonight. Once each month, Radio Stars magazine is privileged to call public attention to outstanding radio programs and performers. We do it by means of a medal called the Radio Stars Award for Distinguished Service. This medal has never before been awarded to a comedian, but the listeners of America, who are the readers of my magazine and, in the last analysis, my bosses, have directed that this month we draw attention to the finest show of its sort on the air. So, to you, Mr. Benny, and to your able fellow fun makers, Mary Livingston, Frank Parker, Don Bester, and Don Wilson, and Harry Kahn, your writer, we say thanks. And we present you now with Radio Stars magazine's award for distinguished service to radio. Good luck and good fun always.
I want to tell you how much we all appreciate this honor, Mr. Mitchell, and I want to thank you personally on behalf of Mary Livingston, Frank Parker, Don Bester, Don Wilson, and Harry W. Kahn, my author, who have lent their splendid cooperation to all our programs. Thank you again, Mr. Mitchell.
while ago, I told you about Jell-O's new extra-rich flavor. Now I'm going to tell you how to prove that finer flavor. Prove it 3 different ways. First, open a package of Jell-O and...
Well, this finishes our second program for Jell-O, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night.
Jack, you better give me that medal. You know how you lose everything.
Oh, there goes the medal. Come on, Mary, let's go. I'll buy you a soda.
I'm sorry, Jack. I've got a date.
With whom? Good night, folks. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. WJZ, New York.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
Hollywood, California, Monday, March 1st. The Lux Radio Theater presents Charles Winninger in Cappy Ricks with Sally Eilers and Richard Allen. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Charles Winninger, Sally Eilers, and Richard Allen. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our guests, Peter B. Kine, renowned author and creator of Cappy Ricks, and Royer, Hollywood's eminent wardrobe designer from 20th Century Fox Studios. Our conductor, Mr. Louis Silvers. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, who welcome you all to another hour in the film capital of the world. Before we start Cappy Ricks, a word about the product which sponsors tonight's play, Lux Flakes. Since I've been the announcer on the Lux program, I've been very much impressed with the real enthusiasm women have for Lux Flakes. They rely on it in so many ways, and they tell me it never lets them down. To show what I mean, here's a letter a New England girl sat down and wrote to the makers of Lux Flakes.
Started working. I found that in order to buy a pair of stockings every week, I had to give up too many good times. I decided to try Lux Flakes and see if it made any difference. I found that with Lux, I only needed to buy a pair a month. Now I use nothing but Lux Flakes on stockings and baby underwear. And with the money I save every year, I'm able to pay for half of my vacation.
And now, our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. A week ago, while cruising the bayous of Louisiana, among the most beautiful and isolated communities in the world, I came on a tiny fishing village, standing on stilts and soft with the talk of Arcadian fishermen. Situated on Bayou Barataria, it was named Lafitte for the pirate and patriot I'm to make the hero of my next picture, the Buccaneer. To this little town, Lafitte returned from his raids laden with spoils, his dark, handsome face flushed with the conquest of Spanish merchantmen. And here he auctioned off his loot. Entering the general store to buy provisions for the rest of our journey, I looked into the corners where shadows sprawled like sailors gone to sleep. Instead of the chests of Spanish gold, the priceless fabrics of the East, and the heaps of jewels that reposed there when we bought Louisiana from Napoleon, on the shelves, I give you my word, there were neatly arranged cartons of Lux Flakes. I was as surprised and amused as when I observed some months ago the coincidence that Lux has been one of the words on my family crest for 870 years. Since then, we returned to Hollywood by way of New Orleans, where the famous Bonnet Carré spillway, diverting more water per second than flows over Niagara Falls, forms an impregnable defense against the ravenous Mississippi. The city is safer than it was from the old buccaneers. But tonight, Our hero is not Jean Lafitte. It's Charles Winninger, who made his professional debut as a fiddling member of his father's troupe at the Chicago World's Fair in 1893. Like another fiddling prodigy, Jack Benny. Charlie realized after a time that he was hiding his talent under a Stradivarius. So he sold his violin and turned comedian. His talents are currently on view in Universal's Three Smart Girls. But millions remember him as Captain Andy in Ziegfeld Showboat. Tonight he again wears gold braid in the role of Cappy Ricks, as peppery and old salt as ever shivered a timber. Heard as his daughter, Florrie, is Sally Eilers, who went from Max Sennett comedies to stardom in all 10 of Hollywood's important studios, and starred with James Dunn in the Academy Award winner, Bad Girl. She appears shortly with Jimmy in the Universal picture, We Have Our Moments. Tonight she has for her leading man, Richard Arlen, who prepared for this picture by appearing in more than 60 pictures. Dick has just returned from England, where he made The Great Barrier. We hear him tonight as Matt Peasley. And now, it's Anchors Away as the Lux Radio Theater presents Charles Winninger, Sally Eilers, and Richard Arlen in Peter B. Kyne's story, Cappy Ricks. San Francisco waterfront, where row after row of shipping offices face the busy wharves. On the steps of the Blue Star Line, Cappy Ricks, the president, faces a huge crowd of sailors and ship owners. In typical waterfront fashion, they're congratulating the old-timer on his 60th birthday.
Happy birthday! Congratulations! Boys, thank you. How about a speech, Captain? All right. You asked for it, you're going to get it. Boys, we had some fine times together. Oh, yeah, we worked and fought and won and been licked. We've made money, lost, and made it again. We've matched our wits against each other, not so much for the dollars as for the fun of the game. And now, as I look down on you from the peak of 60 years, I'm going to ask my first favor of you. What is it, Cappy? Go down to the dock, all of you, and jump in the bay. He's a jolly good fellow. He's a jolly good fellow. So long, he's a jolly good fellow. So long.
Good morning, Mr. Ricks. Congratulations.
Thanks, Skinner,
I
thanks.
didn't think you'd be coming to the office this morning.
I didn't think I'd get here myself when that crowd got hold of me. Morning, Miss Brown.
Good morning, sir.
The boys were a little excited, sir.
Excited? They've lost their senses. I don't see why a man can't reach the age of 60 without a bunch of hoodlums making a monkey out of him.
Yes, sir, it is a shame, sir.
What's that?
Oh, why, nothing, Mr. Ricks. I just said that I thought it was a shame.
Yeah, you did think they did make a monkey out of me.
Oh, no, sir, not at all.
There's no man can make a monkey out of Cappy Ricks, Skinner, nor a crowd of men. Remember that.
Yes, sir.
And don't keep yesing me all the time.
Oh, yes, sir.
Has there been any word from that hoodoo ship of ours?
Oh, the Retriever? No, not a thing, sir. She can't possibly make port inside of a week or 10 days.
I know that, you darn fool. I didn't say anything about her making port, but some steamer might have picked her up and reported.
I haven't heard a thing, sir.
You can bet I equip that barkentine with radio the minute she hits port.
Oh, you have an appointment with your lawyers, Gordon and Gordon, this morning to talk over your rights concerning the boat, sir.
What time?
Half an hour in their office.
I'll be there. Anything else?
Oh, yes, sir. Your daughter is here.
What? Where?
In your office, sir.
Well, why didn't you tell me, you knock-kneed landlubber?
I'm sorry, sir.
I'll be in the office. Now, listen, I don't want to be disturbed.
No, sir. I'll see to that, sir.
Hello, Florrie.
Hello, Dad. How are you, darling?
What are you doing down here at this hour? Your Aunt Lucy said you skipped out of the house before breakfast.
I want to speak to you alone, Dad.
Huh? What about?
Well, first to congratulate you. I owe you 60 kisses, you know. One for each year.
That's so. I'll collect them on the installment plan. One at a time.
All right. Here's the first.
That is a good one. Must be something behind it.
Dad.
Come on, out with it. How much do you want this time?
Not a penny.
No?
No. It's something more than money, Dad. Something I want terribly.
Mm-hmm. Well?
It's what I was speaking about the other night at dinner.
Now, Florrie, don't start that all over again.
But, Dad...
I told you once and for all that I don't want you working down here at the office.
But, Dad, listen...
In the first place, it ain't necessary. And in the second place, you don't know anything about the shipping business anyhow.
But I do. I've been around the docks with you ever since I was old enough to walk. And I've listened to you talk every night at dinner for the last 15 years. I know as much as anyone knows, and I want to come in with you. Work with you.
Now, Florrie, listen to me. I don't know why I should be talked seriously about this. It's silly. But I want to tell you something. The shipping business is no business for a girl. It's a man's game, a fighting game. It's give and take every minute of the day. And if I went and took you in as a partner, my competitors would laugh me off the waterfront.
I don't have to be a partner.
No, nor anything else around here. I won't have it.
Is that your final answer, Dad?
Absolute. Oh, Florrie, now, don't act so hurt. I'll do anything in the world for you except this. I can't do this.
It's all right. But I haven't given up yet.
Now, Florrie.
You always said I was stubborn.
You certainly are.
And that I'd take after you.
Well, yes. You're too much like me for your own good.
For Mr. Ricks.
Yes, what is it?
Your appointment with Mr. Gordon, sir. It's almost time.
All right. Don't rush me.
Oh, no, sir. I didn't mean to rush.
Well, get me a cab.
Oh, yes, sir.
And be quick about it. We've got to get out of here.
Oh, yes, sir.
Now, let me get this straight, Mr. Ricks. You say your ship, the Retriever, lost its captain off Cape Town?
Yes, he got sick.
It was very sudden.
I see. And the mate took over command?
Yes. Fellow by the name of Matt Peasley. Oh, look, Mr. Gordon. When's your pa coming back? He knows the whole story from bow to stern.
He's away, Mr. Ricks. Won't be back for a week. I'm taking charge.
Yeah. All right. Go on.
Now, as I understand it, you didn't want Matt Peasley to act as captain.
Why should I? I don't know the fella. Never laid eyes on him. So I wired him I was sending another captain to take over the ship. And what do you suppose that scallywag did?
What?
Wired us that he was going to bring the ship back himself. And if we sent on another captain, he'd chuck him overboard.
What did you do then?
I'll tell you what I did. I hunted up the biggest, toughest captain I could find. A big, burly Swede. A two-fisted human bull who's licked everything on the 7 seas. And I shipped him off to Cape Town with orders to beat Mr. Peasley to a pulp and bring what was left of him back in the Retriever.
I see.
Now, here's what I want to see you about. That ship will be in here within a week or 10 days, and the minute she comes to anchor, they'll bring the pieces of Mr. Matt Peasley ashore. Then what's left of him will begin to yell for the police. So I want to know just where I get off at.
The assault took place in a foreign port?
But on an American ship flying the American flag. Now, don't forget that. Well, what's the answer?
Well, let me see.
Come on. Do I land in the brig or don't I?
Well, to be quite frank with you, Mr. Ricks, I don't know.
Well, that's just fine. Just fine. I sit here for an hour wasting my breath and you telling me you don't know. What's a maritime lawyer for, anyhow?
When my father gets back. You see, it's a very unusual case. I'm sorry, Mr. Ricks.
All right. Forget it, son. A youngster can't know everything about this business.
I'll look up the case record.
Never mind. I ain't got time. And the ship ain't due for a week. You just tell your pa to give me a hail as soon as he hits port.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Oh, forget it. Well, come on, Skinner.
I beg pardon.
Don't
sir.
sit there with your mouth hanging open. We got work to do.
Oh, yes, sir.
So long, son.
Goodbye, sir.
Hello, Jimmy.
Oh, hello, Miss Ricks.
Did my father get back yet?
No, ma'am. I guess he's still over at Gordon and Gordon.
Is Miss Brown in?
Nope. Out to lunch. Everybody's out to lunch except me.
What's the matter with you, Jimmy?
Oh, I got to stay and mind the office, and I got some important typing to do.
And you're starving, I suppose.
Well, I haven't eaten since breakfast, but I guess I can last another 5 minutes or so.
You go ahead out. I'll do the typing.
Oh, you think it'll be all right?
Sure, run along.
Gee, thanks. Thanks, Miss Ricks.
Don't be long, though.
I won't.
Come in. How do you do?
Hello. Mr. Ricks in?
What's the name, please?
Matt Peasley, captain of the Retriever.
The Retriever? The Retriever isn't in yet.
Oh, yes, it is. Anchored off of Meg's Wharf not 20 minutes ago.
Who's in command?
Me?
But Captain Peterson.
Oh, you mean that big, sweet old Rick sent out to Cape Town to take charge?
Yes.
I brought him ashore and sent him up to the Marine Hospital.
What? You mean to say that you licked him?
Well, if I hadn't, he'd have licked me. They ought to take a peep at him.
Oh, for heaven.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Oh, excuse me, but I can't help it. It's too funny. Do you know that fight has been the talk of this office for the past 3 weeks?
Yeah?
Everybody took it for granted that Captain Peterson would win.
Been on Rick's mind, huh?
Night and day. He's talked of it, boasted of it, gloated over it. You see, you're the only man in his employ who ever defied him.
Well, he probably needs someone to tell him off once in a while. He's just an old windbag anyhow.
What?
Oh, I guess I shouldn't have said that, huh? You've got to be loyal to him working in his office and all.
Working?
You're his secretary, aren't you?
Well, not exactly.
Been with him long?
Long? Oh, yes. Ever since I was a little girl. He's been like a father to me. He's not so bad when you know him.
Bark worse than the bite, huh?
That's it. Tell me something. How on earth did you get the Retriever back so fast? You weren't due for a week.
Oh, just luck, I guess.
Oh, luck wouldn't speed you up 7 days.
Well, I've been at it ever since I was 14.
Was the Retriever your first command?
Yeah, that's why I jumped at the chance. I couldn't let that big ape Peterson take it over.
Oh. Do you know Mr. Ricks is pretty powerful? He could keep you from getting another boat.
Well, I expect him to do that.
What are you going to do?
Me? I'm going to give up the sea. I'm going to go into the shipping business for myself.
You are? That'll take money.
Well, I found out that if you can show people a sure bet, it's a cinch to find the money.
Oh, you have something sure.
Dead sure. You see, I know where I can pick up a couple of ships right now. And for $10,000, I could swing the whole deal. Buy up the options, turn around and sell the boats, and net a profit of 100%. That'd be enough to give me a start.
You could do that for $10,000?
Sure.
You could?
Yeah, I got half of it now. All I need is another 5.
Captain Peasley, if I get $5,000, would you take me in with you?
You?
As a partner.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not.
Where would a secretary get $5,000?
Oh, well, you see, I have a brother who has plenty of money. He'll let me have some to invest in a sure thing like this.
You're a funny kid. What's your name?
Brown. Ellen Brown.
You don't seem quite sure of it.
Of course I am.
Well, I'll tell you, Miss Brown, you better think it over before...
Oh, I don't have to think it over. I know right now.
All right, meet me tomorrow and we'll draw up the papers.
Where?
Jasper's Wharf, 10 o'clock.
I'll be there, but I'm...
I say it ain't the Retriever.
It's Mr. Ricks. He's coming in. He mustn't see us together.
Here, what's the matter?
I'll get out the back way. Don't forget, 10 o'clock.
Right.
No, I tell you, it's impossible.
But he said he was sure it was the Retriever, sir.
Wait a minute. Well, young fella, who are you?
I'm a Blue Star officer, sir.
I can see that by your cap, you idiot. Just come from the docks?
Yes, sir.
You know my barkentine Retriever when you see her?
Yes, sir. The Retriever's anchored off of Meg's Wharf.
There, sir.
Are you sure, young fella?
Absolutely.
Well, I guess it must be true, Skinner. That squarehead captain was made good. List him for a better ship.
Yes, sir.
Now, mate, what do you want?
I've come to report, sir.
From what ship?
The Retriever.
Why doesn't Captain Peterson report himself?
He was taken to the Marine Hospital as soon as we docked. He got sort of smashed up in Cape Town.
Who smashed him?
I did, sir.
Then you're...
Yes, sir, I'm Matt Peasley.
Why, you freshwater gumdrop. What do you mean by standing there and lying to me?
Don't you call me a liar.
This is my office. I'll call you
Take
what I
back
like.
what you said or I'll heave you out that window.
What? Why, you pea-green deck swabber.
Mr. Rick, Captain Peasley,
Stand back. If he was a couple of years older, I'd wring his neck for him.
Why, older? You mean if you...
I mean what I say. I don't fight with kids. Now, mate, you listen to me. You beat up Peterson.
I did. It was a pleasure.
You know what it means? It's mutiny on the high seas. That's what it means. Captain Peterson had credentials.
He might have had them, but he didn't present them. He climbed on board and presented his 2 fists.
And you bashed him in, huh?
Right.
I suppose you know you've made us more trouble than any other man we've had in our employ.
That's your fault, Mr. Rick.
My fault? Look here,
yeah,
you
if you'd
young
let me
snipe.
alone. Yeah, if you let me alone, I'd have brought that boat back and there wouldn't have been any trouble.
Well, you'll never get the chance to bring back another. You're fired.
You can't fire a man that's already quit. And now, Cappy Ricks, goodbye.
Don't call me Cappy.
All right, then, Mr. Ricks. And write this in your log. The next time you pick a fight with one of your employees, make mighty sure he isn't from Thomaston, Maine, where they turn out real sailors. Goodbye.
Peasley. Thomaston, Maine. Peasley, of course.
What is it, Mr. Ricks?
I know that boy. I knew his father. The finest family of sailors that ever hauled a rope. Skinner, I want that boy for our line.
But you just told him...
Never mind that. You go find him and bring him back here. That boy's going to work for me. So I told Skinner to go and get him. But he couldn't find him. Just my luck.
Some more string beans, Cappy?
Huh? Oh, all right, sis. They're kind of burned, though.
Indeed, they are not.
All right. Let's have them.
How about you, Florrie?
Florrie, your Aunt Lucy's speaking to you.
Oh, what was it, Aunt Lucy?
She said, did you want some string beans?
Oh, no, thanks.
You're acting awfully funny tonight, Florrie. What happened to you today?
Nothing. Except Dad wouldn't give me a job.
Now, Florrie.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to ask you again.
Well, now you're talking.
But this time it is money.
Oh, how much?
Oh, just a drop in the bucket, Dad.
How big a drop?
$5,000.
That ain't a drop, it's a splash. What do you want it for? Charity again?
Well, in a way.
What do you mean, in a way? Is it charity or ain't it?
Well, charity's helping people out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Then it's charity.
Now listen, Florrie.
Cappy.
What?
You might just as well save your breath. There isn't any use arguing because you always give in the end anyway.
Oh, I do, huh?
Of course you do, darling. That's why I love you so much.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well?
Oh, all right. I'll give you a check in the morning.
Oh, come right in, Captain Peasley.
Well. How are you, Peasley?
Good morning.
I found him for you, Mr. Ricks.
Fine. Sit down, Matt. Sit down.
Just a minute. I don't know what you want me for, and I don't care very much. But whatever it is, let's get it over quickly.
Sure. You see, Matt, I made a little mistake about you yesterday, and I've changed my mind. I want you to take command of the Retriever. There, now, what do you think of that?
Very little?
Huh?
I don't want the job.
Why not?
Because I'm going into business for myself.
Did you hear that, Skinner? He's going into business for himself. Whose peanut stand are you going to buy out?
I'm going into the shipping business, Mr. Ricks.
What?
It takes you down a little, doesn't it? I got a partner with money. We drew up the agreement this morning. From now on, Mr. Ricks, you've got a competitor.
Why?
A real one.
Huh?
We'll make you square, Mr. Ricks. You'll wish you'd never heard of me.
Skinner, throw this man out. No, don't throw him out. Throw him out.
Mr. Ricks.
I can go myself.
You bet you can go. You're fired, do you hear?
You fired me yesterday.
Well, you're fired again today. Now get out of here and start your business. And when I've skinned you clean down to your hide, come back and see me. If I'm in a good humor, I might lend you a barrel.
We'll continue with Cappy Ricks in a moment. Now, let's visit one of Hollywood's leading department stores. Mr. James Brown enters the lingerie department feeling, a bit like a fish out of water. Like most men, he hesitates to enter this feminine domain, but he has to. He's returned a lace-trimmed satin nightgown which he had bought as a birthday gift for his wife. He explains his errand to a salesgirl, and then...
Didn't your wife like it, sir? It's a gorgeous gown.
Oh, yes, she likes it, thinks it's lovely, but, she doesn't feel we can afford it. It's probably my fault. I've heckled her quite a bit about clothes bills.
But, Mr. Brown, this gown is pure dye satin. Will wear for ages. That is, if it's washed carefully.
Huh? Well, how do you wash the things?
Well, I always advise Lux Flakes. Tell your wife to turn it wrong side out before washing it. Look, Why don't you take the gown home again and take along with it this Lux washing leaflet?
Well...
I know if she washes it with Lux Flakes, the gown will stay new looking for so long, she won't think it's a bit extravagant.
Well, I guess I will take it back. She really liked it. And thanks for the tip about Lux.
Yes, that salesgirl is right. If you use Lux Flakes, even the daintiest lingerie will stay like new so long that it isn't extravagant. Lux underthings after every wearing. This protects daintiness and at the same time keeps the garment new looking. So for daintiness and economy, always wash underthings in Lux. And now, back to Mr. DeMille.
Once more, we bring you Cappy Ricks with Charles Winninger, Sally Eilers, and Richard Allen. 6 weeks have passed since Matt Peasley and Florrie Ricks entered into their secret partnership. Cappy doesn't know, of course, that his daughter is his competitor. And Matt still thinks her name is Ellen Brown. We're in the sparsely furnished office of the Red Diamond Line, where Florrie is now working. We find her at her desk as the phone rings.
Red Diamond Line.
Is this Matt Peasley's office?
Yes, sir.
Then by the pink-toed prophet, I want to talk with him. This is Mr. Rick speaking.
Mr. Peasley's busy just now.
So am I, and I haven't any time to waste arguing with a female windjammer.
Are you wasting it?
What's that? If you're trying to get fresh with me, young lady, you'd better think twice. I'm not taking any fancy talk from anyone, man or woman.
Who's that on the phone, Ellen?
Wait a minute, Matt. Hello? May I take a message, Mr. Ricks?
What?
I said, may I take a message?
Hey, what? You know, there's something familiar about your voice, young lady. Well, what's your name?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not allowed to discuss personal matters during business hours.
What? Why, listen, young lady. You know who I am?
Oh, yes, sir. Very well.
Then from now on, we'll get somewhere. Throw all that regular office lingo into the discard and give me Matt Peasley.
I'm sorry. He's too busy to talk now.
Oh, he is he? Well, tell him for me that he's an ungrateful sea dog. And if he thinks he can lick me, he's as crazy as a coot. Goodbye.
Was that Ricks?
Yes. You're getting under his skin. Oh, Matt, isn't it simply gorgeous? Things are beginning to break.
Say, they've broken already. Do you remember what you told me about that Mason and Barber's contract expiring with Ricks?
Yes.
Well, we landed that contract.
No.
Yeah, it's all signed, sealed, and delivered and in my pocket. We'll make $5,000.
He told
That
me...
wipes out that you borrowed.
He told me I didn't know anything about the shipment of this.
Huh? Who?
Oh, nothing. Nothing, Matt. It's just that I'm happy. You don't know how happy.
Oh. Ellen, you're a wonder.
It's been fun, hasn't it? Wondering if anything was going to happen. Almost going overboard, and now everything working out just the way we wanted it.
Oh, it's been the grandest 6 weeks I've ever known. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have a sign put up outside, Peasley and Brown, Red Diamond Line.
Oh, no, no, Matt.
Why, what's the matter?
Well, you mustn't say anything about me. You promised you wouldn't.
But you're my partner. I don't see why.
Please, Matt. You mustn't.
Oh, all right. Hey, but what about that other partnership I suggested? Does that have to be silent, too?
Other partnership?
You know, the one that has a ring to go with it.
Oh, that one.
I'm serious, Ellen.
So am I. We'll have to wait, Matt.
Oh, I'm crazy about you. I guess I've told you that 100 times.
I never get tired of hearing it.
Then why do we have to wait?
Because... Oh, Matt, you're just getting started. You've got a long way to get yet, and I want to see you get there. I want to see you become the biggest man on this street. And you will, too.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with us getting married?
Well, I don't know, Matt, except I'd rather not. For a while, anyhow.
Well, I guess I'll just have to wait. Don't make it too long, though, will you?
It'll be just as long for me, Matt.
Oh, Ellen.
Matt, stop. Not here. What would a client think if he walked in here and found you kissing your secretary?
I don't know. But I'll bet a schooner against a dory that he'd try to hire you away.
Evening, Bridget.
Oh, good evening, sir. You're home early.
Miss Lucy around?
Yes, sir. She's out on the back porch.
Watching the ships again, huh? All right, I'll run out and give her a hail. Where away, messmate?
Squinting through the binoculars, Lucy?
Plain startled me, Kathy.
I can't be startled when you're on duty, Lucy. You're mistress of my home port, aren't you?
There are times when I wonder.
Was the ship you were looking at coming in or going out?
Coming in.
Was she wearing the blue star?
No, a pennant I never saw before. A yellow field with a red diamond.
Oh, blast the red diamond.
By Alden P. Ricks.
Excuse me, sister, but that's just the way I feel. Red diamond, red diamond. That's all I've been hearing for the last 10 weeks. And now I come home and I get it here. It's getting on my nerves.
Well, what is the red diamond? A new line?
It's a fluke. One of those mushroom companies that spring up one night and disappear the next. I'd give $10,000 to find out who's behind her and call it an investment, a good one.
You don't mean that they're taking business away from the Blue Star?
Lucy, they're walking all over us.
Oh, no.
Got us covered with blood, that's all. Do you know what they've done to us? Bought 2 ships out from under our nose.
Alden.
Oh, that isn't all. They sold them for a third more than they paid for them.
Well, that sounds like good business.
Good business, just darn fool luck. Wouldn't happen again in 50 years. And what did they do 2 days ago?
You'd better come into the house, Alden.
Took 2 of my best captains away from me. Men who have been interested in the Blue Star for years and owned an interest in their ships. They walked out and left me.
I never heard of such a thing.
Left the Blue Star, a $5 million corporation, to go with a fly-by-night shoestring mushroom company that's liable to hit the ceiling any minute.
Alden, why don't you give up the fight and retire?
Retire? Retire? Plenty of time for a man to retire when he's old. I'm only 60. Quit and let that boy whip me? By the horn-toad, I will not. No, sir. Why, Lucy, I'm tickled to death over this fight. By the time I've demolished, pulverized, and obliterated this Red Diamond outfit, I'll be 10 years younger.
Oh, Mr. Ricks, I'm so glad you're here.
What in tarnation's the matter with you, Skinner? I've been arriving at this office at the same time for the last 20 years.
Yes, sir, but this morning... Oh, Mr. Ricks, something awful has happened.
Skinner, you're as white as a new mainsail. Don't stand there shivering. What is it? What's the bad news?
It's the Baxter contract.
Well, what of it? Morgan Baxter's one of our oldest customers.
He was, Mr. Ricks.
What's that?
You told me to run over this morning and sew up his business for the coming year.
Of course I did. Baxter's the biggest contract we've got. You didn't want him to do a Mason and Barber and slip away from us, did you?
He has slipped.
What?
Yes, sir. He's going to give his business to another line.
Which one?
I don't know, sir. He wouldn't say. But they've offered him a lower shipping rate on faster boats.
By the pink-toed prophet! Lower rates, eh? That means whoever made the offer knew just what we were charging.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Ricks, you've got to do something. The Baxter business means the difference between profit and loss.
I know that, you blame fool. We've got our backs right against the wall. But we're not licked yet, Skinner. No, sir. Not by a long shot. We've got to start fighting.
But we have been fighting.
All I want to know is which line it was that underbid us. That's all.
You don't suppose it was the Red Diamond?
The Red Diamond?
Oh, but Mr. Ricks.
Could a 10-cent outfit like that underbid the Blue Star?
No, sir, but I have...
Would they know what we were charging?
No, sir, only there have been...
Ah, Skinner, you're a waddling landlubber.
Yes, sir.
Red Diamond. Red Diamond.
Oh, yes?
That's pretty rich.
Yes? Oh, yes, one moment. It's for you, Mr. Ricks. The Red Diamond line calling.
Huh? What do they want?
I don't know.
Hello?
Hello.
Well, you don't have to yell.
I'm not yelling.
I can hear you.
This is Matt Peasley talking.
Oh, Matt Peasley. Well. Would you like that barrel now, Mr. Peasley, or will you wait a couple of weeks?
Mr. Ricks, I'd like to rent a couple of your ships.
Oh, you would? Well, that's fine. Rent a couple of my boats, eh?
I'll pay you for them, of course. You see, I'm kind of rushed over here.
What? Rushed?
Yeah, I expect to be very busy the next few months. I just signed that Baxter contract.
What?
I just signed the Baxter contract.
Oh, you did, eh? Why, you double-dealing deckhand, you. You pork-swilling excuse for an able seaman. I'll have your hide for this.
About those boats.
No, you can't have them. You can't have anything, you double-crossing, slink-eyed cutthroat.
All right. So long, Cappy. See you in the poorhouse.
What? Hello? Hello? See me in the poorhouse, will you? See me in, well, What are you standing around for, Skinner? Do something. Do something.
But, Mr. Ricks, I don't know what to
He's got
do.
that contract. Do you understand? He stole it right from under your nose.
My nose?
Yes, your nose. Skinner, you're fired.
Again?
Yes, again. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I got an idea. Come here, Skinner.
But you just fired me.
Well, now, wait. Don't get so touchy, Skinner. Listen. Did you say that Baxter said that the Red Diamond said they'd get faster boats? Is that what you said?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Did the Red Diamond agree to use faster ships than the Blue Star?
Yes, sir.
Then we've got him.
Got who?
The Red Diamond. Skinner, there are only 2 ships in this port that are faster than the Blue Star boats. The Unicorn and the Island Shipper. We got to buy them.
Buy 2 boats?
Yes, buy them. Peasley won't be able to live up to the terms of the contract. His boats won't be fast enough. And we'll get the business back again from Baxter.
But 2 boats and finances the way they are, it will break us.
Let it. It'll break the Red Diamond, too, and that's what I want. Skinner, get the owner of the Unicorn and the Island Shipper now. Have him come to the house the first thing in the morning. Tell him I'll have a blank check ready and he can name his own price.
Alden Ricks, what's the matter with you?
Huh?
You haven't even touched your breakfast.
Oh, I'm not very hungry this morning, Lucy.
Anything wrong?
Wrong? No, not a thing. It's as right as rain.
Oh, Mr. Ricks,
Yeah?
there's a man here to see you.
Oh, that's what I've been waiting for. Where is he, Bridget?
Out in the living room. I told him you were having your breakfast.
Excuse me, Lucy. He'll be back in a minute.
Well, I never. What's the matter with him anyhow?
Well. Good morning, Mr.
Hiya, Mr. Ricks.
What are you doing here?
I'm ready to talk business, Mr. Ricks.
Well, I'm not. I talked all the business I wanted with you on the phone. And if you'll excuse me, I'm expecting somebody important.
The owner of the Unicorn and Island Shipper?
Huh? How did you know that?
Oh, a little bird told me.
He did, eh? Well, go back and ask him what you can do about it.
I did, and you know what he said? He said, Matt, he always calls me Matt.
Now, listen here. I'm a busy man.
He said, Matt, you go out and get options on those 2 boats that Cappy Ricks wants.
Huh?
And that's just what I did. So if you want to buy them, Mr. Ricks, you'll have to buy them from me. And I'm not selling.
Oh. You got the boats, eh?
Yes, sir.
You'll be able to live up to that contract now.
That's why I got them.
Yeah, well, you're smart, Peasley. You're real smart. I know when I'm beaten. Well, that sort of winds up the conclave, don't it?
I guess so.
Yeah, you've done it all right.
Mr. Ricks,
You've licked me. Stripped off all my rigging. Well, I've ripped the rigging off of other fellas in my day. Yep. Good sailing. I'm finished, Peasley.
Finished?
You've done a complete job. About the only thing left for me to do is to write my own business obituary.
You mean you're broke?
Yeah. Clean.
Dad.
Yes, honey.
Ellen, what are you doing here?
Ellen? Who's Ellen?
I heard what you said, Matt. I couldn't help hearing it as I came downstairs.
Why were you upstairs?
Huh? Well, I'd like to know who's a better right to be up there. She's been in the habit of going up and down the stairs in this house ever since she was born. You didn't expect to take that away from the Ricks family, did you?
The Ricks family?
Yes, Matt. I'm Florrie Ricks.
Oh, I see.
Well, I don't.
It's all very clear now.
Can't you understand? It was all right fighting Dad. It was fun as long as it was only a lesson. It gave me the chance to prove I could do something. When I heard him tell you, oh, we mustn't ruin his business, that's Dad's life.
Well, by the pink-toed prophet, will somebody be good enough to explain what's going on here in my own cabin?
You didn't even tell me what your name was.
I couldn't. You wouldn't have listened to me. You know you wouldn't have listened, Matt.
Well, allow me to...
But I did, didn't I? Oh, I should have known better than to take a woman as a partner.
Now, look here, you young swab.
This is my business, not yours.
Matt, please.
Oh, fine. Swell. Good joke, even if it is on me. You can have your Baxter contract, Mr. Ricks. I wouldn't touch it. But the fun isn't over. We've been fooling before, but now you're going to see some real fighting.
Matt. Oh, Dad. Dad.
Well, it looks like I'm about the biggest fool that ever walked the deck. So that's why you wanted that $5,000, so you could go into business with that...
Oh, Dad, I'm sorry. I didn't know it would turn out like this. I only wanted to show you that I did know something, and now... Oh, Daddy hates me.
Say, are you worried about him or me?
He hates me.
Well, he hasn't exactly expressed undying affection for me either.
Oh, I'll never see him again.
And a good thing, too.
Oh, Dad, you don't understand. I love him.
What? You love that knock-kneed, bow-legged excuse for a sailor?
Oh, stop it!
All right. He's not knock-kneed. But Florrie... Oh, Florrie, do you really love him?
Yes. Yes.
Well, by the pink toad, she loves him. Lucy, come here, quick. I'll show that knock-kneed. I'll show that sailor he can't...
Alden, Rick, what's come over you? Stop dancing around that way.
Go order the car, Lucy.
The car?
Yes, the car. Get my hat and stick for me. And where in thunder are my shoes? I can't go downtown in my slippers.
But, Alden, your breakfast.
I'm not hungry. I'm filled up. I'll teach that young pup a lesson. Wants a fight, eh? Well, he'll get one. I'll make his blood tingle if it costs my last dollar. Lucy, where are my shoes?
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX, the Columbia Station, Los Angeles.
Charles Winninger, Sally Eilers, and Richard Arlen continue in Cappy Rick shortly. 27 years ago, a young man walked out of a San Francisco hospital wondering where the money was coming from to pay his doctors and nurses' bills. Not having anything better to do, he sat down and wrote a short story based on characters he'd encountered in his last job in the lumber and shipping business. The story was purchased immediately, and since then, the pen of Peter B. Kyne has never rested. Creator of Cappy Ricks, he has written 26 novels and over 300 short stories, 70 of which have been purchased by motion pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Peter B. Kyne.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. While most of my Cappy Rick stories are based on fact, neither Cappy nor Matt Peasley ever really lived. But they're the combination of many men whom it was my good fortune to know. The last of that old acquisitive breed who sailed many years ago from New England to write the last chapter of romance, furl the last sail in the port of San Francisco. While courage was the birthright of these men, yet they knew tolerance and philosophy. They were great readers and certainly the vast race on earth, really appreciative of the art of conversation.
What was the flash of inspiration, Mr. Kyne, that resulted in Cappy Rick?
Cappy was more accident than inspiration. He appeared first in a short story which I considered nothing more than run-of-the-mill at a fiction foundry. Well, it seems it turned out to be something else.
Of your bestsellers, such as The Pride of Palomar, Three Godfathers, The Valley of the Giants, and Kindred of the Dust, which do you like best?
Probably The Go-Getter, which is Mr. Winninger's new film for Warner Brothers. Not long after I had submitted it to Cosmopolitan magazine, I overheard a salesman taking an order for 100 copies of a new inspirational book by Peter B. Kyne. I wired my publisher that I had not written any inspirational story and to cease selling me under false pretenses. 2 hours later, I received a reply. You poor simpy informed me you don't know what you write. The Go-Getter was one of the finest inspirational stories we've ever seen. As for royalties, you can thank heaven we'll pay you the same as heretofore. That was 15 years ago, Mr. DeMille, and copies of the book are still selling, but the publishers and I have never signed a contract.
How much time, Mr. Kyne, do you give yourself to turn out a story?
Well, the fastest work I ever did was on Three Godfathers and The Go-Getter. Each was completed between 8 in the morning and midnight. I take things easier now and think 3,000 words a day just about justify my existence. And since I haven't written a line today, I'd better get back to my typewriter right now. But before I do, I think you'd be interested to know, Mr. DeMille, that I used to wash Cappy Ricks in Lux Flakes.
Excuse me, Mr. Kyne. Excuse me, but the fiction on this program is confined to the play.
But this is true, Mr. DeMille. You see, Cappy Ricks was also the name of one of my dogs, an English setter. I thought a lot of Cappy, and knowing that anything safe in water alone is safe in Lux, I always washed him with it. It made his coat shine like a new penny, and I assure you, Cappy never shrunk once. Good night.
Good evening, Mr. Kyne. We continue with Cappy Ricks, starring Charles Winninger with Sally Eilers and Richard Allen. It's early the next morning. In the office of the Red Diamond Line, Matt Peasley stands by the window, staring moodily into the street. The door opens, and Florrie enters quietly.
Matt,
Ellen.
it's Florrie now.
Yes, I know.
Well, Matt, I had to come down. I couldn't stand it any longer.
Oh, I've started for your house at least 10 times.
Why didn't you come?
Fool pride, I guess. I'm sorry about yesterday. I just lost my head.
Well, you had good reason to. Well, Matt, what are we going to do?
Oh, I don't know. Your father was here yesterday. He threw the Baxter contract back in my face. Said he wasn't interested in Charlie. Said he'd rather get it by fighting or not at all.
Matt, I've got to stick with Dad. You understand that, don't you?
Oh, of course.
He's an old man. He needs me. Maybe someday it'll all work out and we can go on like before.
Maybe.
I'll always love you, Matt, no matter what happens.
Florrie, if your father got his business back again, pulled out of the rut, would it make any difference to you?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, if you didn't have to worry about competition and losing business, would you be free then to do as you want?
I think so. Oh, but you're not thinking of...
Oh, I don't know what I'm thinking of. All I know is that I've made a lot of money out of this business and had a lot of success, and it doesn't mean a thing without you, Florrie.
Oh, darling.
Oh, the captain told the mate told the crew told me, so I know it must be true. You hear some funny yarns while sailing o'er the sea. That's the little yarn you heard aboard the ship. Oh, good afternoon, Skinner.
Mr. Ricks, was that you singing?
No one else, Skinner. I'm a new man. Yes, sir, a new man.
Oh, dear me, but what's happened?
Push old Cappy Ricks into the scuppers, will they? Beat him at the game he's been playing for years? I'd like to see someone do it. Oh, the captain told the mate told the crew. You think you could use 100 shares of Blue Star stock, Skinner?
Why, Mr. Ricks.
She's going up, Skinner. 100 shares of stock. 1,600 a share.
But, Mr. Ricks, I can't buy 100 shares of stock.
I'm giving it to you. A nest egg for your old age.
Oh, I don't know how to thank you.
I don't want any thanks. I'm celebrating, Matt. You know, Matt Peasley thought he had me down and out, didn't he, huh? Skinner, I won a great victory this afternoon.
Victory?
Sure, I've got the Baxter contracts.
What?
Sewed up tight as a cockship. He called me up at the house an hour ago and begged me to come down.
Then we won't have to close up.
We'll climb up to new heights. The Blue Star's under fresh steam. You can't wallop an old sea dog and make him stay wallop.
Oh, Mr. Ricks, what is it?
Oh, Lord. I'm out of wind.
Oh, here, sit down. Sit down, Mr. Ricks.
Stay put. I'm all right. I just misjudged the old boilers. There. Now I'm fit as a new craft. Well, what are you staring at?
It all has the ring of a miracle, Mr. Ricks.
Miracle? It's experience. That's what it is. Smart businessman realizing that a tired horse is safer than a colt that has nothing but fight.
What does Matt Peasley say?
Him? Skinner, that's the one sore spot. It'll hurt Peasley mortal. Put him right out of business, and it'll hurt Florrie, too.
Yes, sir, I suppose it will.
Yeah, kind of takes all the fun out of the winning, Skinner. When you know it's hurting people. Skinner, why didn't you choke me before I fired Matt Peasley?
But you fire so many people, sir, and then take them back again. Well, it's hard to know what to do.
That's it. Yes, sir. That's it.
What?
I got to get him back. Skinner, go get him and bring him here.
But, Mr. Ricks...
And don't come back and say you can't find him. Go on now. Hurry up. Hurry up. This is important. Well, come right in, Matt. Come in, Florrie. It took a woman to bring you in, eh, Peasley?
Yes, sir.
Well, Skinner, don't stand there. Get a couple of chairs for our guest.
Oh, yes, Mr. Ricks.
Well, Peasley,
Finally moored in the home port, eh? Looks natural here, don't he, Florrie?
He certainly does, Dad.
Mr. Ricks,
Silence. Stand by. I'm in command of this ship. Well, what is it, Peasley?
I wanted to come over and congratulate you, Mr. Ricks.
Now you're talking to... What's that?
Well, I'm beaten. You've whipped me.
Oh.
The Baxter contract set me up so no one could whip me. Now you have that contract, and I guess you know the rest.
Yes, I know.
You know more about this game than I do, and I guess I'm nothing but a rank beginner. Well, congratulations.
Do you mean what you're saying?
I do, sir.
Well, scuttle my timbers.
I want to apologize for the things I said when I first reported in this office. I'm also sorry about the way I acted in your home yesterday.
Have you lost your mind, Peasley?
Well, no, I hope I found it.
Why, you lopsided landlubber, you've laid down and quit. You've lost your nerve, struck your colors. You despicable swab.
Dad,
Keep
Dad.
out of this, Florrie. You weak-kneed cockalorum. You big overgrown dub, I could take you in my hands.
I guess that's enough.
Matt.
There's a limit to what a man can take or be expected to take. You've gone past that limit, Ricks.
Oh, so you make your own limits?
Yeah, I made him in this case.
You old son of a sea cook. You still know how to fight.
What's that?
I got under your skin.
What do you mean?
Mean? You don't think I wanted a man with milk in his veins for a partner, do you?
Oh, Dad.
A partner? But I don't...
Keep your mouth shut. If I want to combine the Blue Star and the Red Diamond, I have a right to combine them, haven't I? A man can do as he wants with the fruits of victory when he's outsmarted a clever enemy, can't he? Skinner!
But I...
What's the matter with Skinner? You don't suppose he collapsed trying to carry a couple of chairs around here? Skinner!
You heard what he said, Florrie.
Oh, Matt, I knew Dad wouldn't let you down. The contract with Baxter. Did you arrange that?
Yeah. You see, I called Baxter and told him I couldn't possibly live up to the terms. I advised him to give it back to the Blue Star. And...
Oh, darling.
Well, I wouldn't tell your father if I were you.
Oh, of course not. He'd love to win, Matt. It'd break his heart to accept a favor.
Well, he'll never find out from me.
Oh, Matt, I love you so.
Florrie.
Come in, Skinner.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Come here, Skinner. I want you to meet your new boss.
What?
As a stockholder of the Blue Star, you have the right to know what's going on here. Skinner, this is the proudest moment of my life. I licked the cuss 2 ways. And now, Mr. Peasley?
I don't know what to say.
Well, I'll do the talking for both. You told Florrie Ricks she cheated you, didn't you?
Yes, but...
You got pretty high and mighty with her, telling her she couldn't run up and down stairs in her own house, didn't you?
Well, I've told Florrie...
High-handed. That's what you were. You took the tiller, canvas, pilot house, and your teeth. Well, that's all right for a partner. But it's bad for a fiancé.
Very bad, Matt.
But wait a minute,
Silence! I'm master of this craft. And now, my fine salt water Lotharia, I'll give you 1 minute to propose to Florrie Ricks. And 30 seconds after you finish to kiss her.
He's done that already.
Oh, he has he? Then clear out of this office. How can we handle business with 2 lovesick calves mooning all over the place?
Well, Mr. Ricks...
Get out of here. Skinner, open the door.
Yes, sir.
Vamoose, and stay vamoose. I don't want to see either of you until after the honeymoon.
Goodbye, darling.
So long, Cappy.
So long.
Why, Mr. Ricks, what's the matter?
Skinner, come here. Skinner, he thinks he fooled me.
What's that?
Matt, he thinks he handed me Baxter's contract on a silver platter.
You mean he didn't?
No, you blame fool. I was in Baxter's office when he called. I had the whole thing sewed up then.
But how?
I found out that the charter of the Red Diamond Line was taken out in the name of Matt Peasley and Ellen Brown. Well, there wasn't any Ellen Brown, and every one of their contracts was illegal.
Oh, and he thinks he did you a favor.
Yes! Skinner, I always told you that no man ever made a monkey out of Cappy Ricks.
No, sir.
No, sir, no. But that young whip came awfully close to it.
take our leave of Cappy Ricks. Charles Winninger, Sally Eilers, and Richard Arlen return to the microphone a little later. With more than 200 pictures to his credit, Royer ranks among the best-known costume designers in America. Former designer for leading Fifth Avenue salons, lecturer at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and at New York and Columbia Universities, he's now at 20th Century Fox Studios creating the costumes for such well-dressed young ladies as Loretta Young, Alice Faye, Ann Southern, Barbara Stanwyck, Sonia Henney, Madeline Carroll, and Shirley Temple. Ladies and gentlemen, Royer.
Thank you. With spring just 3 weeks off, let us take a quick look at what fashions are going to appear in the Easter parade. Skirts will be shorter, shoes will be higher, hats will be lower. Skirts worn for streetwear will have a definite swing effect, and you'll see considerable leather and suede taking the place of and being combined with fabrics. Styles follow definite cycles, and we are due for the return of many trends that originated between the gay 90s and 1914. Don't laugh at your wife if she comes home wearing ankle-length shoes. They're really most attractive, particularly if they have those old-fashioned buttons and elastic gores, such as worn by Loretta Young in Darryl Zanuck's production, Love is News. Longer, fuller veils are with us, and embroidery, brilliance, and beading are back again on formal daytime and evening gowns.
The contents of the daily newspapers have a marked influence on style. What events this year will be interpreted into fashions?
The Spanish War will popularize the bolero jacket and the toreador hat. Egypt, India, and Persia are giving us a decided taste for stripes and bandings. The Greeks contributed classic drapes and sculptured folds for evening gowns, while Great Britain, in crowning a king, will popularize the striking coronation colors and the wearing of feathers.
It won't be the first time England has officially entered fashion. Back in the 16th century, ruffles became so prodigious that their dimensions were limited by Act of Parliament.
And we've just decided to curb the height of my lady's bonnet, but without calling on the Marines. The full-crowned, steepled effects are being reduced to low turbans and sailors.
And once again, we'll be able to see the screen when we go to the movies. Tell me, why has Hollywood been able to compete so successfully with Paris as America's fashion factory?
Simply because Hollywood directs its styles for American tastes, characterizing them with simplicity in sympathy with everybody's pocketbook. But whatever the styles may be, clothes will last longer, look nicer when cared for in Lux Flakes. When we finish a day's shooting at 20th Century Fox, all washable costumes are made ready for the following day by getting them together with Lux Flakes in the laundry. A good example is found in Ann Southern's next picture, 50 Roads to Town. Ann does most of her acting in a nightgown. And although we've been on this picture for over 6 weeks, she's still using the same one she started with. It's not because we're trying to save money by limiting Ann to one nightgown. It's simply a fact that things seem to last twice as long when cared for in Lux. Thank you, and I'll see you in the movies.
After a fashion. During the war, Hollywood, like every community, had its companies of home guards. I found myself captain of one outfit whose ranks included Jack Holt and Wallace Reed, but whose particular boast was a brass band with Jesse Lasky playing the cornet. It was an almost perfect band, but for the persistence of the trombone player, who was in such a hurry to win the war that he was always 3 bars ahead of everyone else. For 20 years, I wanted to tell that musician what I thought of his playing. And if Sally Eilers and Richard Arlen will escort him to the microphone, I'll tell him now. Corporal Winninger, front and center.
Now, just a minute. I joined the Army to serve my country. But instead of giving me a rifle, you hand me a trombone.
Well, they probably figured you could do more damage with a trombone, Charlie.
I really think you should be forgiven, Mr. Winninger. After all, a man who's been captain as consistently as you should have been put in the Navy.
Thanks, Sally. But since coming to Hollywood this time, all I play is fathers. I've just made 4 pictures, and every one of them I'm Papa. But what have you been playing, Dick?
Dick's been playing golf.
Oh. I think we better skip that bye, Sally.
I don't know. You were in nearly every big tournament in the country. We're all proud of you, Dick. You're the most consistent player in Hollywood.
Oh, I'm consistent, all right. I lost every match I entered. But I haven't given up hope yet, and I hope I'm going to Georgia next month to see if they'll let me play in the Bobby Jones tournament in Augusta.
Well, now, Dick, just perform as splendidly as you do in your new picture, The Great Barrier, and the cup's as good as yours right now.
Thanks a lot. Hey, Mr. DeMille, I understand you're interested in boats, and so I'm going to challenge you to a race. I'm having a schooner built over in Finland, and as soon as she's ready, let's see if
I'm a better sailor than a golfer.
I'm at your service, Dick.
And you and I, Sally, we'll take a rowboat and show them both the thing about navigation. Huh?
You bet we will, Kathy. But in the meantime, Mr. DeMille, I'll be listening for you every Monday night. And all my thanks for a very nice time.
And I guess that goes for us, too. Eh, Dick? Huh?
Right. Good night, all.
Good night.
So long, mate. Thank you, Mr. Winninger, Miss Eilers, and Mr. Allen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. In just a minute, Mr. DeMille brings word of next week's gala attraction. Our stars tonight were assisted by Byron K. Folger as Skinner, Janet Scott as Lucy Ricks, Kenneth Hansen as Gordon, Frank Coglan Jr. as Jimmy, and Maureen Roden Ryan as Bridget. Mr. Winninger and Miss Eilers appeared through courtesy of Universal Studios. Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Royer and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where the latter was in charge of music for the new film Nancy Steele is Missing. Once again, Mr. DeMille.
There's a sensational new team in motion pictures, ladies and gentlemen, which we bring to the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night. Grace Moore and Cary Grant. Our presentation, a play based on Belasco's immortal production, Madame Butterfly, with some of the music from Puccini's opera of the same name. For Miss Moore and Mr. Grant, this will be a return engagement. And coming to us this time in Madame Butterfly assures us all a brilliant evening. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Grace Moore and Cary Grant in Madame Butterfly. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. You know, there's one good point about winter. Despite the cold weather and the snow, winter gets rid of the pesky skeeters. Oh, the mosquito is a little fellow, all right, but I've never known such a little creature who can be such a big pest. Of course, there aren't any of the pint-sized buzz bombs around Knotty Pine now. They've all been frozen out. But in today's story, which takes place in the summer, our rangers are soon going to get their necks full of the pests as they're called to Central City, a city in the heart of the Southern Forest District. What do you say we travel south ahead of the fellas and hear the story, Sleeping Death? Right now, Dr. Amos Midge stands outside a hospital room pondering the symptoms of one of his patients. He talks with his intern, who is completely puzzled as to what the diagnosis can possibly be.
Dr. Midge, I'm stumped. I'd give a lot to know what's wrong with that man. I think you know, Doctor. Why don't you tell me?
Yes, I know what it is. It's just that I can't believe it.
It's a very unscientific remark.
I know. It's the dread of an epidemic that I'm thinking about right now. This horrible disease is carried by our little friend, the mosquito.
Mosquito, huh? I know it's not malaria. It couldn't be elephantitis, could it?
No, it's not. It's sleeping sickness.
It's 50 miles over to the town of Carter. It's there that Dr. Louis LaForge talks with an ambulance attendant in the emergency room of the General Hospital. Both men have a grave look on their faces.
Some more sleeping sickness, Dr. LaForge?
Yes, Ben. It makes the 5th case you've brought in this week.
It isn't even a week, just 3 days. Why are we finding it here in this area of the States?
It certainly is rare, but not impossible. They had an outbreak in Indiana not so long ago.
What's the cure?
Profound question, my friend. The cause we know, but the cure we aren't sure of. Some respond, others do not.
Those that don't just kind of sleep on, like living dead.
Now let's take another trip to another hospital located to the west of Central City and look in on a staff meeting of the Morris Clinic and Research Foundation. Professor Joel Morris is presiding.
Yes. Gentlemen, we must call a meeting of all the doctors within 100 miles of our institution. It has to be determined at once the extent and the seriousness of this sleeping sickness. I hope our fears will not be substantiated. Believe me, I never hoped and prayed for anything in my life more than that this sleeping sickness be restricted to a few people. But we must find out.
When do we plan to have the meeting?
I'm calling the meeting for Saturday morning. Oh, it's short notice, but we can't afford the delay of a weekend. Our office staff will send special delivery letters to everyone at once and telephone the doctors living too far out. Gentlemen, there isn't any need to use valuable time in surveying further the number of sleeping sickness cases you're now treating, as we're all very much aware that there's but one topic of conversation among us.
I agree, Joel. I'd like the chair to appoint committees immediately so we can formulate plans to combat this epidemic.
I'll second that.
Very well, gentlemen. I think that's a wise decision. I would like to ask Doctors LaForge and Dr. Midge to join me on plans for mapping preventative measures. And Dr. Klondike...
Paperwork is necessary to efficient planning, but it doesn't get the job of killing the disease carriers done.
That's right, Lewis. But now we've an idea of the area over which the epidemic is spread. Our pencil efforts are ended. Now we're ready for action.
Yes, and in record time. I'll call the mayor and the health commissioner and ask them to meet with us in half an hour. I only hope they have the men and equipment to get...
According to the map we've drawn, we've taken in the counties involved, Mayor Peters, and we want to spray this whole area.
That's a pretty big order, Dr. Midge.
You mean you can't do it, Mayor?
We can do it, Dr. LaForge. It'll take a couple of weeks to cover the area you gentlemen have marked off.
2 weeks?
That's right.
Gentlemen, the mayor isn't telling stories. We have mosquito abatement equipment, but it's small scale. It takes us at least 2 weeks to spray the city under normal control measures, working the men 8 hours a day.
Commissioner, this is extremely urgent. We must spray this area at once.
And not this area only. We've got to spray the whole country for 50 miles around, and do it quickly.
We need more equipment. We need it right now. The longer we wait to kill the pests, the more sleeping sickness cases will break out.
Yes, this can't be an ordinary spraying job.
Gentlemen, I know this is a serious problem. I'll be glad to work my men night and day and even hire more men to get the spraying done. But I can't make a promise of a sudden and efficient job.
Mayor, Commissioner, where can we get more equipment?
Professor Morris, I suggest you ask the county and state authorities for help. In the meantime, we'll start spraying the city on a round-the-clock basis.
Dr. Midge, I'll gladly give you all the help I can. But the county only has 3 spraying rigs.
Any help you can give us will be valuable, Superintendent. Is it possible to get men and equipment from the surrounding counties?
Yes, but their equipment is just as sparse as ours. There are several companies that do this kind of work, too.
Fine. We'll get the authority, and then we'll get them spraying, too.
Well, don't get too optimistic, Doctor. All the combined equipment we can lay our hands on will not be enough to do the job you need done. We're not equipped to handle an emergency such as this.
I've been afraid of that. How long will it take to get the sprayers operating that you can get your hands on?
We'll start operations in half an hour.
Mr. Secretary, you must be joking.
I wish I were, Dr. LaForge. The state hasn't any equipment for fogging. We leave that chore up to the county and local city governments. Uncle Sam takes care of the national parks.
I'm sorry to hear this. We need equipment, and we need it badly.
I'm sorry, too, Doctor. I wish I had 100 pieces of equipment that I could rush to your area. Why don't you contact the ranger boss in your area? Perhaps he can give you the help you need.
I believe you have something there. If the ranger in charge can't help, he might know where we can get the help we need.
Be sure and let me know if there's anything I can do. I'll inform the governor. I'm sure he'll be of the same mind.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Gentlemen, my committee's laid all the facts before you. We're making headway, but it's not enough. The whole area within a 50-mile radius of Central City must be sprayed within a week.
Well, but who's going to create a miracle? The way we're going, it'll take a month, and every citizen in the area could have sleeping sickness by that time.
Well, gentlemen, we've been given the suggestion to call in the ranger in charge of the Southern Forestry District. The call is being placed to this gentleman now. I can't make any promises, but it's certainly worth a try. My committee and I will meet with him before this...
Hello, Ranger Headquarters. Ralph Hodges speaking.
Mr. Hodges, this is Professor Joel Morris.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you. I wondered if you could come to my clinic right away.
Yes, I can. May I ask why the invitation?
Yes, you can. We've got a baby epidemic of sleeping sickness on our hands. We need your help to keep the baby from growing up.
You don't say. Well, I'll be in your office in half an hour. Professor Morris, I'm Ranger Ralph Hodges.
Oh, I'm happy to see you made such good time, Mr. Hodges. I'd like you to meet my two colleagues, Doctors Midge and LaForge.
Nice to meet you, Doctor. Thank you.
Sit down, Mr. Hodges, and we'll bring you up to date on our problem.
Thank you.
As you may or may not know, sleeping sickness is carried by the mosquito. It's very rare for an area such as this, but the facts are that we have an epidemic on our hands. Now, you'll notice now that you know our problem, can you help us?
You're our last hope.
We're already using all the available equipment we can get for hundreds of miles around.
Yes, gentlemen, I can help you.
Oh, great. Thank you. What kind of help can you give us?
Well, I have two large truck rigs that can fog 1,000 acres a day.
Wonderful.
And I have a fogging device rigged on a small plane.
This is just what we need. How soon can you put your equipment into operation?
As quickly as I can get back to headquarters and get my men and equipment back into town.
Well, you can leave now if you wish. We can talk with you later after your men and equipment are working.
Fine. I'll be on my way then.
The sooner we get this plague under control, the better off we'll be.
returns to headquarters, and within half an hour, the 2 large trucks and the plane are in operation. He puts his men to work using an efficient plan to cover the country between headquarters and Central City with a killing fog. However, all of the men and doctors haven't been trained like Ralph has. Soon chaos results from good intentions and sincere effort. Some parts of the terrain involved aren't being sprayed at all, and others have been sprayed 2 and 3 times by different crews. Professor Morris tries to direct the operation to the best of his ability, but his efforts are futile. He finds Ralph and tells him of the additional problem of lack of coordination and system.
Ralph, what do you suggest we do to get all the men to work together?
Professor, what we need is a general. This is an army of men, and they need a leader who knows how to handle this type of operation.
You're right. But who will we get? There aren't any of us who have enough experience for such an operation as this. Wait a minute.
Yes, Professor?
I've got the man.
Well, that's fine. Who is he?
You.
Oh, no, not me. But I recommend Bill Jefferson of the Northwest Forest District, who could also bring in more equipment.
Grey Wolf, take a look at the teletype, will you?
I watch now. Bill, come quick.
Yeah? What's up, Grey Wolf?
It's a message from Ralph, Sonny. He needs help. Great Scott, sleeping sickness.
That plenty bad stuff.
What are we going to do, young feller? Stand around with our hands in our pockets? No, we're going to swing into action, old-timer. Grey Wolf, will you answer the teletype? While Stumpy and I get the men in and ready to move out?
I do right away.
Fine. All right, let's get to work, Stumpy. All right, fellas. Stumpy's going to see to it that you fellas get the trucks and flying boxcars and get you and your equipment flying south as soon as possible. You said it, Bill. Let's go, you young whippersnappers. We got a job to do.
Stumpy get trucks to Central City plenty fast.
I'll say, Will. Even if he has to fly them there himself.
I think you want us to fly 2 spray planes down to Central City.
Well, that's right. We won't have a co-pilot or radio man, but I think we'll make it all right.
As long as 2 engines keep going like clock, we not have trouble.
That's what counts, all right, Grey Wolf. Well, let's get out to the airport. We'll let the flying boxcars take off first, because we'll be able to get there ahead of them anyhow.
Flying boxcar.
Yeah, Stumpy got him off in good time, all right. Our planes are ready. Let's take off.
See you in Central City, Bill.
Right. Push the throttle as wide open as you can.
Professor Morris, 9/10 of the area assigned to me is sprayed. We haven't got much more to do. Should be finished by 6 o'clock this evening.
Oh, that's good news, Ralph. Over and out.
Say there, young feller. We're going going to have to pack the boys home in the morning if we work right through the night.
Will you have the job done by sunrise, Mr. Jenkins?
Well, I don't know for certain. We can sure make it a good race. Anyhow, we'll be finished gassing the skeeters not later than 8 in the morning.
Good work, Mr. Jenkins. See you in the morning. Bill, I have to hand it to you. You and your man have worked a miracle in getting this spraying job done.
Thanks, Professor Morris. We're used to this type of work. It's just a matter of practice.
Well, I don't agree, but have it your own way. Say, what about the planes you brought in? You haven't used them yet.
We'll use them in the morning. I'm keeping them for the double dose. Also to spray the swamp and river areas. They've got the most powerful fogging equipment made today. They'll cover this whole country in several hours. We'll start while the dew is still on the ground. Grey Wolf's truck is pulling up in front. Let's see what he wants. Grey Wolf, you're sure fast.
We're not finished yet, Bill.
Why not? Why'd you come back? There isn't any swamp where you fellas are supposed to be working.
But there's a man by name of Cy Boone.
Huh? What's the matter with him?
Cy Boone got his road barricaded. He's standing guard with rifle.
Cy's biting off more than he can chew. How far did you go?
Central City. And almost all area 10 miles around has been sprayed. But this man keep us from finishing job.
Professor Morris.
Yes?
I'm going to be gone for a while. Will you please take over any calls that may come in?
All right. I can get you on the radio if I need you.
Yes. I'll be out paying a call to Cy Boone. I want to get Stumpy and then find out why Cy won't let us spray his land. Here's the road to Cy's place, the ornery old polecat.
He not have much concern for other people.
Well, there's always one like Cy Boone in every crowd. If we don't spray his place, the folks for a couple of miles around here will be in danger of catching that there sleeping death. Hold it, Grey Wolf. There's the roadblock that you told us about.
What you do now?
I'm going to remove the roadblock. Bring old Betsy along, Stumpy. You don't think I'd leave my rifle behind, do you? Let's go. I'm watching in the brush, but I don't see any signs of a human being yet. I didn't know the birds down here carried rifles. You see him yet? Nope. Shot came from our right. Woo! That one came from the same place. Keep walking. Give Grey Wolf time. Okay, but I ain't hankering to stop one of them there little... Good boy, Stumpy.
Drop gun, you. Keep hands up. Walk out into road plenty quick.
All right, you. Come on out before I come in and get you. You only got a busted hand? Good work, fellas. Now we can find out what this is all about.
You all must be that big shot ranger boss they shipped in here.
That's right, Boone. What's more, he's used to handling tough guys, so don't try any more shenanigans.
Yeah, we'll just wait until my hand gets to feeling better.
I wouldn't make any threats, Cy Boone. We don't scare from the likes of you. Now, what's the big idea of blockading your land so we can't spray it?
That's my business, Ranger. You all just get up and get. This is private property. And I say you ain't spraying, and that's what I mean.
You plenty big fool. You catch sleeping sickness, and then you wish you let us fog.
I ain't up to listening to any of your palaver. Now get.
All right, let's go, fellas. He's within his legal right.
Well, I do declare. A ranger with brains.
Don't consider yourself the winner, Boone. I'm coming back with a court order. There's Cy Boone's place down there. When are we going to get the court order so we can spray his place? I sent Ralph over to the county seat to get it, Stumpy. He should be back by the time we get through spraying. I'd sure like to give Boone's land a dose from up here where it's safer. Hey! Somebody is shooting at us! You're not joking, old friend. I can see somebody standing in the yard down there shooting at us. I'm turning out. I hope Grey Wolf follows us. Yep, he sure is. Whoever's doing the shooting is crazy. I'd sure like to know why Cy Boone won't let us spray his land. Yeah, so would I. We'll find out just as soon as we get the court order in our hands. Yes, sir. Then if old Boone starts acting ornery, we'll put him in the pokey and let him cool off while we cover his place with fog.
Hello, operator. This is Professor Morris. Yes? Are you sure? Yes, the Rangers just walked in the door. I'll ask them to investigate immediately. Goodbye.
What's wrong, Professor?
Why, the phone company just called and told me they've been getting calls for help from Cy Boone's place.
Well, I say just ignore it.
No, Stumpy. Maybe he changed his mind.
Let's go, fellas. See it? I hope we can take it down.
Stuck. Not much.
That's no use. Boone built this solid as a rock. Stumpy, you try to knock this apart with some of the tools from the car. Grey Wolf and I'll go on to the house. Okay. If I can break it up, I'll drive up. But don't count on it.
We go now. Boone House plenty far in. We run half-mile now.
Yeah. He's got a lot of land. House must be around the bend in the road up ahead.
There it is. I can see roof through trees.
Rangers. Oh, I'm sure glad you all got here.
We could have gotten there sooner if it weren't for your miserable roadblock. What's happened?
My wife and son are sick. Must have got what you were talking about. Guess you men were telling the truth. Now I've been a fool, and now how are we going to get them out? Forgot all about that roadblock.
We take a look at wife and son, and then we figure a way to get them out.
Sure. Anything you say.
Well, they're in bad shape, Boone. We've got to get them out of here quickly.
Oh, what a fool I've been. Why didn't I let you spray my land? And this wouldn't have happened.
How will you get them out, Bill? It'll get dark now. Maybe small plane land close by, but not in dark.
We'll have to take them to the roadblock in Boone's car, then transfer them to our car. All the handling won't do them much good, but can't be helped. Let's get them out of the car.
Listen, Stumpy, get through roadblock.
Gentlemen, we have good news for you. There's much to be thankful for. Sleeping sickness is well underway to being controlled. There were 2 new cases today, but there have been no deaths in the last 2 days. With the area now completely covered, we can rest more easily. And I know you'll want to give Mr. Bill Jefferson and his men a token of your appreciation. Mr. Jefferson, we of the medical profession and of the local government in this area thank you for all you've done.
Gentlemen, thank you for your generous applause. But I would remind you that your own leaders were big enough men to invite someone from the outside to come in, and that in itself is commendable. But I do want to add that the whole area accessible by roads has been covered by ground crews and a second dose by the fogging planes. Tell me what happened to Cy Boone's folks, Doctor?
Well, they got under care just in time.
Well, Doc, you could almost say it was a good thing that those people got sick, so as we could get in and spray the land. That's what a man gets for being so stubborn.
Well, actually, Mr. Jenkins, the mosquitoes probably did their job of infecting his folks even before the spraying started.
Well, what do you know?
And we're fortunate that we didn't run into lots of other folks with the same antiquated ideas.
Looks like it took sleeping sickness to wake him up.
See you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, our happy postman, Mel Blanc, and Lorene Tuttle, Elliot Lewis, and Lou Merrill. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. The coffee that gives you so much more for so little more that it's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee in the world. Yes, Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. It's evening in the Burns home. George is in the den working while Gracie is huddled in front of the living room radio, listening to her favorite crime program.
You killed the plumber.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Take that.
No.
Open up. It's the police. Come and get me, coppers. 4 of you, huh? Take that. Oh.
You're a mad dog. You killed the plumber.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Take that.
Oh, I'm stabbed. The laugh is on you. That wine you drank was poison.
Oh! Well, I guess it can't be exciting every week.
Gracie, would you turn the radio off for a minute? I want you to hear a joke I just wrote for our program. I say to you, good news, Gracie. I won today at Santa Anita. And
Oh, that's very cute, Judge. One of the funniest jokes you ever wrote. Now, let me turn the radio back on.
Wait a minute. That's not the whole joke.
Well, it's all I have time for. I'm listening to my favorite mystery program, The Tall Man.
The tall man?
Yeah, it's all about a private detective named Rudy and his wife, Trudy.
Rudy and Trudy.
Oh, such a lovable couple. Every week they go out for a walk and fall over a dead body.
Sound lovable.
Well, I'll turn it back on so you can hear it. Now, Rudy and Trudy are about to solve the case of the punctured plumber. I'm dying to find out who punctured him.
Well, I'm ready to name the murderer, Trudy.
That's Rudy.
Are you really, Rudy?
Yeah, that's Trudy.
Thanks. I'd never figured that out.
It was very simple, Trudy. As you remember, when we fell over the plumber's body, his crooked partner, Joseph Jones, was standing beside him with a smoking revolver in his hand.
Yeah, he's the one. He did it.
Is he the murderer, Rudy?
No, he's innocent.
Shucks.
We then noticed, Trudy, that his jealous ex-wife, Sarah Smith, was kneeling on his chest with a dagger between her teeth.
She's the one. She
did it, huh?
Yeah.
Is she the murderer, Rudy?
No, she's innocent.
Oh, pooh.
We also discovered, Trudy, that his insane nephew, Ben Brown, was lurking at his feet with a shotgun and several hand grenades.
Oh, he's the one. He did it.
Must be him.
Yeah.
Is he the murderer, Rudy?
No, he's innocent.
Oh, darn it.
And who did puncture the plumber, Rudy?
The murderer was Ebenezer McGonagall.
Oh, darling. You're so clever.
Thank you, sweetheart. Well, we'd better get home and get some rest.
Yes. Let's.
Turn it off. It's driving.
Well, they fooled me again. I'd never have guessed that Ebenezer McGonagall was the murderer.
Who was Ebenezer McGonagall?
Well, I don't know. That's the first time his name was mentioned.
I thought it was Sam Crowdney. Myself.
Oh, I wouldn't miss the tall man for anything.
Yes, it's a great joke. Now, about the joke I
Oh,
wrote.
dear,
I said
I'm
good news.
tired of jokes, George. Why don't we have adventures like the tall man and his wife and do them on the air?
Forget it.
Well, you could be the short man.
Gracie.
Or the bow-legged man.
Gracie.
Or the middle-aged spread man.
We're not going to be detectives.
Oh, but they lead such exciting lives. They just walk down the street and stumble over corpses. Come on, George. Let's walk down the street.
Gracie, those things only happen on radio mystery programs.
I don't believe it. Oh, please. Let's go for a walk.
All right, I'll go for a walk.
Good.
But I don't expect to wind up in a mystery. I'm only going because I need some fresh air. Now listen to my joke. I say to you, good news, Gracie. I won today at Santa Anita. And you say, really? What jockey was riding you?
You do need some fresh air, dear.
Yes, we'll take a long walk.
Oh, I'm so excited, George. I just know we'll run into something sinister any minute now.
Yes.
Gang of gangsters, or a band of bandits, or a hood of hoodlums.
Yes.
George!
Huh? What is it?
Look at that man coming towards us. Look at the way he slinks along. Oh, I know he's a desperate criminal.
Gracie, are you...
He's coming right up to us. We'll capture him red-handed.
Excuse me, I'm the new minister. Could you direct me to the parsonage?
2 blocks down. Come along, Sherlock. Well, you solved the case of the sinister minister.
Oh, all right. I was mistaken about him. But I still say we'll have a terrific adventure.
Oh, sure. Something is bound to happen.
I think I smell an opium den.
You smell tobacco. We just passed the cigar store.
Oh. Is that where you buy your cigars?
That's right.
Then I don't smell tobacco.
Gracie, would you just forget this idea? Let's not...
George!
Now what?
Oh, I knew it. Look, there's a dead man lying on the sidewalk. He's been shot.
By golly, it is a man. Let's see what's wrong with him.
Sweetheart, alive.
Some dead man. And you thought he was shot.
Well, he's half shot.
Come along, Philo Vance.
Well, I'm not discouraged, George. I'm positive we'll discover a crime.
Yes.
We'll capture a bank robber or a murderer or a... Did you hear that woman scream?
Yes. It came from that parked car.
Oh, quick, open the door.
Yes? What do you want?
It's Bill Goodwin.
Oh, hello, Burnses. Meet my girl, Frances.
Bill, Was that your girl who gave that terrible agonized scream?
Oh, yeah. I told her she couldn't see me again till tomorrow. They all scream when I tell them that.
Oh, brother.
Hey, what are you two doing out roaming the streets this time of night?
Well, I've been looking for a corpse.
Looks like you found one.
Let's go, Gracie. So long, funny man.
So long, boogeyman.
You know, I can't understand why we haven't found any crime. By now, the Tall Man program would have had 2 murders and 3 commercials.
Let's go home, huh?
No, not yet. Gee, it's dark along here.
Yeah, it is kind of dark.
Perfect spot for a murder.
Yeah, nice little spot.
George! Look at that figure coming toward us through the shadows. It looks like an ape. Oh, I'm scared.
Well,
Oh, George! He's coming closer. Oh, I can hear his footsteps.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Burns.
You, Mr. Postman. We thought we saw an ape.
No, my wife's not with me. I went to the movie alone tonight.
Would you like to go walking with us, Mr. Postman? We're out looking for crime and adventure.
Oh, no, thanks. I had my fill of it in the movie. Humphrey Bogart shot people like crazy. Bang, bang, crunch. Bang, 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 crunch.
Crunch?
The fella next to me was eating popcorn.
I wish I could chase criminals like Humphrey Bogart does. They try to run away from him, but he always shoots them in the end.
Yeah. He's wonderful. Well, I'd better be limping home. I drove my old wreck of a car to the movie, but when I wanted to drive it home, it was missing.
Well, that's a tough break, Mr. Postman.
Yes, now I'll be late getting home, and Bertha will scold.
Yes, she'll be angry.
You speak up to her.
I always speak up to her. She stands 6'3". Well, good night, Mr. and Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Gracie, what do you say we go home?
Not until I find a crime to solve. Oh, there must be some. I've got it. The postman said his old wreck of a car was missing. I'll catch the crook who stole it. Oh, Mr. Postman.
Yes, Mrs. Burns.
Could you give me a description of that old wreck of yours?
Yes, as I told you, she stands 6'3".
No, not your wife. Your car, the one that's missing.
Oh, it's a blue 1928 Essex with white wall fenders.
Don't you mean white wall tires?
No, our garage has white walls, and when my wife drives...
Say no more, I know what you mean.
Well, goodbye again. See you tomorrow.
Oh, George. George, there's our crime. We'll solve the case of the missing 1928 Essex. Too bad it wasn't a new Studebaker.
Why?
Well, if it was a... No. Now, let people point at us. Let them say we're freaks. We haven't done a Studebaker joke, and we're not going to do it now.
There you go.
The Red River Valley. Riding the range in Texas, a lonesome cowboy once sang the cowboy blues, and a great American folk song was born.
Which is how great folk music happens, Bill. From those windswept Texas prairies where the Red River runs, it traveled the country over. A cowboy's lament that was sung from the hills of New England to these Pacific shores.
Yes, Meredith, and the song has lived on to become part of our folklore and traditions, a familiar and welcome part of our American scene. And in much the same way, over the years, Maxwell House Coffee has become a welcome part of the American scene. Coffee here in America is nothing less than a national drink, and more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee at any price. It's Maxwell House wherever you go. Explaining this nationwide popularity, of course, is flavor. That good to the last drop Maxwell House flavor that results from the masterful blending of these carefully selected Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. Adding up to great coffee at the very peak of perfection. Why not enjoy the best in coffee drinking pleasure? You can for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than you'd pay for the cheapest coffee sold. Just say, Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop. Well, last night, the postman told Gracie his 1928 Essex was missing. And Gracie, inspired by her favorite crime program, The Tall Man, was up at dawn this morning to solve the crime.
Well, I'm back, George. I've been to the scene of the crime, and I found out who stole the postman's car.
Who?
The James Gang.
The James Gang?
Yeah.
They've been gone for 75 years.
Oh, well, maybe they're laying low till the heat's off.
Forget it. The postman's car was not stolen by Jesse and Frank James.
Who's talking about Jesse and Frank James? I'm talking about the new James Gang, Harry and Betty.
Harry James and Betty Grable?
Mm-hmm. If that surprises you, wait till I tell you who's in their gang. Clark Abel, Norma Shearer, Wallace Beery, and Shirley Temple.
They stole the postman's 1928 Essex.
I've got them dead to rights. They left footprints at the scene of the crime.
Footprints?
Yeah. In their haste, they stepped in some wet cement.
Where was the postman's car parked?
Outside the movie theater.
Then you found those footprints in the cement in front of Grauman's Chinese.
Yeah,
Those people are movie stars. They put their
Well, sure, they're movie stars. That's all part of their car-stealing racket.
Huh?
First, they make a movie, then that lures people into the theater.
Yeah.
And while the people are in the theater, boom, they steal their cars.
Gracie.
What a sweet little racket. When I give this story to the police, somebody's going to get put away.
I think the audience guessed it. That's you they're going to put away.
Me?
Yes. Gracie, those footprints have been in front of Grauman's Chinese for years. Now give up and let the police handle this.
Would the tall man and his wife give up? No. They'd go down to the underworld and start looking for bench robbins.
Bench robbins?
Chair sparrows?
Do you mean stool pigeons?
Yeah. Well, come on, let's go.
I'm not going to the underworld.
Oh, that's what the tall man and his wife would do. Either that or some weird and unbelievable character would walk in their door.
That won't happen either.
Good morning, all.
I take it back. Hello, Meredith.
Meredith, would you like to help me solve a crime?
Indeed I would, Gracie. I've always had a flair for detective work. As a mere lad back in Mason City, Iowa, I solved a most astounding and baffling mystery.
Oh, what was it?
Squash came up in our turnip patch.
And you found out why?
Yes, by dint of shrewd questioning, I learned that squash had been planted there.
They should have made you chief of police.
Well, all right, Meredith. You are now my assistant. Together we'll find out who stole the postman's 1928 Essex.
Look, Gracie, I got to go to the office. Now, play detective if you must. But promise me you'll stay away from the underworld.
Yeah, I promise, dear.
Good. See you later.
Well, Meredith, as soon as he's out of sight, we'll start for the underworld.
But you gave George a promise.
Yeah, I know, but I'm going to break it because I love him.
Because you love him?
Well, yeah, if I ever kept a promise, he'd drop dead. Let's go, Meredith. Meredith, we're in the toughest saloon in the underworld. Are you ready to start detecting?
Ready, Chief.
Now, our job is to locate a stolen 1928 Essex. So we'll pretend to be a pair of crooks from out of town. Hey, you, bartender, give us a couple of lowballs.
Yeah.
You mean highballs.
I mean lowballs. We only got time for a short drink. Get a move on and stop flapping your trap.
You're pretty tough, ain't you, baby?
Yeah.
You bet I'm tough. Ever hear of Alcatraz?
Sure.
I'm a sister, Gracie Catraz.
Yeah. And I'm her ma.
I never seen you before.
I've been in stir. The cops caught me and put me in Sing Sing.
Sing Sing is a prison for men.
Yeah, were they embarrassed?
Yeah, I'll bet they were.
Yeah.
Me and Mamal's out here to pull off a big job, and we need a getaway car.
A getaway car,
Yeah.
huh? What kind you want?
A 1928 Essex.
Who do you want to get away from? Step and fetch it?
Yeah.
Come on, come on. Know anybody who's stolen the 1928 Essex?
Sure.
Where is he?
In Glendale.
He lives there?
No, he stole the Essex last year, started for New York, and that's as far as he's got.
Oh, a wise guy, huh?
Go on, beat it. You're a couple of phonies.
Yeah.
Nobody talks like that to Gracie Catraz. Take him for a ride, Meredith.
Come along, sir. Griffith Park is lovely this time of year.
Oh, get out of here.
Well, George, we didn't find the postman's car. If you stole a 1928 Essex, where would you go?
To a psychiatrist.
Oh, why don't you help me detect George?
No. Leave crime to the mystery programs. Come in.
Hi, Burnses.
Hello, Bill.
What's new?
Well, Gracie wants to be a detective like the tall man.
Yeah, Bill. But, of course, I can't call George the tall man. I'll change tall to broad.
What do you change man to?
Look, comedian, why don't you revive vaudeville?
Impossible, George. When you kill something, it's dead.
Now, Bill, don't tease George. I'm serious about this detective work. The postman's car was stolen, and I'm on the trail of the crook.
Really, Gracie?
Yeah.
You know, I used to do a little amateur detecting. Maybe I can help you.
Wonderful.
Now, first, you've got to be able to identify the criminal type.
Uh-huh.
Now, the man who stole the postman's car will have a low, receding forehead.
Yes.
Shifty, close-set eyes.
Yeah.
A weak chin. Large, protruding ears.
Yeah. George Burns, did you take that car?
Gracie.
Come on, confess.
Now, look.
Give him the
here.
3rd degree, Gracie. Beat him with your hose.
What? And ruin my good nylon?
Okay, kiddies, break this up.
Hey, what kind of a car was it, Gracie?
A blue 1928 Essex.
What? A blue 1928 Essex?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I saw that car just this morning.
Oh, where, Bill?
Sitting on a used car lot.
Well, come on, let's grab it. Which lot? Madman Muntz?
No, besides, haven't you heard? Muntz isn't mad anymore.
Why not?
I told him about Maxwell House coffee. He's happy now.
Happy boy.
Happy man. Can you blame him? Maxwell House is rich, delicious, and mellow. That famous Maxwell House flavor, you know, is the result of careful selection and blending of premium Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to perfection. It's no wonder more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
Bill, where did you see the car? Was it the smiling Irishman's lot?
No.
The scowling Scotchman?
No.
How about the chuckling Chinaman?
Now, wait, let me think. I was on my way to get breakfast when I saw the Essex.
Was it okay?
Delicious. Had Maxwell House coffee. Gosh, Gracie, Maxwell House is the very best in coffee drinking pleasure. Yeah, that costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy. That's why Maxwell House is the choice of so many millions of Americans today. They know today's coffee buy is Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Oh, Bill, please try to remember the used car lot where you saw the Essex. If George and I solve this case, it means a new career. It means George can give up telling jokes and singing.
That did it. It was the frowning Frenchman.
Oh, thanks, Bill. I'll go right over.
Wait a minute. I better go along to keep you out of trouble. Well, this is the place, Gracie. The Frowning Frenchman's used car lot.
Yep. And there's the postman's Essex.
Ah, good day, good people. Interested in buying a car, I presume.
Oh, yes. I want a car that would be suitable for my husband here.
How about a sports model?
Look at him.
My mistake.
We'll take that 1928 Essex.
Just the car for him. And it's a steal.
Yeah, we know that.
Only $2,000.
$2,000?
Well, of course, that's without the extras.
Oh, what are the extras?
The wheels, the body, and the motor.
I suppose they would come in handy. May we drive the car around the block to see how we like it?
Oh, yes. Here's the key. I'll go into my office and figure up the total cost.
Yeah, quick, George. While he's in the office, we'll grab the car.
Okay.
Start the motor.
Darn it, nothing happens.
Oh, we've got to escape before he comes back. Get out and push.
Push? But it's 14 blocks to our house.
Well, it's the only way, George. So roll up your sleeves. I'll help you.
You'll help me push.
No, I'll help you roll up your sleeves.
Okay. You steer. Gee, I'm ready to fold up. How far have we gone now?
6 blocks.
It's funny. We're going downhill, and the car is harder to push than when we started.
Well, I didn't want to leave you behind, so I put the brakes on.
Gracie.
Keep pushing, dear.
Oh, no fooling. I can't take much more of this. How soon do we get to our house?
Oh, we've already passed it.
Passed it?
Well, yes, as long as we were out, I thought I'd go by the market and shop for dinner.
Gracie.
Keep pushing, dear.
Well, home at last. I wouldn't do that again for $1 million.
Oh, I'm proud of you, George. By pushing that car, you foiled a dangerous criminal. You're a real gangbuster.
I don't think a gang is all I busted.
Well, it's all over. We've solved the case of the postman's missing Essex. I telephoned him as soon as we got here and told him to come right over.
Will he be surprised when he sees the car in our garage?
He certainly will.
Yeah.
Come in.
Hello, Mrs. Burns.
My goodness, I just called you 5 minutes ago. How did you get here so fast?
I drove over in my car.
You've got a new car?
No, the same old Essex. See, there it is in front of the house.
But last night you told us it was missing.
It was, but a mechanic cleaned the spark plugs, and now it runs fine.
You mean to say that your car wasn't stolen?
Oh, no.
Then the Essex in our garage really belonged to the used car man. I'll probably wind up in jail.
Oh, no, you won't. Wrong, wasn't I?
All right, don't nobody move. Which one of you drove the Essex up in front of this house?
I did, officer.
Come along to jail, you car thief.
But, officer, you don't know...
I said come along.
Goodbye, Mr. Postman. Remember keep smiling.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The George Burns and Gracie Allen show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. Till next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee, always good to the last drop. Now stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Hate to face that morning race? Get a flying start with instant Maxwell House coffee. It's instant, it's new, it's good to the last drop, too. Yes, trust Maxwell House to make a better instant coffee. True coffee flavor, true coffee aroma, because it's all coffee made from America's favorite, the famous Maxwell House blend. And Thrifty, a jar of instant Maxwell House makes fully as much as a pound of regular coffee. Ask for Instant Maxwell House. Good to the last drop.
Good night, folks.
Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. We're out to break a real estate racket.
Farm by proxy.
I want my money back.
Buy now. Only a few acres left.
Fortune and farming.
It's a racket. I want my money back. It's a racket.
Hello? This is the Franklin Farm by Proxy Company. Mr. Franklin isn't in yet. Hello. You saw our ad in the Clarion? Well, I'm Mr. Franklin's assistant. Yes, drop in here anytime. The Farm by Proxy Company, that's right.
Mr. Franklin come in yet?
Did you see the sign on the door? He's out.
I'll wait.
If you want to buy some acreage, I'll be glad to.
I already been roped in.
What's that?
You ain't fooling me.
Now, just a moment, Mr.
Nevins.
Oh, yes. I thought you looked familiar. You bought some acreage several days ago. Yeah, here it is. Right on the wall map. Nevins, that's a fine section. Southern Slope is perfect for apple orchards.
You can have it.
Why, something wrong?
Plenty, lady, and you know it.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do anything about it.
Are those two men in the outer office waiting for me?
Oh, yes, they're reporters.
Reporters? From where?
The Daily Sentinel.
There. Is that so?
This man, Mr. Nevins, wants to see you, Mr. Franklin. He has some sort of complaint.
Complaint?
You sold me 5 acres in your farm by proxy scheme, and I want my money back.
Scheme? I don't like that word, Mr. Nevins.
I suppose it ain't a crooked...
Now, hold on. The Franklin Farm by Proxy Company is absolutely open and above board. You know our proposition.
I know it by heart.
We have a large block of land given over to apple orchards. We plant trees, take care of them for 5 years, And at the end of that period, the trees are mature enough to bear fruit.
You told me that.
For your initial investment now, you stand a good chance of getting 5 times your money in 5 years.
What about the cost of taking care of the land?
Naturally, you pay for that. We merely do the work at your expense.
You didn't say nothing about that when I signed one of your contracts.
You should have read the contract, Mr. Nevins.
And that ain't all. I went out to see that land.
You went there?
It's all rock. You couldn't grow moss on it, let alone apples.
Well, that's your opinion. We don't agree.
Never mind the talk. Do I get my money back?
That's impossible. I tell you what we will do, though.
I'm listening.
Where is Mr. Nevins' property?
Right here, Mr. Franklin. This pin.
Fine. We'll give you a switch, Nevins. Instead of the 5 acres here, how about these 5 over on the other?
Blast your map. Your whole land's worthless. It's a racket. If you don't give me back my dough,
I wouldn't lose my temper if I were you, sir.
The rest of our clients haven't any complaints?
They haven't seen the land like me. Let them be suckers. I don't care about them. I'll see a lawyer.
Go right ahead. That's your privilege.
Listen, you grab $500 off of me. Suppose I talk to other folks.
Well?
What are you going to pay me not to let on what I know?
Not a cent.
You won't even pay me to keep my mouth shut about your racket?
Get out before I call the police and have you put out.
We've a law-abiding business.
You have a contract, and we're holding you to it.
Why, I ought to break your...
Don't try it.
A gun?
You can't threaten us in our own office. Sally, call the police.
All right. All right, I'm going. But I'll get even with you racketeers if it's the last thing I do.
Okay, Sally, hang up.
I hope he does see a lawyer. That contract's so foolproof, nobody could wriggle out of it.
Too bad I had to pull the hardware on him. Can't use talk all the time.
He was sort of nasty, Frank.
Sure. The poor sap saw $500 go bye-bye. And he'll have to keep on paying for 5 years. Besides, he's no angel. Did you hear the way he talked about the other suckers?
Guess that's right. He'd be crooked, too, if he had our brains.
Forget him. We've got to clean up this map and see those reporters.
What? You're going to see them?
Sure, why not?
They're from the Sentinel, Frank.
Well, what of it?
Well, they're pretty tough on rackets.
We're on the right side of the law. They can't prove anything. Besides, we sold practically all the orchard land already. What can they do? Get those contracts back?
No, but...
Well, there you are. Let those reporters ask questions. We got all the answers.
Hiya, Casey. Boss in?
You two back so soon?
Holy crow, that ain't no crime.
Well, I thought you were out getting a story on that farm by proxy complaint we got this morning, Lowry.
Sure, me and Lowry both.
That's where we came from, Casey. Now, how about it?
Golly, youngster, what are you waiting for? Press the button and tell Reed we're back.
What for if you didn't get anything?
Says who?
One look at your face, Lowry. That's all I need.
You mean you can look at me face and tell I didn't get no scoop or nothing?
With your face, expert, I can always tell what you're thinking.
You can?
Yep. It's always a blank.
This is no time for repartee. The boss.
Oh, good grief. I'm getting him. He was on the phone.
Yes, Miss Case.
They're back, Mr. Reed.
Oh, Lowry, did he get anything?
My guess isn't enough, Mr. Reed.
Well, send them in. Miss Case.
Yes, sir?
Check on the name and address of the man who made that complaint this morning. Let me know.
You two get... Hey!
It's okay, Casey. We heard and we obey.
Hey, Reed, it's a racket, all right.
Come in, let's hear it. Was Miss Case right about her guess?
Casey hit it on the nose, boss. This guy Franklin has a con game that's as airtight as a diving bell.
Just exactly what is it? This man who called this morning gave nothing more than a hint.
Franklin's selling worthless land, Reed.
Yeah, his angle is apple orchards.
Apple orchards?
He's got a nice big map and a smooth line. Franklin and this dame feed the customers a high-powered line about the profit in apples.
Does he make any specific promises?
Not him. That's how he stays inside the law.
I see. They use clever hints to make people think there's a profit to be made in the future.
Yeah, so they make him a present of the dough.
Contracts?
Nothing there, boss.
He must have cheated hundreds of poor people out of their skins.
Now, one moment. Yes, Miss Case?
Here's the information you wanted. That fellow's far more disturbed today than he was the other day.
What's the man's name?
Carl Nevin.
And his address?
17 Weston Drive.
I see. Thanks.
That's the guy who called this morning and made the complaint?
His name is Nevins. Miss Case said he seemed even madder now than he was before.
Holy crow, you can't blame him. Falling for a line of applesauce.
I want something that's set look and print, Lowry.
Tell me how, and I'll get it if I have to dig to China.
Have you seen this property?
The land they're selling?
Yes.
I know where it is, but I haven't been out to look.
I wonder if it might be worthwhile.
You want me to hop out there tomorrow?
Me and Lowry will get there early.
Will you stop butting in, Axford?
But, golly, maybe you'll need a man of action like me.
Not this time, Michael. This is at the other extreme.
Reed, you don't mean subtile. That's my dish.
Being so
Listen,
giant.
you big lug.
No,
Lowry goes along. But
no.
play safe, Lowry.
Huh?
If possible, try not to reveal that you're from the Daily Sentinel. Find out as much as you can, as carefully as you can.
But, boss, there's no headline out there.
You take the assignment. I'll decide on the headline so long as you get the news.
That evening in his apartment, Britt Reed spoke to Cato, his faithful valet, and the only living person to know him as the Green Hornet.
It's an odd situation, Cato. These confidence racketeers are undoubtedly gypping the public. Yet they're careful to stay within the limits of the law.
I see, Mr. Brett.
Lowry's going out to see that land tomorrow. He's going to keep his identity as secret as possible.
Secret?
Well, Lowry believes that's necessary in order to get information for a story. Actually, my purpose is quite different. I want Franklin to believe Lowry is there for some other purpose.
What is that, Mr.
Now,
Brett?
here, Cato. Look at this map.
Yes, sir.
Right here, circled in red, is the land which Franklin is selling in his farm by proxy racket. You notice these wavy brown lines?
Here?
Now, those are contour lines, Cato. They show that Franklin's acreage lies along a peculiar rock formation. It's definitely not the kind of land that would raise good apple orchards, Cato.
I see.
Yet we can use that formation of land for something entirely different from apple orchards. We can use it to plant a certain idea in the minds of those racketeers.
I don't understand, Mr. Brett.
You'll see as we go along. Did you get the money I asked for?
Here.
Fine. I'm going to give this money away, Cato.
What?
I have a plan which requires the help of someone besides the Green Hornet.
Can I help, Mr. Brett?
At the present moment, you're to stay here. I'm going out tonight to call on one of Franklin's victims, a man by the name of Nevins.
Who is he?
He bought some of that property, and he knows he's been cheated. Get the Green Hornet mask and the gun.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of money here. I don't know whether Nevins will turn out to be the kind of man I can trust, but there's no other way.
Here, Mr. Brett.
Oh, thanks, Cato. The gun is loaded?
Yes, sir.
Now, how about the Black Beauty?
It's all checked, Mr. Brett.
All right, Cato. I'll be back as soon as I turn this money over to Nevins.
Kind of late for anybody to be calling. I'd have been in bed an hour ago, except I can't sleep thinking about them blasted racketeers taking me in on their scheme. Yeah, might as well see who it is. Hey, what do you want? It's late.
Your name is Nevins?
Who wants to know?
I have some money for a man by that name.
Money? Sure, I'm Nevins. Come in where I can see you.
I will.
You're wearing a mask.
You recognize it?
Listen, I know you. I've seen pictures of that mask in the papers. You're the Green Hornet.
Stay away from this door.
I ain't done nothing.
You saw Franklin this afternoon, Nevin.
You're with him. I didn't mean them threats, honestly.
Stop shaking and take this.
No, wait, I tell you. Don't shoot.
Take it.
Now, look, Money. Bills.
Didn't I say I had some money for you?
You mean it's for me?
Go ahead.
Sure, but I don't understand.
There's a string attached, Nevin.
As long as it's money, I don't care how many strings.
I see. You're not especially particular, are you?
Why should you ask? You're a crook.
Nevins, I don't care any more for Franklin than you do.
Yeah? I'd like to get even with that guy. And a dame, too.
That's what the money's for.
Huh?
I want you to be my agent.
Agent for what?
To buy property from Franklin.
What are you getting at? That property's worthless. You ain't no sucker.
For obvious reasons, the Green Hornet can't buy property. I've chosen you, Nevin.
But I don't...
I'll be your silent partner. I want all of Franklin's land you can get.
You're crazy. That land couldn't grow apples.
I'm not interested in apples.
And what are you after?
Look at this letter.
But it ain't addressed to nobody.
I tore that part off. After all, I can't reveal my real identity. Read it. Read it.
Okay. It says... What? What's this? Oil? You mean there's oil on that land?
That letter tells the story.
Oil, huh? No wonder you want to buy it.
Use that money.
You bet I will. I'll buy all I can grab. You and me, huh?
Franklin's clever. Be careful he doesn't get suspicious.
Not him. He wants to sell.
If he thinks there's valuable oil, he'll never let it go.
How's he going to know? He cheated me. Now I...
Remember one thing, Evans.
Huh?
I have no way of knowing that you won't double-cross me, but I advise you not to try it.
Sure. You can trust me, Hornet.
For your sake, I hope so. Good night.
Night. Sure. You can trust me, Hornet. You can trust me to get that property from Franklin. And maybe capture the Green Hornet in the bargain.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now, to continue our story. After leaving Nevins, Britt Reed went to the dark alley where he had parked the Black Beauty.
Nevins doesn't seem like the sort of person who'd be on the level. Just because he's fallen a victim to Franklin's racket doesn't mean that he couldn't be just as unscrupulous himself. Perhaps I'd better make certain that Nevins doesn't have any chance to double-cross the Green Hornet.
Britt Reed returned to the apartment and got his valet Cato. Then together they drove across the city to the apartment where the farm racketeers made their home. On the way, Britt Reed stopped to make a phone call, first removing his Green Hornet mask.
Hello?
Nevins?
Yeah, who is it?
I saw you earlier this evening about a certain proposition.
Oh, you're the Green...
No names, not over the phone.
Okay. What'd you call for?
We haven't arranged a place to meet. You're going to buy that property tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going over sometime when when he's in.
Be at your place tomorrow night at 11.
What for?
Using my money, do as I say.
11, huh? You going to be here?
I want to see the results you had. You'll be there at 11 o'clock. You can expect me.
Who's that?
Move over and take the wheel. I spoke to Nevins, Cato.
Yes, Mr. Brett.
I told him to be at his place tomorrow night at 11.
You'll be there, Mr. Brett?
Nevins expects the Green Hornet at that hour. I was very careful to let him get that impression.
Where we go now?
I'll take my mask, Cato.
Here it is.
Head for Franklin's home. You know where it is.
You told me.
A lot of innocent people have put their savings in Franklin's farm by proxy scheme. It's up to the Green Hornet to see that they get it back.
Well, kid, here's luck. Another couple of days, maybe a week, and we get rid of the rest of that land.
Yeah, and I thought you was crazy when you bought it. Here's luck.
Crazy like a fox. Cost us $5 an acre, and we're selling it to the saps for $100.
What do we do when it's all sold? Skip out with the cash?
What for?
Well, the police might...
Wise up. We got contracts. The police can't touch us. No, we stick around.
But why do that when you're...
Because we get more dough that way. You know what those contracts said.
You mean about us servicing the land for them?
Yeah, farm by proxy. They get gypped when they buy it. And for 5 years after, they have to pay out whatever we want to charge them.
Suppose they don't want to pay us for farming.
Well, if they don't pay, we take the land back. Get it?
Yeah, we sell it over again.
That's the racket. How are they going to know that we charge them for repairing fences and spraying trees, jobs that we never do?
Suppose they squawk.
Let them. That sucker was in today. He squawked.
Nevins?
Yeah, that's the guy. He ain't got a snowball's chance in midsummer. The law's on our side.
I wish I could be sure.
I know it. I've been in plenty of rackets and never been caught yet. Why? Because I'm always careful to stay inside the law.
You're smart, Frank.
You ain't telling me. Now, come on. Finish up that drink, and I'll pour us another.
Okay,
What's the matter with you?
Frank,
Hey, you dropped your glass.
Behind you, a man wearing a mask.
What?
Don't try anything, Franklin.
You, that mask. You're the Green Hornet.
A stick up.
You
Stay
can't
away
do
from
this.
that desk.
Look out, Frank.
I'll put a bullet through him. Back! No, you
There's
don't.
another man behind you with a gun.
It's right, Frank.
Oh, two of you, huh?
I thought you might have a gun in here. I'll remove the bullets just to make sure. There.
What do you want?
You own a certain piece of property.
Well, what about it?
You've been selling that land.
Sure we have.
I want a list of the people you've sold it to.
A list?
You can't do anything. It was legal.
The list.
What could you with the names?
Do I get the list, or do you want a dose of gas?
Yes. No, I...
Well?
You can't get anything out of those suckers, Hornet. I already picked them clean.
I'm sure you have.
Then what are you going to do
I'm after
with
that
it?
list. Either you give it to me, or I gas you and search for it myself.
Well,
Make up your mind. I'll get it either way.
I don't know what you want it for, but... Okay, here it is.
I want to see Franklin.
You again. He told you yesterday, Mr. Nevins, you can't get your money back. The sale
Who
is...
said anything about getting it back? I want to see him for another reason entirely.
Oh, he's in here. Visitor to see you.
Nevins. No use arguing again.
He says it's something else.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, make it snappy.
I thought maybe I could buy some more of that land.
What?
Well, I got to thinking it over, and I figured maybe your scheme was okay. About the apple orchards, I mean.
You're not telling the truth, Nevins.
Me?
Something has changed your mind since yesterday.
We haven't many acres left to sell, Frank. Why not get rid of them?
Shut up. I'm handling this.
You got to sell it to me.
Pretty anxious, huh?
Well, will you or won't you?
Why?
What do you mean?
There's been some funny things going on lately. Why do you want that land?
What do you care? I got the dough.
Well, I'll have to think it over.
Look, Franklin, if you don't want to, give me a list of the other people who bought it from you.
What? Did you hear that, Frank?
Yeah, I heard it. You're the second guy who asked for the list.
I'll pay you twice as much as
Who
the other.
told you to come in here?
Why, nobody. I just...
You're too dumb to get a hunch by yourself.
Hunch?
Has a guy with a mask been seeing you?
Well, no, of course not.
Written all over your face.
I tell you...
You ain't telling nothing. I'm telling you. It's the Hornet.
The...
Come on, talk. The Green Hornet put you up to this, didn't he?
He asked us for a list. Same thing you wanted.
I didn't know. He told me to...
Yeah, I got a good idea what he told you.
You mean about...
One of my boys called in from the property. There's been some guy snooping around out there. Wouldn't give his name or state his business. Just looking.
Are you going to stall all day?
Reach, Nevins.
Hey, now look, you don't need no gun.
Sally, he's got something in that pocket. He's been fingering it since he came in.
It ain't money. I left the money the Hornet gave me at home.
Whatever it is, get it, Sally.
Okay.
Must be important or you wouldn't keep handling it.
Well, it's nothing but a piece of paper.
Give me that.
Get back. Hand it here, Sally.
Frank, it says oil. It's a report from one of them geologists.
Oil. So that's it.
Don't say where. It's a fake, I tell you.
A fake, huh? Not after the way you come in here. Not after the Green Hornet last night.
And that guy snooping around, he must have been checking over for spots to drill.
Get out.
Listen, you can't. I'll pay you double. 3 times as
Go
much.
on back and tell the Hornet he made a mistake. He should have picked a front man who's smarter than you'll ever be.
I'll give you 5 times your price.
There's the door, and I'll get going before
Okay. I'll see those others myself.
You won't see him because you don't know who they are.
You chiselers. Taking my idea. Just like to see the Hornet get back that dough.
Outside.
We gotta work fast, Frank. Oil.
Get all the salesmen moving. We got to buy back all the land we sold.
All of it?
Sure. This report don't point to any particular section. We'll get them all back. Play safe.
We'll have to pay plenty.
We'll give them 10 times as much money as we have to. It's oil. We better get busy. The Hornet has a list.
But the Hornet can't go around seeing people in the daytime.
He'll use Nevins. Then we got to get those acres back first. Now get busy. I want every bit of that land back in my possession by tonight. Well, Mrs. Carlson, what do you say?
I don't understand, Mr. Franklin. You sold me this land in the first place.
I'll give you just what you paid for it, Mrs. Carlson.
But you said I'd get a profit.
I'll absorb that. 3 times as much.
Well, in that case,
Fine, now. Just sign it over to me. And here's your money. 50, 100, 150, 200.
That's right. Our company has decided to assume all the risk itself. Instead of waiting 5 years, we'll give you your profit now.
Say, that sounds okay to me. Here's your contract.
And here's your money. Not one refusal yet, Frank. Guess none of them know about the oil.
Keep after them, Sally. I want all of them. All of them.
I went out to that place, boss, but got nothing. Franklin's property, the acreage he's selling in his farm by proxy plan? Yeah, I fished around, but there wasn't anything out there. One of Franklin's men got suspicious. He told me not to give my name or mention the paper.
Well, you're excited about something, Lowry. Let's have it.
You know what Franklin's doing?
Should I?
It's all over town. He and that dame are buying the land back.
What?
Why should they do that? Search me. I'm not in the racket. Well, see if you can find out why. Let me know. Okay, boss. It's screwy, all right.
In about 2 hours from now, Franklin will get a letter telling him he's allowed himself to be fooled. A report proving there never was any oil there and never will be.
Reed! Oh, golly, Reed. This time we'll nab him.
Axford, what's wrong? It's not wrong, boss. For once, Axford may have something.
It's the Hornet.
What?
We got a tip. He's going to come to a certain place tonight.
Yeah, at the home of a guy named Nevins.
Nevins, eh?
Wasn't he the man who called the Sentinel complaining about Franklin's racket? That's the baby.
Dial just give me a call from headquarters to give me the tip about Nevin.
He called the police?
Holy crow, the Green Hornet must be in with Franklin.
You think so?
Suffering snakes, he must be.
Sounds hot, boss.
11 o'clock, eh? Well, we'll keep the front page clear of this. Maybe a false alarm.
Oh, Reed.
But if the Hornet's caught, it'll be the biggest headline we've ever had.
You said it, and Ed Lauer's going to be right there for a personal interview.
That night, several people gathered in Nevin's home, all tensely watching the clock.
Suffering snakes. I'm getting more jittery than a jitterbug dancer.
You're sure he's coming, Evans? I know what I'm talking about.
Listen, Doyle, you have this place surrounded. How's he going to get through?
They got orders to do nothing till they heard from me. Anyways, Lowry, how can they tell he's the Green Hornet or not? All he wears is regular clothes, and it's too dark to see the mask.
We don't know we're waiting for him. We'll catch him in here cold.
Hey, Nevins, what have you got to do with the Hornet in the first place?
I told you. He tried to rope me into something.
There he is. Go ahead, Nevins.
All right. Be sure and watch him.
You're the guy I want to see, Nevins.
Hey, he ain't the Green Hornet.
That's Franklin and the woman. What is this?
This man gypped us, him and the Green Hornet.
Told us there was oil on the land. We bought it back from the people.
What? You bought it back?
Holy crow! Is there oil out there?
There is not. There never was oil there.
It's a scheme. Nevins, you were in it with the Hornet.
You can't pin it on me. I did what I was told.
You rat, I ought to knock
Shut
you.
up, all of you.
Franklin, you fell for it. All those people you gypped got the better of you.
Golly, where did the Hornet fit in?
I don't know what he's trying to do, but he hasn't fooled me.
No?
I still have the money.
Shut up. It's 11 o'clock.
Hey, look out.
Someone turned off the lights.
Let go of me. Let...
Holy crow, where is he?
I can't shoot without I can see.
Take it. He's going. Get him.
It was him. Put on the lights.
There.
Oh, he's gone. Went out that door.
Blast him. He took it.
Suffering snakes took what?
The money. He gave me money to help him.
So that's why he came. You tried to double-cross the Hornet, and he took his dough back.
And he sure wiped these racketeers off the slates.
Hey, Doyle, blow that whistle. Your men are waiting for a signal. Doyle.
Golly, Lowry, look. Doyle's lying on the floor.
He's been gassed. Now the police will never get...
There he goes.
Blast him. Why don't those cops close in?
All they'd catch now would be dust, Franklin. The Hornet made sure Doyle couldn't blow that whistle in time.
He gets away, and we're left here holding a lot of worthless property.
You got no better than you deserve. You and your crooked apple orchards.
Sure. The Sentinel gets a headline, and you get a lot of applesauce.
Green Hornet involved in farm by proxy racket. Read all about it. Hornet X-ray. Racketeers get taken in. Green Hornet still in large. Sentinel X-ray paper.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with The Lone Ranger.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. None of the thrilling events that marked the early frontier days of the western United States can equal the stirring deeds of the phantom figure of the plains. You will not find his name in the written pages of history, but his relentless fight against injustice won him a secure place in the hearts of the pioneers, and their descendants have never permitted his story to be forgotten. And now, adventure lives once more. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! There's no time to lose. Chief White Bear's tribe is on the warpath. Hi-yo, Silver!
Above the thunder of Silver's hoofs, we heard the Lone Ranger say that there was trouble in the Indian country. In the first scene of our drama, we see the masked man and his faithful Indian companion Tonto beside an empty stagecoach that has been abandoned 5 miles away from the regular stage road leading from the town of Redford to Fort Pearson.
Tonto, I wonder if this is the stage that disappeared yesterday with a load of ammunition for the garrison at Fort Pearson.
This same stage, all right.
It must be the one. See, it was especially constructed to carry boxes containing shells and guns.
Oh.
Chief White Bear's Indians must have held it up. And yet...
What? Wrong.
There's several strange things about it. Tonto, you hear those shots?
Them come that way.
They weren't fired at us, however.
There come feller on horse.
A white man.
There, Injun, yonder.
They're coming over that hill.
Maybe them White Bear Injun.
There are only 3 or 4 of them. A few shots will hold them off.
Them stop.
Yes, they've stopped on top of the rise. Come over here. You'll be safe.
Injun turn. Them go back.
They don't want to attack 3 of us.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, there.
You had a narrow escape.
So blame narrow, mister. I can still feel the hot breath down my neck.
You needn't worry now.
Thanks to you. You needn't be afeard I'm going to ask questions about that mask you're wearing, or the engine with you, mister. You saved my life, and that's good enough for Mort Leeds.
Are you Mort Leeds?
That's my handle.
Are you the man who drove the stage that disappeared with arms from Fort Pearson?
Uh-huh. That's me again.
But what happened? Did Chief White Bear attack the stage?
I'd sure enjoy telling you about it, mister. But let's get going out of this blame Indian country first. It ain't so popular with me.
You're going back to town?
Sure I am. You going that far?
No, but my friend and I'll ride part of the way with you. Come on, Silver.
Glad to have the company. Get up there.
Get him up, white fella. Was it White Bear who got the arms?
Well, nobody else.
Him plenty bad Injun.
He's poison bad. He's raised more rumpus around this country the last 4 weeks than anybody ever did afore him. What's more, he got Judd, blast him.
Judd?
The guy that rode the stage with me. Them sidewinders never give him a chance. They come whooping and hollering out of the hills and killed him before he really had a chance to draw.
Then you didn't try to fight them?
Fight him? Mister, you never in your born day seen such a fight. Guns are blazing and horses screaming, and the stage tearing down the road like it'd shake to pieces. Them redskins kept the air so full of bullets it was like a swarm of bees. Judd was sagging agin me as dead as all get out. And them painted Injuns was hanging onto the bridles of my horses till they just up and stopped.
Me not see what
Wait, Tonto. Go on, Mort.
And them devils made me drive the stage off to where you seen it back there. Loaded the ammunition on the horses, and then they took me back to the camp. They got up in the hills.
You were fortunate to get away.
You just bet I was. I thought my number was up for sure when they got me to camp. But when they wasn't watching close, I grabbed me a horse and lit out of there. If I hadn't met up with you two, I reckon they'd have catch me again.
Glad we came along, Mort. You say you're heading for Redwood now?
Yep. They'll be needing me there. Ain't another really good stage driver around these parts. And they still got to get ammunition to the fort.
Who's in charge of the soldiers at Redwood?
Cap Meadows has been there with the company ever since old White Bear went loco.
This is as far as we go. We don't want to get too close to town.
Hi, Savvy. Massman ain't overly welcome any place.
We may meet again.
Thanks for what you done. Get along there. Get up there, boy. Get up there.
Him not tell truth.
No?
Him not fight Injun.
There wasn't a bullet hole in that stage.
No.
There was nothing to show that the guard had been killed, as he stated.
And him wear money belt.
I noticed that too, Tonto. Looked as though it was filled.
That's plenty funny.
It is. In the first place, no man would have carried a heavy money belt with him on a dangerous trip through this country.
That's right.
And if he had carried money, Chief White Bear would have taken it away from him. Perhaps...
What you think?
Perhaps White Bear gave it to him.
You think Mort feller let that Injun get guns?
Tonto, White Bear would pay any amount for arms. His braves will follow him as long as he can furnish them with rifles and ammunition. We're going to keep an eye on Mort Leeds, Tonto.
Mort Leeds returned to Redwood, repeated his thrilling story of the unsuccessful fight with Chief White Bear's braves, and was received as a hero. He made his official report to Captain Meadows, commanding officer of the company stationed in town. Then in the early evening, he went to the office of the Army quartermaster, Eric Kramer. He was not aware, as he told his friend of his experience with a masked man, that the Lone Ranger had determined to investigate his actions.
So I told the masked fella and the Injun about escaping from White Bear, and they fell for it hard.
Are you sure they didn't suspect anything?
Nary a thing.
But you say they saw the stage. If they did, they'd know there hadn't been a fight.
Shucks, they wasn't at the stage 5 minutes.
5 minutes would be enough, you fool.
Now, take it easy, Eric. What if they did notice something was wrong? The stage had been burnt by now. And who's going to take the word of a masked outlaw anyhow?
You're probably right. Did White Bear pay you?
Just take a squint at this belt. He paid up all right. And that ain't all.
What do you mean?
He paid up for next time, too.
Next time? Look here,
Now,
boy.
hold on a second. You and me might just well be getting the cash while it's to be got.
Yes, but if
and
we
any
go...
blame fool knows there's got to be another load of arms sent to the fort as long as the first didn't get there.
That's so. But we can't do this too often.
Who said anything about doing it often? I got enough good hard cash for these 2 times to leave us sitting pretty for a long while to come.
Of course, Captain Meadows is sending more arms.
Sure he is.
Nobody suspects you, so you'll probably drive the stage.
Of course I will.
But I don't understand why old White Bear paid you in advance.
The old devil didn't have no choice.
What?
I just told him if he wanted another load, he'd pay for it. We can't take chances being seen taking cash when he holds us up. Never can tell who might be looking on. You want to divvy up the gold now?
Keep it out of sight. Captain Meadows may be here any minute.
What's he coming here for?
He's coming to tell us exactly what we want to know.
What's that?
When and how the next load of arms will be sent.
Now, ain't that real nice of him?
He thinks he has a plan to get the next load through without trouble from White Bear.
Yeah?
And he wants our help.
The next thing you know, he'll be asking White Bear for help.
Quiet. That may be him now. Come in.
Evening, Cap.
Good evening, sir.
Well, you're both here, huh? Does Morton know why I'm here, Kramer?
I told him you had a plan concerning the ammunition, sir.
And we can get right down to business.
Sorry about what happened to the last load, Cap, but
Never mind that now. It wasn't your fault.
I'm obliged to you for saying it.
But naturally, you realize that Fort Pearson still needs arms.
We'll get 'em there somehow.
You're willing to try again?
Willing? Just ask me, Cap.
You had something in mind, sir?
I believe I've thought of a way at last to fool White Bear.
Yeah?
The safest way, of course, would be to send a large escort with the stage.
And leave Redwood unprotected?
I can send a small guard along.
Begging your pardon, Cap, but what in blazes good would that do? You don't figure White Bears are scared of a handful of soldiers, do you?
I intend to send a small guard with an empty stage.
But what good would that...
One moment. What about loading boxes with stone, putting them in a stage, sending an escort with them, and letting it be thought the stage contained arms?
Maybe I don't just savvy, but...
And then, after dark, send out the real load in another stage.
You mean draw White Bear off of the first stage while the second slips through?
Exactly.
Jumping Jehoshaphat, Cap. That's a scheme that might work.
You agree, then? What do you think, Kramer?
I say the same as Mort.
I'd hope you would. Mort, will you drive the loaded stage?
Said I would, didn't I?
And I'll go with him, sir.
Good. The fort must have those arms as soon as possible. Can you be ready tomorrow evening?
Yes, sir.
Very well. That's all for tonight, then. I'll be turning in.
Good night, Cap. We'll teach the White Bear a thing or two.
You can rely on us, sir.
And we'll arrange the final details in the morning.
White Bear will have to know about this.
I'll take care of that.
Can you make it to us camp and back before morning?
You just watch me.
Tell White Bear we leave after dark. Decide on a place to attack the stage.
Willow Creek Bridge is the place. Ain't a handier place in the whole road.
Good enough.
I'll be off to the hills right now. They got the gold, and tomorrow White Bear will have the guns. And not a blame soul to suspect a thing.
Captain Meadows, satisfied with the plans he had made, returned to his home on the far side of town. But he had not yet prepared for sleep when suddenly the door burst open and the tall figure of the masked man appeared.
What the...
I want to speak to you, Captain Meadows.
You're wearing a mask.
Yes, but I'm not an outlaw.
Get out of here.
Wait. You're going to hear what I have to say.
Wait,
Steady,
thunder...
Captain.
Well, say what you have to say and get out.
Do you want to lose more arms to Chief White Bear?
What's that?
If you do, follow the plan you made tonight.
What do you know about that plan?
Enough to know that it'll fail.
You are an outlaw. You're working for White Bear.
If I were, would I tell you that I know your plans?
There's sense to that, all right.
There'd be no reason coming here if I didn't want to help you.
Talk some more. I'll listen.
Captain, you've been sold out by two men you trust.
Go ahead. I'm still listening.
Who knew about the last shipment of arms that was held up and stolen?
Why, the quartermaster and the driver, of course. Wait. Are you hinting that...
No one else?
No one but Judd, the guard.
And Judd is dead.
Go on.
If White Bear gets more guns, or the fort fails to receive the guns it needs, there'll be bloodshed. White Bear will plunder and kill. You won't be able to stop him. The two men who knew about your last shipment know your present plans. Are you going to take a chance with this next shipment, too?
Do you expect me to surrender them on your say-so?
I saw the stage that had been robbed. You heard Mort Leeds tell of the fight. But there wasn't one mark from a bullet on that stage.
Can you prove that?
No. The stage has been burned. You can only take my word for it.
And you think I'll do that?
No, but you can do something else.
What?
You can let me show you how to get more proof.
And if I don't?
Then the responsibility for bloodshed will be yours.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is some kind of a trick. Maybe I've lost all the sense I ever had. But by thunder, I like the way you talk.
Then you'll do as I suggest?
Go on. I'm not promising a thing. But I sure want to hear what you have to say.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When Mort Leeds reported that Chief White Bear had held up his stage and taken the load of arms it contained, the Lone Ranger suspected his story and found his suspicions correct. He overheard a plot between Mort and the Army quartermaster, Eric Kramer, to permit a second load of ammunition to fall into the hands of the Indians. The next evening, a crowd of curious onlookers gathered about the stage, which Mort, accompanied by Kramer, was going to drive.
There's the stage Mort's driving. So loaded down, ain't she? Must be needing plenty food at the port. Reckon they can make it? Wouldn't be in Mort's shoes for a heat. Now with the Indians the way they are, well, you know, Jim,
Well, Cap, the last box is in, and I reckon we're all set.
All loaded, you say, Mort?
Loaded and raring to go. And the heft of those boxes will carrying enough stuff to wipe out White Bear and all his redskin relations.
Careful, Mort. I told everyone those boxes contain only food.
Hi, Savvy.
Expect any trouble?
Shucks, Cap, that's something nobody can tell. But I ain't looking for none.
Don't worry, sir. We'll get through if anybody can.
That's the spirit. Now then, I think you'd better be on your way.
Yes, sir.
The first stage has had a 3-hour start. With the darkness to help you, you should have a successful trip.
Sure we will, Cap. Come on, Eric. We got a powerful long trip before us before sunup.
Wish us luck, Captain.
Good luck, boys.
All right, Mort. Let's go.
Get up there! Get along there, you plastic critters! Get along there!
There goes the stage. Sure hope she gets through. No fun driving a stage by night. Keep moving, Mark. Those papers don't get to Fort Pearson, I lose money. I furnish cattle for the fort, you know.
Here, you old fox, you can't outsmart me on that deal. I gotta take my
Men ready to start?
You here? Aren't you taking chances wearing that mask in town?
It won't be noticed in the shadow of this building.
Maybe you
Are
better-
your men ready, Captain?
They are. Hadn't we better let the stage get further along?
We have a long trip ahead of us.
Better you go. No.
Is this the Indian you mentioned?
Tonto's my friend.
And lucky for him, he is. Indians aren't very well liked in this part of the country right now.
Tell your men to get to the horses.
They're just waiting for a command. We surely can't just follow the stage.
We'll ride out of town, away from the road, then cut back through the hills.
In that case, there's no time to waste. Orderly.
Yes, sir.
Call the men together. They're to mount and be ready for action. Hurry.
At once, sir.
We'll have to ride fast, but we can make it. Here, Silver.
We'll be ready to ride on your signal.
Here, white feller.
Yep. Tonto, this ride, I mean the lives of hundreds of people who live in this territory.
That's right.
If we fail, Chief White Bear will be on the warpath for months to come.
Lead the way.
Come on!
Get him up, white feller.
With the Lone Ranger in the lead on his great horse, Silver, the cavalry swept out of town. They left the road, heading across the open plain in a swiftly moving, compact group. But swiftest of all was the masked man's white horse, whose hoofs thundered against the earth.
Come on, Silver, old fellow! Stretch out those great legs of yours! Hi-yo, Silver!
When the town was far behind them, the Lone Ranger suddenly swung about and pointed the band toward the hills. Beyond was the road that led to the fort, and somewhere on that road was the Willow Creek Bridge, where White Bear's braves awaited the approaching stagecoach. But still Silver's ghostly white shape paced the cavalry with the smooth speed of an arrow.
Only a short distance now. Come on, Silver!
The troopers' mounts were weary and spent when at last the masked man brought them to a hill that overlooked the winding road below. But there he reined Silver to a halt.
Go, Silver! Go, boys! Steady! Go!
You get him here in time?
We'll know when we're near the bridge.
Where? Where bridge?
Another half mile. We'll stop here and approach quietly.
Where under, mister? I've never been on such a ride. I've never seen a horse equal that one of yours.
Nor have I.
It didn't look to me as though you gave that horse his head at any time.
Silver's good for many more miles.
Well, what now?
You're going ahead with Tonto and me.
Leave the soldiers here?
Yes. We don't know where the Indians are waiting. They'd hear us if the entire troop advanced.
You're right.
The three of us will be able to get close enough to the bridge for our purpose.
What if my men are needed?
We'll have time to send for them, but it's important that we be on hand when the stage is held up.
I said last night you were in charge, and I'm sticking to my bargain.
Good. Now give your men their orders.
While the Lone Ranger with Captain Meadows and Tonto carefully approached the Willow Creek Bridge, the stage was thundering toward the same point. Mort and Kramer, confident that all would go well, were discussing their scheme.
Does White Bear know just what to do, Mort?
Sure does. He'll be waiting for us, all right. Get along there! Get along there!
Mort, I have to hand it to you.
Yeah?
No one, not even Captain Meadows, suspects a thing.
Wouldn't have sent us with the stage if they had, would they?
And even if they did suspect something, even if they saw White Bear hold us up, they still couldn't prove we'd sold those guns.
Of course they couldn't. What's there to prove? White Bear holds us up. He takes the guns. But there ain't no cash change in hand that anybody can see.
Right.
Get along there!
Isn't that the bridge on ahead?
That's her right enough.
How will the chief work this?
The way they got it fixed, he'll be down in that there holler just this side of the creek.
Yes?
Just before we get there, he and his braves will ride out, firing their shooting irons just like the mean business.
Sounds dangerous.
Don't you worry none. Them painted devils knows how to handle themselves. Their shooting irons will be aiming straight up.
And then?
Well, shucks, we can't fight off a whole passel of redskins, can we? Who can blame us for pulling up the horses? Get on there!
Haven't seen a sign of them yet.
They paid for this stuff. They'll be showing up.
But
There they are. Now put on a good show. Someone might be coming along, and maybe they mightn't. But we're playing it safe.
Yes.
You stop, give them redskins a high full of lead.
I'll fire over their heads. Stand away from the stage.
White Bear say. Blast the redskins! Get along there! What White Bear say? Or pale-faced gets killed.
Let us through.
The soldiers will get you for this.
You stop. We haven't a chance, Mort. Pull up the horses.
Get away from Great Chief White Bear.
Stop the horses, Mort. Stop them before we get killed.
Get 'em down from stage.
If the troops were here, you wouldn't get away.
Get 'em down.
We ain't got no choice.
No use risking our lives over arms we can't save.
You stand over there.
We're doing what you tell us, ain't we?
Ka name in a talo sini. O kayo. O hamanika yo sen.
What kind of blame fool palaver is that?
Me tell brave, take box from stage.
You aren't going to get away with this.
You not make trouble, White Bear let you live.
Well, Eric, nothing we could do.
You made it look real enough to fool anyone, Mort.
Anybody snooping around would sure think it was the real thing. And that's a fact.
What matter? You stay here. White Bear find out what matter.
Now, what in tarnation of them redskins gabbing about?
Looks to me like one of those boxes of guns broke open.
They're too doggone excited. I don't particularly like the looks of this.
They look sore about something.
Paleface, come here.
He mean us?
Reckon he does. Come along. Might as well find out what this is all about.
Paleface false to great chief White Bear. Paleface, speak with lying tongue.
Huh?
You look.
Mort, take a look at that box that broke.
There ain't a gun in it. It is filled to the top with rocks.
Paleface dogs try fool White Bear. Paleface die.
But, Chief, now look, listen here.
What could have happened? White Bear pay much gold for guns, but guns not here.
We didn't have no idea the guns wasn't there.
It's a mistake. Listen, you'll get your gold back.
White Bear rich chief. White Bear have plenty gold, but me kill Paleface with lying tongue.
Don't do it.
We'll get more guns for you.
Too late now. Gartu! Mokati!
Tell them painted devils to get away from me.
Well, they're going to kill us.
It's the soldiers.
They're up in the hills.
Mela Pota! Nigar Nuna Pa! Sota Malita! Jete! Rodato! Help the boy! Help him!
The troops summoned by Tonto in the stages first attacked by the Indians came pouring down from the hills, sweeping the ranks of the Indians with their concentrated fire. Their charge took the braves completely by surprise. Chief White Bear, though an enemy of the whites, was no coward. He fought fiercely, time after time, rallying his discouraged tribesmen. The superior training of the soldiers was not to be denied, and at length they compelled the Indians' complete surrender. The fighting over, Captain Meadows and the Lone Ranger advanced upon the frightened figures of Mort Leeds and Eric Kramer.
There they are. Two traitors to their own people.
You're satisfied with the proof you have of their guilt?
If a military court doesn't find it sufficient to sentence them to death, I'll resign my commission.
Cap, them Indians held us up.
They found out about the shipment.
There wasn't a blame thing we could do.
We had to give in to them, Captain.
Quiet. Both of you are finished.
You mean
I mean that lies won't help you now.
But, Captain, I tell you...
The masked man told me that you had sold out to White Bear.
You can't prove a thing.
But I can. You convicted yourselves when the Indians found those boxes didn't contain guns.
But listen, Captain,
You were convicted in the only possible way.
It ain't so, I tell you. We only
They had
did what...
no other way to prove your guilt. You hid the gold White Bear paid you. The stage it was taken before was burned, leaving no evidence to disprove your lying story, Mort.
But I tell
There
you...
was but one way to show you up in your true colors, and that was to trick you into confessing before witnesses. It was the masked man's idea. He suggested the plan, and I followed his instructions.
I'll bet that's the same masked fellow I met before.
And when he met you, he saw enough to convince him that you were a traitor.
If I ever get my hands on him,
You won't. Both of you will be tried for treason. And you, Mort, will be tried for Judd's murder as well. There's just one thing I can thank you for.
What's that?
Your scheme brought the Indians here and let the other stage with the guns get through to the fort. In fact, your plan helped that of the masked man.
Come on, Silver! The man is in trouble, and we must get to town to help him. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Who knows what is coming up next? The Shadow knows.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard. His true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, Death Under the Chapel.
Isn't it time we started on, Lamont?
Huh? I beg your pardon, Margot. I've been daydreaming.
I say it's been lovely having tea in this old garden, but after all, you're supposed to go to that faculty reception tonight.
That's right. Mind me, I'm nearly an old grad. Before you brought me to my senses, I was back in college days again. Come here a lot when I was in school. A few of us would get together on spring evenings and talk Oriental philosophy till all hours. I'd carry Professor Kalima in here to this table.
Carry him?
Yes, his legs are shriveled.
Shriveled?
It's utterly useless. His arms are slightly affected, too.
Sounds absolutely grotesque.
Yes, he's not very pleasant to look at. The only way he could get from place to place was to have a servant carry him like a baby. I want you to meet him.
I'm not sure I care to. How could a sinister person like that ever become a professor?
I admit some of his ideas are unusual, but he's a brilliant scholar.
Paper, mister?
Yes,
Paper?
please. Here you are, son.
Oh, gee, thanks, mister. Thanks a lot.
What paper is it, anyway?
Local daily. Here you are.
Oh, dear.
What's up?
Young Bobby Spence. He's killed himself.
Spence?
Yes, Bobby was a student here. Let's see what it says. Majored in philosophy. He would have graduated with highest honors in 2 days. Was found lying dead in his room this morning. Oh.
Does it say why he did it?
He left a note behind him, but the authorities have suppressed it. I wonder why he wants to take his own life.
Go to the campus, Margot. Possibly we'll find the answer to that question there.
Come in, Bragg.
Well,
who was it?
President Winwood is here to see you.
Well, what of it?
Well, he looks very severe, sir. I hope he doesn't blame the philosophy department for this.
For what?
Oh, this tragedy of young Spencer.
That is not a tragedy. It is the logical conclusion of my teaching.
Professor Kalima, I know I'm only an instructor in your department, and of course no one can deny the truth of your philosophy, but aren't you afraid
of what?
Well, if the nature of your teaching became known...
Bragg, you annoy me. Now, Anton here never does. He's both deaf and mute, but he always obeys without thinking. I have only to tap out a command on the palm of his hand like this.
Oh?
There, Bragg. See how quickly Anton understands? Picks me up and seats me behind my desk. Good old Anton. Only grunts when I pat his shoulder, eh, Anton? Now, Bragg, show our revered President Winwood in and hurry.
Yes, of course. Won't you come in, Dr. Winwood?
Yes, come in, sir, come in. And how are you this fine...
Professor Kalima, may I speak to you in private?
Oh, if you wish. Take Anton with you, Bragg.
Yes.
There, Anton and Bragg have gone. Do sit down, my dear doctor.
I can say what I have to say standing. Quilima, I have just come from a meeting of the administration committee.
Yes?
It is my painful duty to ask for your resignation from the faculty.
Resignation? How dare you? My work is noted, the most brilliant department.
Just a moment. Quilima, your reputation for scholarship is very high. We grant that.
I've gathered the most remarkable young minds in this country around me.
And what have you taught them?
Things beyond your comprehension.
I can believe that. You taught them that the world is vile, a hopeless smut, that mankind should be destroyed.
I taught them to think things through.
Even when they lead to despair and suicide. Suicide like young Robert Spence. Professor Quilima, you killed young Spence with your poisonous ideas as surely as if you'd put a pistol to his head and blown his brains out.
Don't be childish, Winwood. You know your rival university has been after me. It would serve you right if I went over to them.
Do you think they'll want you when I publish young Spence's suicide note?
What?
He names you as the man who drove him to it.
You wouldn't dare publish it.
I am going to. And don't bother to write out a resignation. You're discharged from the faculty. Dishonorably discharged. Good day.
Winwood, if you dare. Oh, you fool, you stupid fool. You imagine I won't have my revenge for this? That I haven't plotted it already? Come in, Bragg. Come in. Hurry. Bring Anton. I must get to work.
Is it really true? Winwood has discharged you?
Yes.
Yes, but he can't. It's outrageous. It's impossible.
Yeah, that's right, Bragg. Absolute belief in me is what I need right now. You and I will show these academic fools that they can't insult Philip Quilima.
That would be wonderful, but how will you do it?
I've been carrying out certain experiments secretly. Now we will find the use for my research and put it into practical chemistry.
Chemistry? Oh, I don't understand.
I mean to make a change, a slight change in the graduation exercises in the chapel tomorrow. As a warning to those who insult me.
Well, what are you going to do, Professor?
Plant a bomb in the basement. Time to explode as President Winwood is giving out his precious degrees.
Oh, 100 people? But you can't. That's murder.
What of it? It's going to be done. And you will help me.
No, I won't. I can't. Not murder. Let me out of here. Anton, stand away from the door.
No chance, Bragg. Anton cannot hear, and he knows I don't want you to get away. He has braced himself against the door. You'll stay and help me with my plan. You can't get away.
I can. I must. Even if I have to jump out this window.
Bragg.
You can't stop me.
He's gone through the window. I must signal Anton along this wall. To chase Bragg and bring him back. Anton understands, as he always does. He'll bring him back, and when he does, I can put my scheme of revenge into operation.
Good evening, Dr. Winwood. Why, Lamont Cranston, my dear boy, I'm delighted to see you.
Margot, may I present Dr. Winwood, President of the University in Flame?
I'm very pleased.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, this is the first glimpse I've ever had of Lamont's alma mater.
I hope you approve.
Oh, yes. You know, Dr. Winwood, Lamont's especially anxious to see Professor Quilima.
Yes?
No, he isn't.
Surely he'll come to your wife's reception.
I believe not, Lamont.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Perhaps he's keeping open house himself. Margot, we might drop in there later.
That would be nice.
I don't believe I would, Lamont. There are special reasons. You see, well, I'd better not go into that.
Dr. Winwood, anything special happened to Professor Quilima?
As a matter of fact, Lamont, he's been thrown off the faculty.
Oh, no. But why?
For a pretty good reason, my boy. We know that Quilima is responsible for young Spence's suicide.
That's not possible. Please explain.
I mustn't take the time now. Lamont, won't you trust our judgment? Tomorrow, perhaps, after the exercises, we can talk it over. Please excuse me now, Miss Flint.
Lamont, what is this mystery?
It's some mistake. Come along quickly.
Wait, Lamont, where are we going?
See Quilima to offer him my help.
No answer, Lamont. The house must be empty.
Oh, there's a light in Quilima's study. I'll try again.
Did you hear that voice?
Yes, Professor Quilima.
Why doesn't he come?
Those must be out. Remember, Quilima can't move alone.
Oh, I see.
Let's go in. Yes, the door's unlocked.
Who's there? An old friend, Professor.
A friend?
I'm coming in.
Come along, Margot.
What do you wish of me?
Professor, I've come to... Don't you remember me? Lamont Cranston. This is my friend, Margot Lane. What do you want?
I wanted to see you, to talk with you. Perhaps, Professor Kulima, perhaps I can help you.
I don't need help. It is the world that needs help now. Now that it has dared to defy me.
I don't understand.
How could you understand?
I've heard you're in trouble and you're here alone. Why did your servant leave you this way?
He's carrying out an order for me.
I wish I could see old Mac again.
Mac is not with me now. I have a better servant, Anton.
You could hardly find a better man than Mac was.
Ah, but I have a much better one. You see, Anton is a deaf mute.
A deaf?
Yes, young lady. He cannot speak a word. That means my secrets are all safe with him. And he's very strong and obedient.
But how can you speak to him, Professor?
Oh, you would be amused by that, Cranston. You always liked oddities. If Anton is beside me, I tap a message into the palm of his hand. If he's across the table, he puts out his palm, puts it down, and feels me tapping like this. Or even if Anton is leaning against a wall and I tap on it, he understands my message.
Very clever and convenient.
Oh, but that's nothing. I've grown much cleverer since you knew me, Cranston. I am now wiser than all the rest of mankind put together. Since they defy me, I'm going to punish them.
Tell me all about this punishment you're planning.
No, my friend. I'm not to be led into a trap that easily. If you wish to escape, take this pretty girl with you and go. Run away before it's too late.
No, I can't do that. I won't.
Then stay, you fool, and see what happens to you. Once I felt a silly affection for you, but there's no room for affection in the world. I'm going to rule. Go. Go quickly, go.
Lamont, please.
Yes, Professor Kulima, I see that we must obey you. We shall go immediately. If you command.
That's wise. That's very wise. You were always the shrewdest of my pupils. Now go and close the door after you.
That brilliant mind is gone. Kulima's genius has twisted his mind into dangerous channels.
Lucky he can't move, can't harm anyone.
I'm not so sure. There's method in this madness. He's up to mischief, and I must find out what his plan is. I must.
But how? How can you?
By staying with him. Not leaving this house until I learn his plot.
He's driven you away once, he'll do it again.
No, Margot, because I'm going back to him later as the Shadow.
Bragg, you're back again. I thought Anton would catch you.
Let go of me, Let go of me.
He cannot hear you,
Make him let me go. Professor Kulima, why don't you leave me alone?
Because, my friend, you are the only one who knows just what I intend to do. I have no desire that my plan should be disclosed to anyone.
Oh, I won't tell anyone.
I'm sure you won't. You won't have the chance.
Make him stop. He's hurting my arm.
You must expect Anton to be a little annoyed at you, Bragg. After all, he's been chasing you all night.
Stop hounding me.
Don't be hysterical, Bragg. Now that you're close enough, I would tap on Anton's hand and tell him to release you. That's it.
Oh, that's better.
There, now you're free.
Professor, you must give up this wild idea.
Give up my revenge? Don't be childish.
But to kill all those people, you've nothing against them. You don't even know most of them.
That is not important. My purpose is to ruin this college. When I'm finished, they'll regret the insult they've given me.
Yes, but hundreds of people will die, Professor. How can you sit there so calmly?
A little of that calmness might help you, Bragg. If you get excited, you might attempt to run away again, and that would be most unfortunate.
Oh, what do you mean?
The next time, Anton will not fetch you back. When he finds you, and he never fails, he will have orders to kill.
Kill? Oh, no, Professor. I won't run, honestly.
That is wise, my friend.
Professor, listen. I've been your friend, your assistant. I know you're a great man, but... Oh, isn't there some other way of punishing your enemies?
My way is best, Bragg. We will not discuss the question. Another word, and I'll have Anton quiet.
No, don't do that.
Don't be alarmed. I'm only tapping Anton to tell him to pick me up. You see how easily he carries me, Bragg? Anton is very strong. He could snap your neck in a moment.
Yes, I know that.
We're going to lock you in here, Bragg. Anton and I will be back shortly. And don't try going out the window. Anton will be watching that from upstairs.
Kulima, wait! What am I going to do?
I can tell you, Mr. Bragg.
Who spoke?
I did, Mr. Bragg.
Yes, but there's no one here except me. The room's empty.
No, I am here in the shadows, Mr. Bragg. I've been here all along.
Oh, then you heard. You know the plot.
Not all of it. Tell me, what is this plan of Philip Quilimus?
No, I can't tell
Don't
you.
be afraid. Even if you can't see me, I'm here to help you. Believe me.
I can't tell you. It's too terrible.
What is terrible?
Quilima's plan. Oh, no, I can't tell. Anton would kill me. Quilima will make him do it.
Mr. Bragg, you must tell me. What is Philip Quilima planning to do?
No, you're all hounding me. Stop
Bragg, you must tell me. You spoke of death, of hundreds dying. You want those deaths on your conscience?
No, I
then
don't.
speak then. Who will die? What is Quilima planning?
Anton will...
There's no time to waste. Remember, only you can save hundreds of lives. You must tell me.
Yes, I'll tell.
Good.
It's the chapel. Quilima is planning to blow up the chapel.
Are you sure?
Yes, during the commencement exercises. He has the bomb already. You must stop him.
Don't worry, I shall.
But we're locked up here. How can you...
Hush. They're coming back.
Bragg, who are you talking to? Who's in this room? Why, the truth, or do you want Anton to force it out of you? No, please. Well, there was a man here, but you can't see him. And you can't see? Yes. He was just a voice. Have you gone mad? I don't know. What? That was a voice? Are you here, voice? Answer me, voice! Oh, you fool. Well, we shall lock you and your crazy idea up together. Come, Anton. Oh, Professor, don't leave me here. Please, I can't stand it. Your voice. Please. When I have finished my little task in my laboratory. If there was anyone in that room with Bragg, he'd speak to him there.
Is that so, Professor? When you and Anton reach your laboratory, the shadow will be there with you.
There, Anton, it is set and ready. How do you like the lovely toy we have made here in our laboratory? It makes you grin, eh? Even though you can't hear me, you know I am pleased. Good old Anton. If you knew that this is a bomb, Anton, you might not be so pleased.
Professor Quilima.
What? Who's there? Who spoke?
I did, Professor. Men call me the Shadow.
What? Where are you?
Here. You cannot see me, but I'm in this room.
Oh, Bragg was right. You are the voice that can't be seen.
Yes, Professor, and I come to warn you. I've learned about your plan. It will fail.
You underestimate my power, Shadow.
Your servant seems disturbed, Professor.
He is asking about you, Shadow. Anton wants to know with whom I am talking. But I won't tell him you are here. Anton might be frightened.
You are not frightened, Professor.
I am not a child, Shadow. I do not know you. I don't know how you work this trick of invisibility. But it's not important.
It may destroy your murderous plan.
That is a bluff, magician. Nothing can stop my revenge.
I will warn President Winwood to stop the exercises.
Go ahead. No one will believe that wild tale about an explosion. And anyway, it's too late. In a few minutes, the graduates will march into the chapel.
Quilima, you will fail.
No, Shadow. You are the one who will fail. My plan will work to perfection. You cannot stop me from leaving my laboratory here because if you try, I'll drop this little clock here. And both you and I will be blasted into nothingness.
Even so, Professor Quilima, there will come a time when you won't escape from the Shadow. And that time is very near. Shadow calling Margot Lane. Shadow calling Margot. Warn President Winwood that Professor Quilima intends to blow up the chapel during commencement exercises. Hundreds will be killed. Get everyone out of the building. I'll try to stop Quilima. He and Anton just left here for the campus. He has the bomb with him. Everyone at the graduation is in danger. Danger! Hurry, Margot! Hurry! Hurry!
Hey, just a minute, miss.
The chapel. I've got to get into the chapel.
Admittance is only by invitation, miss. Have you got a card?
No, but I've got to see President Winwood immediately.
I'm sorry, but I've been stationed here to see that no one gets into the chapel without an invitation.
Listen to me. You've got to let me by. All those people in there may be killed.
I don't...
I must reach President Winwood. It's a plot to blow up the chapel.
Oh, I'm sorry, miss, but I think you'd better sit down somewhere and rest.
Everyone in the chapel is in danger. They may be killed. Killed, do you hear?
Not so loud now with your blarney. Do you want to...
start panic here?
Can't you tell when a person's telling the truth?
I'm sorry, miss. Now, I've been around this college for years, and I guess there's no aiming to blow up any part of it.
Please, at any minute the bomb may go off. You've got to let me in. You've got to.
Stop that now. Do you want to start a riot?
Put me down. Put me down.
I'm going to take you away from here and cool off a bit.
You don't know what you're doing. You're letting hundreds of people get killed, murdered.
Wait, Anton, stop. I must lock the basement door. Somebody might come in from the chapel over us. And we can't afford to be discovered, can we, my dear Anton? There. Listen. Starting the commencement exercises. But you can't hear the music, Anton. Never mind. It won't last long.
Professor Quilima, you didn't lock the shadow out. I am here before you.
I expected you would be, Shadow. That is why I locked the door.
Meaning?
Simply that I have the key, my friend. And you shall never leave this room beneath the chapel.
Nonsense, Professor. I know you too well to worry about that. Your life is very precious to you. You have no intention of losing it in this explosion.
There is no necessity, Shadow. I shall be far away when those fools upstairs are smashed into eternity.
When you leave, I shall simply shut off the bomb.
You are mistaken there, Shadow. When I leave, you will be dead. I am going to tell Anton to kill you.
A silly threat. How can your servant kill what he cannot see?
I have thought of that, and when I throw this light switch, so the room is dark, isn't it, Shadow?
Can Anton see any better in the darkness than I can?
He does not have to see better, Shadow, but Anton will be able to see as well as you. You will not see him, and your being invisible will not help you. Your trick will not frighten Anton now.
No?
No, Shadow. Anton will find you, and with his strength, he will break you like a snapstick.
Don't be so sure, Quilima.
I have planned it well, Shadow. The door is locked. You cannot escape. The room is tiny. Anton is bound to catch you.
Others have tried to trap the shadow.
But I have done it. You hear me tapping on Anton's hand? I'm telling him there is a man here in the darkness ordering him to search for you, Shadow. To put me down and kill my enemy. Anton is very angry with you, Shadow. You hear, Shadow?
I hear.
I've been very clever, Shadow. Anton has placed me in the middle of the room so that I shan't get in the way of his groping for you. There. He has started his search. He's coming toward you, Shadow.
Do you think so, Quilima?
Thank you for speaking, Shadow. I have pushed Anton toward the sound of your voice. You hear him coming toward you, Shadow? Anton will find you, and then you will die.
If that bomb goes off, we will all be killed.
There is plenty of time. You will not talk long with Anton's fingers around your throat.
Your man is rather slow, Quilima.
Slow, Shadow, but sure. Nothing can save you.
Nothing?
There. He has reached the wall. Now, Shadow, he will herd you back into your corner.
It is not over yet.
Are you prepared to die, Shadow? Listen, Shadow. It's moving along the wall.
And now, Professor, is the shadow's turn to play.
Play? You're helpless.
Not quite, Quilima. Here is a trick I learned from you. Listen, Professor, do you recognize this?
That's my code.
Yes, Professor. Anton is touching the wall and he can feel the vibrations. I tap out instructions like you do. I'm talking to him now.
No, Anton, don't listen. It's not your master.
Anton can't hear you, Quilima. Remember, he's a deaf mute. But he will pay attention to my signal, especially when I tell him that he's in a room with a time bomb.
Anton! Oh, if I could only reach the wall.
You're in the middle of the room, Quilima, and you're helpless. You cannot move unless someone carries you. It's dark, and Anton cannot see you either.
I can crawl. I must reach the wall.
Too late, Quilima. Anton is afraid.
Anton, come back. It's a trick.
He can't hear you, Quilima. He smashed the door down. He's gone, Professor.
Oh, gone. Anton's left me. I am helpless.
Yes, Professor, helpless. Now I'll take this bomb away.
Stop. Give me that bomb.
No, Professor, I have it.
Blast you. You snatched it out of my hand.
Yes, Professor. Now just shut off the mechanism.
There, thank heaven, Colima, your plan has failed.
You won, Shadow. But I have one trick left, young Spence's trick. This little pill.
Colima, don't!
It's too late, Shadow. I've swallowed the pill. Death is almost instantaneous. I only wish I...
Poison. Poison, I can smell it. The most deadly poison known. So, Professor Colima has killed himself. A brilliant mind, too brilliant. His dreams of power and revenge upon those who thwarted them unbalanced and drove him to crime. No matter what the cause, crime is a boomerang that returns to punish the guilty ones who set it in motion.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Good word tonight is grass. Grass.
Really? You bet your life. The one, the only.
30 days. Next case. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's first?
We invited some girls from the Los Angeles International Airport and some weather forecasters to the show tonight, and our studio audience selected Mrs. June Palmer and Mr. Delbert Van Ornum just before we went on the air. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Mr. Delbert Van Ornum?
That's right, sir.
You're the weatherman?
Yes, sir.
Where do you hail from?
I'm from Seattle, Washington.
Mm-hmm. Some people out there from Spokane, I think. Are you married?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Any little squalls at home with their barometers dropping?
A boy and a girl.
A boy and a girl.
Yes.
And Miss Palmer, huh? That's a cute name, June Palmer. It sounds like a movie actress.
Thank you.
You're from the airport. What's your hometown?
Denver, Colorado.
Mm-hmm. Now, weatherman, Mr. Van Ornum, I think our listeners would be interested in knowing what kind of weather you've got lined up for tomorrow. Could you tell us?
Well, when I left the office, there was rain, snow, and winds up to 60 miles an hour, and some fair weather.
Typical weatherman, all right. What do you mean? There was 5 different kinds of weather when you left the office?
Well, we deal with weather throughout the whole North American continent.
Oh, I see. Well, you certainly clouded the issue there. With that kind of a prediction, you'll have everybody wearing a bathing suit, galoshes, and a pith helmet. Now, where do you take these weird stabs at the weather, Mr. Van Ornum?
It's at the Crick Meteorological Consultant Service.
Crick?
Yes, Dr. Irving P. Crick.
I have a turtle home named Irving. I found him in a creek. Would he be any... What do you use for your prognosticating? A watermelon?
Well, we have a fairly scientific method.
Well, how do you find out? You look in the morning paper like all the rest of us?
No, we have a setup of teletypes, and we get weather reports from the Hawaiian Islands and Alaska and all through Canada and the United States into Caribbean Sea.
Well, what's the need of a private weather service like that? That's a private service?
Yes, sir.
Doesn't the Weather Bureau, the regular one, make enough mistakes to go around?
Well, they don't have enough money to give a personal service to individual industries. We have a gold placer mining company in Alaska, and then we have Los Angeles County Flood Control. occasionally
What's so
rains.
funny about This is certainly a comic town we're living in. Mention Los Angeles, and everybody in the audience goes in hysterics. We're getting to be the Brooklyn of the West. Is your service always 100% accurate?
Well, we allow for a small margin of error. And
I got caught in a
forecast.
small margin of error once. They finally had to extradite me from Canada. Well, Mrs. Palmer, let's get back to you, and that's not bad work. Now, just what do you do at the Los Angeles International Airport?
I'm an announcer.
Mm-hmm. You're much prettier than Fenneman back there. Just what do you announce?
Arrivals and departures.
You mean you run a birth and obituary column?
Oh, no. Arrivals and departures of planes.
The arrival and departures of airplanes, I see. Well, how do you announce the arrival of an airplane? Mr. and Mrs. TWA Constellation wish to announce the arrival of a bouncing Piper Cub.
No, it's much less complicated
And the
than
pilot
that.
is walking up and down nervous, handing out cigars.
No,
How do you
it's
do
not
it?
that complicated. We announce the arrivals for the passengers, and we announce takeoffs.
Mm-hmm. I can see I haven't lived a full life. What do they take off?
They take off the runway.
They take off on the runway? This is certainly the age of progress, all right. Mrs. Palmer, where do your planes come from and where do they go?
Well, we have them coming from Canada. We have planes coming from Paris. We have planes coming from Mexico City and going to Mexico City and Paris,
Well,
France.
suppose one of your planes is arriving from Mexico City. How do you announce it?
Pan American World Airways anuncia la llegada del vuelo 581 procedente de México, Centro y Sudamérica.
Tell me, does that always bring the swallows back to Capistrano? Would you mind deciphering what you just said?
I simply said that a plane was arriving from Mexico City, Central and South America.
Suppose your plane hasn't been anywhere near Mexico. Suppose it's coming from Paris. What do you say?
TWA anuncia arrivée de le vol numéro 95.
I can keep this up as long as you can. Suppose it's breezing in from China.
TWA Constellation Flight 12, now arriving at TWA Concourse.
Well, that's the first Chinese I ever understood. Well, you make an extremely interesting couple, and we're happy to have you here. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together as a team for $1,000. But right now, I want you to pay attention to some interesting advice. Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000 question. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. Fenneman, give out with the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected national parks as your category. Is that right? All right. Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to risk?
$10.
$10. All right. Where are the Carlsbad Caverns?
In Carlsbad, New Mexico.
That's right. Absolutely right. We're off to a great start with $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of your $30 will you try?
15.
15. In what state is Glacier National Park?
Montana.
Montana is right. They're still on their way. They have $45. All right, you've got $45. How much of the $45 you going to try?
20.
20? In what state is Big Bend National Park?
California.
B-I-G-B-E-N-D.
Big Bend.
Oregon.
No, I'm sorry. The answer is Texas.
They now have $25.
How much of the 25 will you bet?
10.
10? All right, here we go. Where is Mammoth Cave National Park?
Kentucky.
In old Kentucky is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $35.
Thanks and good luck. Now stick around. You still have a chance for the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still grass. Our next couple has been in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what it is. Just before we went on the air, we selected two housewives from the audience, and here they come. Mrs. Ernestine Clark and Mrs. Capitola Fredrickson meet Groucho Marx.
Mrs. Ernestine Clark, you're a housewife, huh?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. How long have you been a housewife?
3 years.
Mrs. Capitola Friedrichsen?
Yes.
Sound like a German airport, huh? Capitola, is that Spanish?
No, it isn't. It's an Indian name, or Italian name, but I'm Indian.
Oh, well, what is your maiden name, your Indian name?
My Indian name is Capitola Celine Janat Ozawandib Tabasanakudo Ginu Caswell.
Well, that's very true. On the other hand, if you put him... Is that really your name, or is that the treaty ending the French and Indian War?
No, that's really our name.
What does it mean, Capitola, in English?
Well, that means the girl with the dark brown hair flowing outwards under low clouds with a little eagle.
Should have kept the weatherman here, huh? Did you say with a little eagle?
That was our original family name. Gnu that means little eagle.
Gnu?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like Yiddish. Huh? You know, when you're through eating, you say, well, Gnu. So you're part Indian, eh?
Yes, I am.
Which part, Capitola? I meant on which side of the family are you Indian?
Oh, my father was a full-blooded Indian.
Uh-huh. I'd be satisfied to have full blood of any kind, eh? Well, tell me, Indian Summer, how long have you been married?
I've been married 9 years.
Mm-hmm. And what does your husband do besides complain about the grocery bills?
He works in the post office.
What does your husband do, Ernestine?
He's an actor.
An actor? Oh, well, that's too bad, huh? Is anything being done about it?
I'm satisfied.
Huh? Do you have any little hams in the icebox at home? You look mighty cute with those bangs and everything. What did you do before you hooked your husband? Huh?
I was with the circus.
You were with the circus?
That's right.
Oh. What'd you do with the circus?
I was a bareback rider.
Oh. Was it a flea circus?
No, there's only one circus.
There's only one circus?
That's right. Ringling Brothers, Barnum, and Bailey.
Oh, that's the one you were with, huh? Mm-hmm. Well, that's my favorite circus. Tell me, is Jenny Lind, the Swedish Nightingale, still with him?
Not for the last 100 years or so.
Well, I haven't been to the circus lately. What? You say you were a bareback rider?
That's right.
Did you lose your shirt on a horse?
No, the horse's back was bare, not mine.
Oh, you mean the horse lost his shirt, huh? That's what he gets for betting on the human race. Huh? How long were you with the circus?
All my life, and I'm returning in a few weeks.
Mm-hmm. Do you use any special horse, or can any horse be trained?
No, we have to have a special horse.
Uh-huh. Tell us about your act in the circus. What do you do on the horse besides ride horseback?
I dance.
You dance on a horse?
That's right.
What kind of a dance? A foxtrot?
No, ballet dancing.
Oh, ballet dance? You drink a pony of brandy or anything before you start?
No, that's not
You do a ballet? Well, whose ballet? Is the horse's ballet, or... I thought you rode on his back.
I do.
Well, what made you decide to become a bareback rider?
I had no choice in the matter. My mother and father were bareback riders, and my grandparents and my great-grandparents, and so on back for about 5 or 6 generations.
Well, in other words, you were practically born on a horse. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
You must have been a bouncing baby, huh? Well, when you're traveling with the circus, what do you do for amusement? Do you go to the circus in the evening if you're bored? Or...
Yes, there's a...
What do you do, huh?
Well, we bareback riders have a softball team.
A softball team?
Uh-huh, and the midgets
Who do you
have
play?
a softball team. Well, we play the midgets.
Play the midgets, huh? Nice team. 9 shortstops, huh? Now, all this talk sounds very exciting. Will your act be all complete when you return to the circus in a few weeks?
Almost.
Well, maybe this is my big chance. What else do you need to complete your act, huh?
I need another horse.
Well, Barnum was right. There's one born every minute. Well, I must say we're delighted to have you both here tonight. You're both wonderful kids. Now, let's play You Bet Your Life for $1,000. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question later. Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The weatherman and the airport girl won $35.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Western songs. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you have $20, and here's your first question. How much would you bet?
We'll bet 10.
Jerry Fielding will play, and you identify the song. Okay, Jerry.
Wagon wheel.
Wagon wheels are right.
They're on their way with $30.
Well, remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. That's the big prize. Now, you've got $30. How much of the 30 you're going to try?
25.
Give me the title of this Western song. Cheyenne is right.
They're really on their way now. They have $55.
All right, you've got $55. Here's your third question. How much of the 55 you going to try?
50.
All right, what's the name of this Western song? Play, Jerry.
Red River Valley.
Red River Valley.
They now have $105.
Well, you're right up at the top of those three rings up there. You've got $105, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
90, she says.
How much?
90.
Let's see if you can identify this song.
Don't fence me in.
Don't fence me in.
And they wind up with a grand total of $195.
Thanks and good luck. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the $1,000 question. But right now, I want you to pay attention to this.
All right, pay attention to us right here at 626-585-7500. We'll continue with the last few minutes of that show very, very shortly, but it's imperative now that we meet our goal for this second hour. And that was
Ernie Bear. Ernie Bear.
Parley's wife.
Parley's wife on You Bet Your Life.
It is important that we meet that goal. We need a $1,200 hour, and we're way behind the second hour. If you've enjoyed the last 15 minutes or so, then show us, tell us, 626-585-7500. Bubba?
And the number again, 626-585-7500. Let me just say thanks to some of the people who have called in. Susan out of Fullerton called in. Thank you so very much. Anonymous, John out of Rancho Santa Margarita. I love that name of the boy. Wouldn't you like to live in a town you can drink it? Linda in North Hollywood called in. Thank you so very much. We appreciate that. Anonymous pledge, this one from Corona Del Mar. And let's see here. Colin out of Ontario called in.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And here's Anonymous from Redondo Beach, and he says, Coors West wants Frank to contribute. Frank, you're on notice. We want your money, Frank. The number is 626-585-7500. Coors West has done the right thing. Frank, you need to do what you need to do, and let's get this show on the road. 626-585-7500.
We only have 2 books left from Gerald Nachman's Raised on Radio. If you want those books, you better get them now.
Out the door, $65. Also, I should have mentioned this. We also have books to Tony Bennett, The Good Life, okay? Tony Bennett's book, The Good Life, $75. You can have that as well. 626-585-7500. We're going back to same time, same station in about a minute, 15 seconds. 626-585-7500. Ed out of Corona called in. Thank you so very much. And Ed said he was raised on radio. So he's got that book, and he's going to be tuned in and everything. So, again, we only have 2 of those books left, Raised on Radio. Once it's out of here, it's out. 626-585-7500. So many different ways to say thank you. Don't forget we have tickets for the salute to Benny Goodman and Lionel Hampton, and featuring Terry Gibbs, and on clarinet, Terry Harrington. That's coming up Sunday, December the 13th at 7 p.m., and that's going to be at the Ruth B. Shannon Center for the Performing Arts at Whittier College.
Yeah,
We've
sung there before.
Oh, it's a great hall.
Yeah.
And all you have to do is call us right now. Oh, I think that is, it is $75, Visa, MasterCard. Larry, I didn't mean to step on you in that one. Go ahead.
It hurt, but that's okay. Do you have that other piece of paper I gave you earlier before we went on the air?
Yes. Where is it? Well, you know what?
We'll get to it after this segment.
Yeah.
Okay. 626-585-7500. The phones are not ringing. We need to hear from you. Those who are waiting till the last minute, well, this is about the last minute. 626-585-7500. Why don't we do the last segment of about 9 minutes of You Bet Your Life, and then we'll come back and wrap up and thank people and get ready to get into G-Dad. It was the world, sir.
That's it, my friend. It's G-Dad. It's the world, sir, coming up at 7 o'clock. But right now,
here's You Bet Your
time,
Life.
same station.
Groucho Marx and You Bet Your Life, as originally broadcast November 16, 1949. Calling the numbers 626-585-7500.
Now then, we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the chance at the $1,000 question. George, who's ahead so far?
Well, the housewives are leading with $195. Our final couple doesn't know the secret word is grass. They've been in a waiting room off stage, and perhaps they'll say it. We asked for two young people who'd like to get married if they found the right person. And just before we went on the air, the studio audience selected Mr. Gordy Wright and Miss Virginia Owens to be his partner. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, to You Bet Your Life. Now, Fenneman says you two would like to get married if you found the right partner. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Right.
Well, perhaps I can be of some assistance. Virginia Owens, is that right?
That's right.
Where are you from, Virginia?
No, Minneapolis.
Minneapolis? I didn't know that was in Virginia.
No, it isn't. My name's Virginia.
Oh, well, I'm glad to know you. My name's Groucho Marx. Tell me, Minneapolis. I'll just call you Minnie, eh? Why did you leave Virginia?
No, my name's Virginia.
Oh. That sounds familiar. Haven't I met you someplace before? Why did you leave Minneapolis? Because it isn't in Virginia?
No, not exactly. I came out here to take a try at the movies.
Mm-hmm. And did you get in?
Not so far.
Have you tried purchasing a ticket? Have you abandoned all hope for a film career, Virginia?
Oh, definitely not.
Why don't you try it? Crosby gave up hope for a film career. Mr. Gordy Wright, huh? Is that
yes, sir.
Gordy Wright? Huh? You look very gaudy. You look right, but not gaudy. Now, where are you from, Mr. Wright?
My home state is Louisiana.
Mm-hmm. So far, this person has been from 11 states tonight. You must be the Arkansas Traveler. Now, what is this nonsense about you wanting to get married? Is that right, Gordy?
Well, that's right.
You
If I
would
could
like
find
to-
the right kind of a girl.
Virginia, did you say you'd like to get married?
Mm-hmm.
How long have you been looking for a husband?
Months.
Well, don't be discouraged. A friend of mine got married 4 years ago, and she's still looking for a husband. Tell me, Virginia, what kind of a man are you looking for? Huh?
Oh, gee. Someone that's about medium height and intelligent and someone who's a good rumba dancer and...
You want an intelligent man who can do a rumba, huh? That's two different men. You'll get arrested for bigamy. Gordy, can you rumba?
Well, I can wiggle.
Let's find out some more about you two. What sort of work do you do, Mr. Wright?
I'm a salesman.
Mm-hmm. Well, my next joke may be the death of a salesman. What do you sell?
I sell Smart and Final Company food products. One of our best-known items is the Smart and Final coffee, the S&F coffee, and, of course, our fine fruits and vegetables.
Do you think coffee will really go up to $1 a pound?
I couldn't say, sir.
Well, I don't know why you can't. Even if you don't believe it, you could say it. I won't tell anybody. Now, Virginia, where do you work?
I'm a special sales representative for the Bazooka Bubblegum Company.
Well, blow me down. Well, for a beautiful girl, that sounds like a pretty important executive job. Just what do you do, mostly, Virginia?
Blow bubbles.
A job like that could blow right up in your face, couldn't it? What do you mean you blow bubble gum? You walk around the street blowing bubble gum?
Well, not exactly. I go to nightclubs and veterans' hospitals and teach everyone how to blow bubbles.
How did you ever land a job like that?
I was chosen out of a group of models to represent Miss Bazooka.
You're Miss Bazooka, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You must be loaded, huh?
Well...
How old are you, Minneapolis? I mean, Virginia.
21.
And how old are you, Gordy?
28.
28. Huh? Coincidence. That's just what I am, 21 and 28. Who knows? Maybe you two are meant for each other. Do you have any definite ideas about the kind of person you're looking for? Say about 5'5", Gordy?
Just about right.
Eyes that are full of mischief? A figure that stands out in the crowd?
Wonderful.
Well, stop looking at Virginia when you answer me, huh? Now, if this person answered all this description, and plus that was a movie star, do you think you could fall in love?
I know I could.
Kiss me, you fool. That's me, Groucho. And remember, Virginia, if he gets all puckered up, he's not interested in snapping his bubble gum. Well, you're a mighty cute couple, and I hope you'll go through life together blowing bubbles. Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. If you can beat our other two couples in the quiz, you'll get a crack at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The bareback rider and the housewife are ahead with $195.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you to your $20. You selected personalities behind the movie scenes as your category, okay?
Sure.
All right, here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10.
10? What is Percy Westmore's job in the making of a movie?
Makeup.
Makeup man is right.
They're on their way with $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of your $30 will you try?
$20.
$20. What is Max Steiner's job in the movies?
Makeup. No. Designer. Hairdresser.
No, you've had three good, healthy answers,
Max
but you're
Steiner.
still wrong, huh?
Max Steiner's a cameraman.
No, that's four answers, but he's the musical director, huh?
They now have $10.
We go out of our way to be kindly around here. Now, here's your third question. How much of the $10 will you try?
$5.
All right. What is Edith Head's job in the movies?
Designer.
Lowe's designer is right.
They're on the way again. They have $15.
Now you have $15, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 15?
Shoot the
Got it. Shoot the word.
What is Natalie Kalmus's job in making pictures?
Technicolor director.
Technicolor director is right.
And they wind up with $30. And that means the two housewives with $195 get the chance at the $1,000 question. And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the two housewives.
Ready to try for $1,000. All right, good luck, and I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly and no help in the audience, please. Let's see how much you know about your government. For $1,000, who is the Senate Majority Leader? And what is the answer you two have decided upon?
We haven't. Oh, only one I can think of is Fielding or...
No, I'm sorry. It's Senator Scott Lucas.
Oh.
I'm sorry. That's the correct answer. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding.
Well, this concludes another stream. I want to thank you all for listening with me, and I hope you enjoyed these shows that represent, in my opinion, some of the best of old-time radio. Join me again tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Thank you for listening, and have a good day.